Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Might have been a short week today, but I mean, that doesn't stop us here at GLG because, yes, believe it or not, it is a Wednesday. Yeah, Monday might have been a bit past, but even still, Becky and I are here to kick us off with the 92nd Pit of Valor. First day of June, by the way, Becky.
Oh yeah, first day of June, and happy Pride Month to all of my gamers out there. Let's hear it. Throw some rainbow emotes in the chat, whatever you got. Happy Pride Month to everybody who is here. And yeah, welcome to the first of this month, a Pit of Valor Gaming Lounges. Thank you to our lovely producer for giving me this glorious rainbow filter. Thank you very much. I am so excited. It's been a while since I cast one of these little Pit of Valors, and I'm just very excited to get back into it. There's been a lot of new things that have started to come out. We got some sweet little fishy gun skins. We got Fade. I got some nails to match her. Like, they're very cute. I just got them done yesterday. Oh my
Those
gosh.
are actually really nice.
Anyway, I'm so excited. I was like, I showed a picture of what Fade's nails look like, and I was like, but I want them a little bit longer. And the nail check was like, I got you. It was great, fantastic. We're all just having a good day. We're here to watch some Valorant, here to talk about some Valorant agents, and also talk about GLG. If you are somebody who, for some reason, doesn't know who GLG is or what we are about, go ahead and follow GL Gaming Lounges on Twitch, Twitter, and get on Discord and join our Discord so you can get in on all of the great things that GLG has to offer.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of, by the way, June, in fact, it's almost summer. We got 3 weeks left, but even still, more news on the GLG Lounge opening this month as well, because I mean, yeah, we had a launch party pretty much last month, and that was absolutely awesome. I wish I could have been there, but to those of you that were there, I hope you guys had a good time as well. Again, stay tuned for, like she said, on our Twitter, and as well as we have a Discord as well, ! Discord and chat for more information on the official opening and to get your Instalock membership if you want to actually lock in spots in that lounge when it goes live. Super awesome stuff. But yeah, I can't believe I'm still saying this, but yeah, we're not even in summer yet, and it's already so hot. So who knows, if you guys want to save up some money and get those GLG socks for when winter comes around, hopefully that'll be fairly soon, because it's almost unbearable. It's not only the games that get heated, it's all of us that are pretty much burning up. And I'm pretty sure, I'm surprised Rose didn't do it, but he said he would actually melt me on camera on the broadcast. But I appreciate the fact that I'm still here. Oh no, he's gonna. I might not be here for very much longer, but we're going to try to get in game as soon as we possibly can, and just hopefully before I completely disintegrate from this broadcast. But I'm not entirely sure at this point.
That feels like a Terminator overlay that's happening right now. But as another little bit of info and news, if you're liking all of the things that GLG has to offer, you should also check out our manager and coach tournament that is coming up in a few weekends here. I believe it's in 2 weekends from now, and that's going to be a great way for you to check out some really awesome coaches and managers from some A+ teams and be able to see how they do when they get themselves onto, I was about to say onto the Rift, but that's the wrong game, onto the maps of Valorant. And with that, we are going in to Agent Select here. First round of the day. Haven is the map. Anton, what do you think we're expecting to see? What do you want to see? What are the highlights? What are the lowlights? And what do you think would be really spicy?
Well, obviously, what I want to see is I want to see a fade. Haven is one of those maps I think that you would really want to bring her, other than Fractured, perhaps. But it is one of the maps where most teams do bring her. 2% from 1%, so at least it's double as many times as you really see on any other map. So we have a better chance of maybe seeing Kalas actually lock that in. But everything else is pretty much no surprise. We've got Sentinel wise, maybe the cipher's a bit primitive, but I respect Naz for bringing it. Like, I love to see it nonetheless.
Ooh.
We have a chamber on the other end, which is super standard for this map. This is probably one of the top 5 to bring him on. Jets not as often, but we do have that on tech as well. So I think it's a bit of wishy-washy on both sides. The Reyna would be really weird. That is definitely not something you see very often in one, top tier play, and two, especially on the map. Usually you see it on Icebox, but if Dreams wants to bring it out, who knows? I mean, we've got 2 amazing teams here. Of course, Battle of the X's, without a better way to put it. That's exactly what this is. We have
Would
got
you call them
actually.
evil X's? Dang, and they've all got the MLM banner. A+. I'm clapping. I don't know if my mic is going to pick it up, but applauding for the MLM banner as well. We are going to see that fade coming out from Kalas. And as you mentioned, gonna go for a very old school pick of that cipher. I personally really love the cipher, so it's something that I'm excited to see. I would consider that to be quite spicy at this point. But you also mentioned the Reyna. Do think that the Reyna is quite spicy as well, but I mean, there are some big open areas where that Lear can do a lot of really great things, as well as some tight corners that she can make use of as well. And it's just interesting to see a different duelist that isn't the Neon or the Jet like we're used to seeing on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to see Dreams pop off. Like that's his one job. You have the Reyna. Like her character is literally you just go kill people. That's all you do. That if you don't do that,
And
you're
you're
kind of failing
useless.
at your job.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
don't kill
it's
people.
crazy. Like the Lear, yeah, fine. He blinds people, but you can shoot it with like 3 bullets and it's gone. So Dreams, you gotta show us something. First game of the day, round is 64, so stacked round here. Hopefully we get a showing from these 2 teams, because you never know what you're gonna see in the round of 64. It could be either it could be like a triple, quintuple overtime, or it could be a 13-0, which we have had before. I think a couple weeks ago we had 2 of those in fact in the first 3 games. But we'll see what ends up happening. Maybe a duel between Dreams and Tech for this first game. Who knows?
Yeah, we might in fact see that. I mean, I'm really interested to see. So we've been talking about the Reyna and the Fade, but I think that like duo combination of those 2 agents, and we do see that they're both hanging out towards this A site, is a really great combination. And you can kind of mark them with the Fade and then have the Reyna follow up with some Leers and just make sure that they can never hear or see anything and keep them as kind of deprived of their senses as possible. And that really helps the Reyna really start to pop off. Early smokes coming out from both of these omens on either of these sides is going to keep the attackers at bay for a time being before they make a little bit of a rotation. It looks like potentially thinking about going towards this A site, as Yuna has gone ahead and walled off this middle B site, doing a little peek around this corner, not really going to make sure that anyone is there, and just back off, wait for this wall to fall, and the attackers continuing to move slow but steady.
I'm a little curious, showing too. I don't know if you noticed, but there's only classics on the attack right now, and they're gonna go right in, super aggressive. I guess you want to those early fights if you're only holding on to these default pistols, but they're actually gonna get the spike down for free. 5 on 5 on the retake.
And so far, so good. Bomb down. Cypher watching it close. The rest of the attackers a little bit far. Only a little bit of damage onto this KO. So overall, very good. Zephyros with a very nice little peek out and headshot. Yuna also to be able to take one down from Mozzie with that nice little trade back with that grenade. Trying to make sure that that little haunt doesn't get to tag anybody up. So the Seekers are going to be a little more difficult, but it's not difficult for Zephyros, who picks up 3 kills and the defense gets the first round.
Wow, that was almost impeccable in terms of kills, not even close to in terms of health. There's a lot of damage being done on the Storm X side, but only one player goes down. That's Yuna on the Sage, and everyone else lives with about half, like 30% HP. And I wanted to ask, I don't know if that's like part of the like the aftermath of the fact that they only had classics or whatever. I guess if the defense ended up going for armors, which they didn't obviously all have because they had ghosts and stuff like that, if maybe the ghosts on the attack would have made a difference. I'm not entirely sure. But whatever the case, yeah, 5 classics, they definitely do not end up working out. They don't get the fights they want, probably, and they don't get those early engages. Like, no one's in close corners. The entire defense is drops all the way back out of this site and lets the plant go down, just go for the retake, which is super smart. I don't think there was a way that they could read that there's 5 classics coming out from the attack, but whatever the case, definitely the right decision. And now even maybe B site might be a bit empty. The Sage is here, but there's already a very fast flank up the wreck, and Dream's already got a kill.
Yeah, Dreams is running and gunning with those Spectres, followed up by Yuna and Kalas as well. Dreams to pick up another one onto Ariso. Blusker's now the only one all of a sudden remaining for the attackers, trying to figure out, can I flank the flank? Is there a way that I can make this happen? At least get one kill, take one Spectre out of the hands, but it will not be possible. Kalas, final kill through that box. Flawless round, and they'll be able to fully convert all of those Spectres going into this bonus round.
And Storm getting super proactive that one. I like to see that, like pushing up A. That's how you want to play a Haven, right? Because you've got 3 sites, so it's hard. You can't really pretend like B's in a site. That was how Europe really played it back during the super early days of this game, like years and years ago. But that's not entirely an option, because sometimes you get what you saw here. They walk up B and they get a free plant. But this thing, the defense Storm, they push up A, they get proactive, and they get some information. Not only do they get information, they get a kill all the way in the back. The Cypher dies, which is really nice. And now that's 2 free rounds, obviously. They go into this one, they've got at least a decent buy. Not entirely a buy, just a save. They keep all their guns over all 5 players of Spectres. And they're against an interesting one. 2 Phantoms, 2 Vandals, and then a Bulldog on the bottom player, which happens to be Tech on the Jets. But we'll see if he can make anything work. He's going to be solo up that long C against the smoke. So Storm now, in this bonus round, playing super passive, waiting for the opponents to push into them. They know the gun advantage is in favor of District X, so very wise to do so, and it looks like it will be a C hit very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think they're kind of hoping that they were going to see the Reyna make the same play from last round, but I think we also got to see the Reyna go for that really quick flank because of that increased gun buy and the advantage on that end. Unfortunately, Zephyros concussed, not going to be able to really combat super well against this Bulldog, so Tech will be able to pick up those 2 kills. Flash at the ready for this KO, throws it around back to CT, but not really going to be able to follow up on it. That dash and Tailwind are ready to go, but Tech is not going to utilize it here as Naz hanging out in this corner. Spots and tags up Yuna a little bit, trying to get some shots through that wall. Unfortunately, Ariso from the other side is going to be able to finish that one off. Dreams also just trying to back and forth. They're playing tennis with these 2, and finally it is Kalas who's able to pick up 2. Very nicely done, but Dreams, the only one remaining, takes out Tech. Not quite able to finish off Mozzie, but a lot of damage is going to be dealt to the economy of District X.
Yeah, man, if Dreams had a dismiss there, that might have been doable, but just barely. I think he used 2 heals in their garage, which is good effort, but yeah, that's a difficult one. The full C commit from District X, they have the full guns, so very nice from Tech to get those 2 opening frags as well and exchange that weapon, because that Bulldog, I was thinking that maybe it might be a bit weak, but I believed in Tech, and he did it. He made it happen. He made those 2 entries happen, and they take that round. Nice bonus. And now he's got the blades, so he doesn't even need to buy up another rifle. They're going to have good money going on for the next couple rounds. So there you go with the pop, and looking down mid, seemingly he just wants to run up again. Another very quick up to B. There is a trip here. Remember, there's a Cypher, or no, sorry, a trip from the chamber. He's going to shoot it out pretty much immediately. This Yuna, he already got a kill outside a garage, which is a very nice pick as well. The Sage, not really expecting to... Wait, what? Did he just... Oh, I see what he did. He threw... Well, I don't know if it was on purpose, but in whatever the case, he threw the knife and picked up the teammate's gun. So, very nice pick by the Sage. Not someone you would really expect to go for this early engages, but just going for that ego challenge at garage, wins it, and it's a super early advantage for Storm-X.
Yeah, and I like that once we see that kill picked up, that wall placed down, the attackers are going to wait for the wall to dissipate, and Sage immediately moved away, let Omen kind of hold that garage area, and now has completely moved to help hold this A site with Reyna, which is going to go pretty well, at least having two that are close by there, because it looks like that's where the attackers are starting to push into. Dreams does throw out that Leer, thankfully is able to flick onto Naza there, tech to pick up Zephyros on B site, completely different area code, but Mazi on as well, stops Yuna from being able to pull onto this site. Kalos with a nice swing out, 1v2 situation. The defense only has this chamber left, who's still pretty far away from this site, trying to make headway onto this site and get on and take down these final two remaining players. They know that some of this damage has to be onto Mazi, and that they're going to be able to have a little bit of an easier time taking that one down, but in a 1v2 situation, we've just got to see Shaq do a great job of isolating these 1v1s. Unfortunately, the peak to look away, not going to be enough to convert that kill and make that easier. District X are able to even it up.
Yeah, that's a difficult one, man. I'm surprised actually to see on the defense. I don't know why Dreams didn't actually go for a challenge when she had that wall hack. Because Kalaz threw a really nice a hunt, like on top of the connector wall, I'm pretty sure. Because it can be absolutely anywhere. Like, as long as it has line of sight to the attackers, they don't even need to see it. But if it's high up above, and it has a straight line to whoever's head is on the offense, on the site, you can see two people were detected. But Dreams didn't swing. I'm not entirely sure why, but maybe a bit of pressure, a bit of nerves on that A site, and that's... I want to say that's one of the only reasons they lost the round, but probably a big reason why the A site wasn't held. But nonetheless, District X, nice to take advantage of those little things that happen. They take that, they even it up, and now Storm is on a bit of a... They're in a bit of... They have no guns, bunch of pistols, and even the Omen has to drop straight out of this C site. Plant's already going down. It's another 5-on-5 retake, which they've seen before, but this time with a lot worse weaponry than they have on the other side.
A lot worse weaponry, and Fade is having to just run as fast as possible to try and join up with everyone. And in the time that it takes for that Fade to join up, Naza has taken down so many members of the defensive side. Dreams and Kala's the only ones remaining. Cyber Cage going to be activated, able to pick up one more kill for a 3K onto Dreams. Kala's with the one off that Sheriff Amazi to finish it all off. A Storm X continuing to just struggle to keep themselves into this District X 3 in a row. Since they've been able to buy up these guns, they have become a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that one was unfortunate. Of course, that Storm didn't really have weapons there, but they made a good effort, that retake, I think. At least Kala is coming in all the way from the A site. Bit unfortunate that it took him a while. Not entirely his fault, but yeah, it just took a while for the commutes all the way to C. And in fact, ooh, really nice haunt all the way on top of, again, the lack of a better term, the connector wall between B and C. And it caught the Omen. Didn't really do very much with the guns, and of course the man advantage not there. This time, good 1-for-1 trade from both teams is really something that District X really needed. That is a beautiful one as well. Aristo taking that into his own hands. And you can see that next aggression, Fade does not want to walk down that mid. Don't want the same thing to happen to him as the two teammates fell before. It might be a one-on-one, now a one-on-two. But now this A site vulnerable. Everyone's pretty much vulnerable. Getting two trades on the offense is great on Haven. This is exactly what District X needed.
Yeah, this is huge. 4v3 situation, Rolling Thunder coming out. That Sage in that corner will be concussed and is stuck. Oh no, can't even shoot fast enough to do anything to Mazi, so that kill will be secured onto Yuna, and now it is a 4v2 situation. Neural theft to make sure that Kalas and this chamber are known in location, and making it that much more difficult for them to get onto this site. Naza's gonna watch this angle that they know somebody's gonna be pushing up from. Kalas does have the Nightmare, could go ahead and throw out that ultimate, but is not gonna use it this round. Instead, hold it for one where there's a better chance. Unfortunately, though, the double swing not gonna go in their favor. A fourth round and 4 wins in a row still for District X.
That was some nice coordination. Got him in Mazi and Ariso at the end there. Good on the double swing, and even that. Look at that. That's a pixel. He saw a pixel of that guy inside the garage, and it's absolutely deletes him. Very nice, and you can even see what the two
pixel's
kills
all
have
you
done.
need.
It really is. I mean, as long as you can see him and you don't accidentally shoot the wall or the door, and Aristo didn't, chimed in for that, and 4 in the round, and not only that, but also an ultimate for him as well as the KO. Found himself very aggressive, and you can see he can do exactly what he wants to. Oh, Zephyros. Thing is, you don't have the utility to use, and in fact, he's probably very dead here. Somehow gets alive. I don't know how he's still living, but has a chance for a kill, but not quite. Aristo and Tech stereo frags to try and get onto the C site up on top. Goes the jet. And teleports. Yeah, Shaq doesn't want to take any risks.
And just like that, 3v4 once again, same song and dance, but the bomb is down. The 3 remaining defensive side players are all together, but make it only 2. Make it 1, actually. As soon as I am trying to talk, they are falling. Just a sheriff in hand. Not a ton of options here for Dreams. And Tech is being very aggressive. Tailwind up onto site, making sure that that final kill is secured. 3 kills for Tech. You'd never guess that Tech was bottom of the board after 2 rounds at the start of this game, since getting one of those guns once again, just continuing to be an absolute menace, and now also has the blades to boot going into this next round.
Sometimes a rifle is all you need. It's different. It's actually insane how different. I mean, obviously, classics versus rifles. Like maybe that's what Disrespect are banking on. Like they only buy classics, and yeah, you might lose the first couple rounds, but they know as soon as you get that investment in, they can run away with it. And so far, 5 rounds in a row, they're really proving that apparently it works. Whatever the first 2 rounds happen doesn't really matter. They lose the pistol, they lose the second round, and they even had like they got the spike down and everything. So that's extra money right there. So honestly, at this point, very worth it. Against 5 ultimates, though, what can they do? Because Storm, best round in a while where they've had a chance. Because I think they actually saved twice in a row. Or maybe they had a gun round in between there, but nonetheless, that last round was definitely a full save, or at least a bunch of sheriffs. But that's so difficult to win against a team like DX. So now they go into this one with not only full guns, but also everyone's got their ulti. It has to be the round. If they don't win this one, I honestly don't know if there's any more answers. Like, yeah, it might be early days. This is only round number 8, but it's been a snowball ever since the 3rd round. Ever since, like you mentioned, District X got guns. They have not looked like they have been faltering at all.
And just like that, I mean, we are seeing them put at bay by that dark cover, but not for long as it dissipates. It looks like we are going to see that cloud burst, tailwind getting onto site. Tech just doing a great job of making a little bit of a splash to get onto site every single time. This time, though, will be punished with that follow-up dark cover to block some amount of vision off. Does mean that 2 members of the attacking set fall, but Tech is trying to keep it back and forth. Doesn't peek up to catch Dreams. Dreams secures 3 kills. And those 3 will be good enough for 3 rounds in Storm X's favor, but they still have an uphill battle in front of them.
Yeah, uphill battle is honestly that's the best way to put it. That round, God, it went wrong so fast. It's kind of unfortunate because I don't even think it was Storm X that played very well. Yeah, they got all the kills, which was really nice. Like they only lost 1 single player in that one, but I honestly think Tech with that entry, it would have made something happen, except for the fact that I think he got stunned by his teammate. I looked after the round. I'm like, that was such a good breach done from the defense. There's no breach. It still doesn't exist. And you can even see like when Tech updraft dashed on top of the box, he was breach done. So, oops.
Oops,
Bit of a mistake.
Indeed, but a mistake you don't want to make is not picking up some GLG socks. You got to make sure that you're ready for winter or when your feet get really sweaty. I don't know why I almost turned into a song there, but I mean, GLG can hire for me to write their sock song. It'll be absolutely beautiful, and my voice definitely isn't horrible. So, let's get on that. Also, thank you. But get yourself some socks, use that QR code, and get yourself some GLG merch and help out your game. Make sure that those feet aren't too sweaty when you're sitting and gaming. And hopefully, after this timeout, some sweaty feet have been solved for these attackers getting back into the swing of things. But I mean, Stormax being able to pick up that last round, pretty huge. And on top of it, they didn't use any of those ultimates. They've had all 5 already for the last 2 rounds, and they still have them in their back pocket.
Yeah, that's really nice. They can honestly capitalize on these mistakes in DX. Like they have to do that. If there's anything the DX let go, Stormax need to take it by storm. No pun intended. And this is a bit of an interesting round. I'm not entirely sure if it's a 4v5 or what, but Cypher seems to be a little bit AFK in spawn. But honestly, given the fact District X have been so dominant on this half. I don't even know if they need him. Maybe they just use him for flank watch, just in case anyone accidentally like steps into the spawn of the attackers. But this is obviously not a really good start, as Yuna does get a good pick. Good start for Storm X, not for DX, but what more can they do? They're just poking, prodding everywhere. They're not actually showing presence. They're just waiting for anything that Storm X might do to make a mistake. And it looks like maybe Arissa can get something here. Good spray down, and even doesn't get traded by the second. Carlos is all the way at the back, and he doesn't peek for it.
Wow. I mean, oh, and not peeking for it will be punishing, as Tech also getting very aggressive, rewarded with 2. You don't even care. Cypher is back. It's like you never left. Everything is going so swimmingly for District X going into this round. Absolutely no problems as that bomb goes down, and now it is once again left up to Fade and Chamber on the side of Storm X. Blocked off by that grenade, but Kalaz with a nice little peek around, making quick use of tech. Unfortunately, Arisso hanging out very close is able to get that little bit of a trade back, and now kind of has Shaq a little bit distracted, not able to finish off that kill onto Mozzie. The dark cover is going to block a lot off, trying to figure out where exactly we're pointing this gun as we burst out of the smoke. And on top of that, the paranoia allows Arisso to take a nice, clean, and easy kill. And nice, clean, and easy 6th round for District X.
Well, I mean, what did I say? they didn't need him. Wow, 4 on 5, and they actually losing the first match. They win the round. Who even cares? Tech with this double entry on the B site, that is absolutely impeccable. Catching Yuna off guard and even swiveling for the second up in A link. Great spray down, and 13-6. Yeah, you can see why he's on the jet. Obviously, maybe not the most popular agent on this map anymore. Not even the most popular duelist, quote unquote duelist in the game. Usually you see Chamber in that kind of role, which Shaq is all the way at the back of C site. Maybe he's able to make something happen here. He's got the Tour de Force, so he's got probably the best gun that you could possibly want, but there goes the knife, and he's got nothing in his arsenal anymore. Only a pistol. This is a bit unfortunate. Doesn't even get one.
Oh no, Yuna does pick up one before falling though, and all of a sudden Zephyros also trying to get in on the action, gets denied by Tech, and now it is left just to Dreams. It's so hard when you're watching from like a spectator standpoint. You have the X-ray vision, and you can see that everyone on the attacking side is lined up, and you're just like, just shoot the Tour de Force shot, just shoot it through the smoke. I know you don't know that anybody is there, but sometimes I just want people to go for it. It would be super sus, but I secretly want it so bad. Bluskers though wanting also that 7th round in District X's back pocket, secures that final kill, brings it home 7-3. What would we need to see for Storm X to pick up these next 2 rounds and bring themselves to a little bit of a more fighting half?
Man, I think they're honestly just getting aim diff right now. I mean, look at Tech, look at Arisso. Look at the 2 massive plays. I say 2, 3. Tech had a great one earlier in the game as well, but a couple rounds ago with that B-site entry, and Arisso with those just flank washes that he has, or those lockdowns of the sites. Remember, this outside garage, he gets 2 kills, and then all of a sudden when he's in A, teams up with his teammate of KO to get that double swing off, they're actually just getting skill dip super hard, which is a bit unfortunate to say from Storm X. Like, they had some really good rounds. Obviously, the pistol is great, second round is great, and even the follow-up. Now it's a good start. Kalas he's shown off what he can do, right? Because this guy's ability is so impeccable. I think most of the taunts that we've seen him throw, at least on stream, have at least detected one person. So at least there's something there. But yeah, Yuna getting caught off guard yet again a couple times that we've seen. Once again on broadcast, not entirely the best showing.
Oh, a very nice shot coming out from Shaq, though. Mozzie with a nice little trade back there. Bluskers also picking up Zephyros. Galas cleaning up that kill onto Mozzie. 2v2 situation, but the 2 remaining from Storm X are so low. 5 HP onto Galas. Throws out that ultimate. Throws the little dog as well. The Seeker that's not really a Seeker has to shoot so slow because of this concussion. The blind is good. Bluskers good for 3 kills. An 8th round District X.
Man, what a play from Kalas as well. I feel like he played that perfectly. I don't think there's anything else that he could have done other than maybe saved, but he wants to save in a 1v1. It's just like, in the heat of the moment, you'd never know this, but honestly, with all the utility that Breach has in that instance, that is the absolutely unwinnable round. You have a flash, you have the ultimate, of course, which he did throw out, which he needed to throw out after the ultimate from Kalas. I think, again, given the heat of the moment, I think that's the right decision. Like, that's the only chance that Kalas really has in that 1v1 because he's so low on HP. If he blinds the opponent, which he does, he throws the ulti and instantly throws the Prowler out. So there's no chance for the Breach to be able to see anything. He has to respond to something so that Defuse doesn't just come in, but he responds in the perfect way again. Now, quick up in the B. Great from Tech yet again. He does this every single time. Every single time. We've seen him just in the B set 10 seconds, and they've already got a kill, but Dreams and Kala's now answering back.
Yeah, I mean, just has so much confidence and is utilizing it so well. Speaking of utilizing it well, Blusker's getting aggressive as well, making sure that flank is watched and nobody can handle what this team is bringing to the table. 9-3. If the curse is real, Storm X players better be praying for it to start taking effect soon.
Man, yeah, that's honestly all they really got going for them. I gotta admit, this has been a little bit of a rough game, but again, that's what happens, right? GLG, it's the it's a stack round 64. That's a lot of teams, a lot of players, and you got a lot of different levels of skill in those teams as well. So District X is really just proving that they are definitely one of the ones that belong in the top half of this tournaments, if anything. And perhaps even going farther, I remember seeing them in the second half of the broadcast even. So that's what the top quarter of the tournament, which is pretty not even like even less than that, which is really impressive, admittedly. So they are. I don't think it's any surprise that they're taking an early lead so far on this one. And already a kill. Dreams wants to try for something, and yeah, that's not gonna work very often. He had a chance there for a second, but Zephyros is able to recover. Now it's a 4-on-4, and maybe a quick C take for these attackers.
I mean, very nice blind. Hits a headshot onto Kalas. Okay, nicely able to follow it up and finish that kill off. Has the grenade. Unfortunately, is pulling it out with Shaq right in front of him. And unfortunately is going to fall to that headhunter. Bluskers now, though, from the side. Also falling to Shaq, who's now picked up a frenzy. Zephyros and Yuna finishing off those final 2 kills. And that's a great start going into this next half coming from Stormex.
Just the win, which means they have a chance for another one, because in the first half, this is exactly what happened as well. Storm, if they want to come back into this, they definitely got to make this happen. It is an attacker-sided map, maybe by a little bit, not even. You can't. It's even. I don't even know why I'm still tripping on that at this point in the game. Like we've gotten to the point where it really doesn't matter what half you're on, especially in the map of Haven. Like it's honestly 51% attacker-sided, which basically means nothing. It's just that the fact that there is a little bit more chance, as if you make the correct decisions, you get the entries that you need, you can make a lot of stuff happen there. But we'll see what happens. Prowler already finds Naz. Are they going to be able to chase him down? He gets out alive. He's even calling up some members of his team. With a quick rotate, right click, Swan lands, but he needs to be replaced by one of his teammates. But this haunt is absolutely flawless. That is perfect. 3 already on the entries. So many suppressed, but only 2 left alive for the X.
Oh my gosh, and Mozzie tries to peek out, but is just immediately shut down by Yuna. Blusker's the only one remaining in a 1v4, only a classic to his name. Trying to figure out exactly where would I go if I wanted this to go in my favor, and it just doesn't seem like the situation exists. Maybe run that card, try to get yourself a bigger gun somehow. I mean, that's why you would have the chamber card equipped. Run in 4 bullets, that's it, 1 for each. Throw out that ult line and run into Dreams. Storm X start to close this gap at 5-9.
That is impeccable. That haunts, honestly, I think that did it all. 3-4 people on the wall hacks, and that could have gone absolutely disastrous. It could have been like all the attackers with SMGs running into the smoke and getting one right clicked by every single person in there. But that one haunts, yeah. No one has to walk in. You have one-way vision, and that's exactly what won them that round. Yeah, it might have been an anti-eco, but still, given the scoreline, that's you gotta just take what you can get. That's a great round to have. And now a rifle, not even just bonusing, but yeah, they invest into this. At least Kalas does. I think he has enough to buy in the next round just in case they lose. So I don't really hate this too often. Everyone else already has rifles on the enemy team as well, so it's not even like you're picking up guns just in case you die. It's great. If he can open stuff up, which he's done a lot with his util, maybe something can work. But he has yet to show that. I say he's yet to show that with his gun. He is top fragging for their team, mind you, so I guess he's the best person to have it on.
I feel like this is bugged a little bit because I couldn't actually see the little orb, but nice little haunt throw is going to make sure that nobody is on site, followed up nicely by the rest of the team. That bomb is going to go down. Clean entry. Unfortunately, the only one to fall is Shaq on that chamber, though not the biggest player to lose, as the rest of the attackers are all set up and waiting for the defensive side to funnel into their traps here. Ready, Mozzie with that flash from above with the judge. 1-for-1 trades back and forth, but Tech with 2 judgments has been given, and Vandal picked up 3 kills for Tech and a double-digit round in District X's favor.
Oh man, yeah. When Tech was on top of that box, I heard the gavel. That was, yeah. Yeah, what do you do against that? You can't. There's nothing. You just get flashed. You get jumped on literally by a jet. I mean, look at this. He's on top of him. Look, everyone's blind. Even he's blind. Even he got flashed, and he just jumps around the corner. Like, it's just nothing. You can't.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, what do you do? You just cry. You just like, I know.
That's it.
Just tears. That's all there is. I mean, Storm X is doing their absolute best to keep in it. They're able to buy up going into this round. Kala's a little bit light on armor there because of having to buy up all that utility, I'm sure, but all things considered, having that utility and being able to make somebody known on the defensive side is going to matter a lot more than some of that armor. So hopefully we can end up using that to the advantage as well. I'm just really hoping that we're going to get to see Kalas and this Reyna make great use of their abilities together, get themselves onto a site, pick up a kill or two. I mean, just do the same rush that we kind of had seen on that C site. Just a little bit, maybe towards that A site, since that site's a little bit more difficult for the defensive side to retake. But I mean, a nice early kill from that Omen, followed up by this nice collat shot from Dreams, is a great start for Stormex, but they're continuing to move so slow here.
Careful, Garage. Also still here. Oh no! Oh, he's been spotted. Sephiroth, he landed such a great entry on the C site, but not expecting this guy in the window. He's still here. I don't know if Stormex are actually aware of this. They might have thought he actually wanted to vacate this position, but no, he's sitting in the corner. He's very, very patient. And in fact, the entirety of the attack, they're wise to it as well. They go all the way back to this A site, which is absolutely the correct decision. Everything is empty. There is a jet up in heaven with an operator, but I don't think he's going to get too much of a chance to do anything before the spike goes down. Does get Kalas, which is a big kill. One of the best players so far on the offense of Stormex. Now a 3-on-3 on the retake. The op is already here in heaven.
Here, but it looks like everyone from the attacking side has found their close angles and are holding it. And just like that, Tech says, I'll go ahead, throw out the knives. Misses the knives onto Yuna, gets punished by it from Dreams, and now it is Dreams and Shaq trying to figure out who we're shooting. Naza can't decide, and Shaq finishes that one off. Yet another round going Storm X's way, and we're really starting to see them come alive now that they've moved on to this attacking side.
Yeah, that is a great shot call. I don't know who ended up calling that. Obviously, these teams, we don't entirely know who the IGL is for these guys, but that was a great mid-round from the side of Stormex. They went back towards that A after getting not only a kill, but also getting found out on inside the garage push. So a lot of attention being paid for the C after that wall hack came out. And rotates brought over, and then all you've got is the jet over towards A. And yeah, Tech's been a lot, but that's... When he misses those knives, is honestly like... That was a round right there. Maybe there was a chance we landed on the graffiti, but not in this case. And even the aggression, nice try from Bluskers to try and get an early advantage right now, but that's not going to work out either. If anything, maybe a Judge in Garage could do something. Oh, Haunt was too far. Just not going to see him, but there he goes. Shot. Yeah, now they know the Judge is in here. He's got to back all the way out. There's no way they go and push him that. They're not even paying attention to Garage anymore.
I wouldn't either. You hear that Judge sound and you're just like, nope. It's like the same as hearing an op at like A or C long. You're just like, oh, there's an op there. Let's get as far away from that as possible. And you know, it is Haven, so there are a lot of different angles that you can attack from, a lot of different places that you can go. And if there's a close angle or a long angle gun that you just don't want to mess with, just go a different way. Speaking of short angle guns here, we might be in a rough situation here in just a sec as Tech says hello to Dreams and goodbye, all in the same Silly.
Player standing.
Oh, Rousseau also chimes in with the judge. He's rotated all the way
30
back from
seconds left.
garage. And somehow he's found his way on the A site. Guess he's an Omen, but I don't think he had a TP this round. He's even still here. 1-on-4 for Zephyros. He did open it up a couple rounds ago. Seats went back site. I know he's got 3 to work with, but I don't think he's a saving. There's nothing he can do. Spike's dropped on the site. It's 15 seconds.
Spike
Nice
is dropped, but
effort.
we do have From the Shadows.
10
I
seconds
mean, there is a
Is it
world where we go
time?
onto this B site, we From the Shadows, get the Spike, and okay, it doesn't look
No.
like we decided that we had time, which is that's fair. That's fair. I'm sad. I think it would have been cool to see the attempt, but I understand. And the Thrifty round going District X's way gets them the 11th round. They're on the precipice of match point, and because of that Thrifty, definitely able to buy up going into this one. And I mean, if you're Arisso, you're like, hey, I got 2 kills with the judge. I think I'm going to stick with it. I think I'm going to continue to play these close angles, see if I can get lucky again, and just continue to roll with it and continue to make sure that I have some money going into the next one. Tech is going all the way down to 0 credits, but if you got 4 and 3K between some of your allies, you're definitely going to be good going into the future rounds, and it's just
You want to
sitting pretty for
play?
District
Let's
X right
play.
now.
Ooh, Tech is in the elevated angle as well, and it looks like Shaq was ready for it, just couldn't land the shot. It was only a pixel that he had to work with. That's a difficult one to land. Haunt gets shot by 2 people. Kalazna knows. So the response now should be attention towards this A site, and Bluskers is jump spotting this. I think he hears as well. So if he can get this kill, that could be entirely big, because that leaves only 1 player maximum on that A site, and they are aware of it as well. Sending in a smoke, dodging the flash. Bluskers doesn't challenge. Very wise of him as well on the defense. Both teams playing very, very safe. I'm surprised that there's no fast A from StormX, but I guess they did that before, expecting DX to be ready of it. This time not the case. Still in the corner with the judge, and he trades 1 for 1. Better than nothing, honestly.
That's true. Better than nothing, but it's gotta suck if you're Shaq too. You have that tour de force and you're just watching your ally just kind of like walk into death, and losing the smokes as your first like player to go down, especially on the attacking side, hurts quite a bit, because especially when those smokes can come back on that Omen, you're going to be wanting to be able to get that bomb down, be able to smoke angles off, and make
30
it that much
seconds
harder
left.
for the defensive side to get on to where that bomb is. So losing that Omen, it's got to hurt just a little bit, and they've got to have a great plan. Hopefully they've got that Sage Wall that they can utilize. And just like that, Cyber Cage is popped, allowing for Naza to get an interesting angle. Jumps down, somehow kills Yuna from the descent. Kalos, though, thankfully able to punish Bluskers and Naza. 2 players remaining, 1v1 now. Thankfully, Dreams with a nice wide swing gets that one back in Storm X's favor.
Wow, oh, what a combo from Naza and Bluskers. That is a brilliant one right there. And that setup, I'm trying to think where I've seen that before, because it's definitely not new. But what hasn't been done is Bluskers on the breach, flashing for Naza as he jumps all the way out of his own cage. Usually you see the Cypher up there. There should be a trip on like that backside plant where you can see it from long and short at the same time. Well, okay, maybe not short, but you can see it all the way from back long. There should be a trip there. They didn't run into it. So Naza just decides, he calls to his teammate, just flash with me, I'm just going to go, and he gets 1. That's insane. He almost got a second, and I think if he got that second, the round might have been won. But thank goodness that there's enough fraggers on StormX right now. Not only the Reyna, Dreams has found himself at the top of the scoreboard. Very nice stuff. Kalas as well, getting 2 in that round. That was ever more important. And that's the only reason they're at 7, honestly. That little recovery. I thought that Cypher play was going to be its, but StormX show that they're still here to fight.
Here to fight and trying to figure out how they're going to do it going into this round. They're postured at a lot of close angles. It looks like Zephyros is choosing to get aggressive again, trying to check every corner that isn't the one going into C. It falls to Mozzie as a result. On top of it, at almost the exact same time, Tech and Blusters pick up kills as well. 2 players now remain for Storm X. The bomb is down, not being watched. If there was a time to go and pick it up, it would be now. Shaq is playing so safely as Kalas falls. That paranoia does get seen by Shaq. Unfortunately, still is far away from being able to pick up this spike. And now that we know that people are watching that area, it makes it that much harder to pick it up. Looks like we're going to just see if we can either go for a flank or go for a save in this situation coming out from Shaq.
1. Flash goes wide. The chance for Tech as well. Tech is... He doesn't miss those. He doesn't miss those. You can even... There's a reason he's, what is he, 24 and 13? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's an okay
That's an okay
scoreline.
score line.
Not bad.
Jinx. Yeah, quite a scoreline, but once again, I mean, unfortunately, this is an area where we see Storm X kind of time and time again. They have all these ultimates ready and they kind of just cling to them. They don't really dedicate to using them. They're going to be forced to I mean it's match point, so I would think that they would force up as much money as they can, and it looks like that will be the decision. But it looked like it was a little bit of a fight back and forth trying to decide if that was going to be the play or not. They do have a ton of ultimates ready going into this round, and hopefully that will be something that they can utilize to help kind of stem the bleeding from this lower gun buy.
Already an entry for Ariso. Not entirely the start that Stormex would have wanted. They still have the spike in hands, and they do have a res as well to bring him back, but they have to invest the wall into it, which is, again, that's so many more important places for that wall to go. You might not see Sage too often on the map of Haven these days, but you do, like you saw, short cut off a couple rounds ago on A, even cutting off just a straight up left side on B site. If you want to go for a fast plan is an option. Even going for some info. I don't know what Sephiroth actually saw, but it's sent back pretty much immediately, whether by his own accord or one of his teammates or one of the opponents. I'm going through 40 seconds left for a play, and there's no map control right now for Stormex. This is gonna be super rough. There's no control towards A, no control towards C. They have to commit to either C site, B site. They don't have much time, Becky.
No, 30 seconds less on the clock, and it looks like they're going to go for a garage to C push, even though Kalas could probably tell them that somebody is hanging out on that C site. A lot of damage has been done to Kalas, can't really go and try to create that space, and falls as a result of it. Tech and Mozzie both with 2 kills. Only one player remains in Zephyros, who falls. The flawless round finishes the first map of Haven, going towards District X.
That's what a way to close it, right? District X, they looked good throughout the entire map. Yeah, the second half was a bit shaky, went back and forth a little bit, but honestly, I don't think it was any question for them. They found themselves in the top section of this entire Pit of Valor last week at number 91, and they look to do the same thing at number 92. So great win by them. Nice try by their opponents. Again, battle of the X's, but only one can come out on top, and it looks like this time it is the District. 13. It was a decent game. It was 13-7. It wasn't completely one-sided. We didn't see another 13-0. So it was definitely a nice effort. But when you get Tech dropping 26 and not a single other person on the server even coming close to 20, that's the win condition right there.
Yeah, and I mean, it was definitely a rough game for the side of Stormex. It seemed like they were kind of trying to find their footing and almost found their stride at the start of that attacking side half, but they just weren't able to really convert it, potentially losing a few too many rounds and kind of just slowly starting to falter, and ultimately District X just continuing to stay with the same level of confidence that they started that game with, and just nicely converting it all across the board and bringing it home. We are going to be going to a very short break. We already have the second map queued up, so we're going to be getting all of our little players into their little gamer chairs and getting ready to go, and we will be right back with game number 2 of this evening.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
We're back.
I thought.
Welcome, little
Was I
gamers
doing
in
the
your
intro?
little gamer chains. We didn't actually decide that before going into this.
We usually decide.
So, we do usually. All of a sudden, I thought we were gonna have a little bit of it. I'm so sorry. Also, thank you to our producer Rose, who is doing a fantastic job. I just thought there was gonna be a little ad again, so I thought when we were like going in, I was like, cool. There's gonna be like 30 seconds. We're gonna just be able to chill, and then it was like, oh, that's my face. Okay.
Yeah,
hello,
I thought we were gonna
world.
get to see Ben's beautiful face again, dude. Ben, Strive, all those
And
like.
Strive, oh my gosh, that ad is so good. It's so beautiful. Love seeing the gaming lounge. I love seeing that it is all just slowly becoming a reality. And if you are in the New York area, make sure that you get to see that beautiful reality for yourself in Rochester, New York, 22nd floor of Innovation Square. That gaming lounge is open, and you are able to, go have some nice gaming time for yourself and in the clouds. What could possibly be nicer? You know who would love the gaming lounge? Jet would love it.
Oh yeah. That's
She'd be
actually
like,
true.
this is perfect. Like clouds, I don't know, that just feels very Jet to me. So I feel like she would really enjoy it. And if you think you would enjoy it too, check it out. For more information, you can always go to the GLG website or check out our Twitter or Discord. You can find out all the information about GLG that you could ever possibly want to know. And just like DM Ben, just like, I don't know, DM him, be like,
Oh, well.
what's up?
maybe don't do that last part. But we should. I think we should make a public petition to Ben. Not like don't DM him, but like start a Twitter chain. We should put like Jet decals on the walls in the gaming lounge.
That
Maybe
would be
like
so
every so
cool.
often make them like detachable. Like don't make them permanent, obviously. So you could like every month you could have like a different theme.
Like
something
wallpaper.
like that. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool.
That would
That's
be pretty
concept,
cool.
I don't know. And we never talked about this before. This is literally I just thought about this like 2 seconds ago. So
Yeah,
it might,
but Ben,
it
you
might
know,
never happen.
if you want to talk about this, we can make some cool murals or something happen at the gaming lounge. Would be really cool.
Becky's an artist, remember?
It's true. I mean, we could. Some cool things could happen, but we'll see.
What did you do? Like a really cool Kylo Ren on like?
I did,
on
yeah. I did a it was like literally in the middle. They blocked off the street, and then they were like, "Here you go. You can just draw on the street." And so I drew a chalk drawing of Kylo Ren on a
Really
street
good.
in Burbank.
Really
It was
good.
pretty fun. It was really cool. I'm doing another one actually in 2 weekends from now, Father's Day weekend. That one is actually going to be an original painting. I'm a shameless self-plug right now. Just, why not if we're talking about it? But yeah, we can switch into talking about what you all came to really hear about, which is Valorant and the teams that we are going to be watching today, which is Copper Blue Ovals. When I've been reading it in the amount of time that we had a break, I've kept saying overalls. So petition for Copper Blue to change their name to Copper Blue Oval. I can't even say
now you say it
overalls.
right when you want to say it wrong.
Copper Blue Ovals though, and they're going to be playing against a Fluid Gaming. Fluid Gaming doing a great job. Okay, I didn't see it.
I saw it.
Wait, what is it?
Rose, if you guys want to go back in the VOD, Rose has hidden some little Easter eggs in the transitions between these two scenes. So if you want to go back and find something fun,
Oh,
you should,
okay. I have to
yeah,
watch
I'm not
for
gonna-
on the next one.
yeah,
Okay,
we
fair
gotta
enough.
go back in the VOD. I'm not gonna tell Becky.
Okay, that's fine. It's probably in the corner that is covered up by my camera, so I probably just like had no chance of seeing it. But
You never know.
talking about these two teams, we are going to be seeing Fluid Gaming, who have won a Pit of Valor, I believe. They're definitely been around and have made some very good runs in the Pit of Valor, so they're definitely a team to watch out for going against Copper Blue Ovals, not Copper Blue Overalls, even though those sound really cute and like a great fashion trend. You did, yeah. We even Rose made
Did we?
them a logo.
Rose made a logo? Oh.
That we're gonna see it. We're gonna see it when we get into game. But some hovers are coming out. We're gonna see the chamber, the jet, kind of a normal situation. I like that we're going for the combination of the breach and the neon coming out from Fluid Gaming, as well as there is one upside to Haven, and that's that we get to see Omen. Swoon. I love Omen. I love Omen so much. Great agent, fantastic character. I think Omen's really cool, and I'm gonna leave it at that before I ramble anymore about my crush on Omen.
Did you appreciate his model rework?
I did that. They gave him more of a butt. I had to like sit up out of my chair so I didn't get too loud into my microphone. Also, can we talk about? Okay, awesome. Can we also talk about what a good name Cool Blue Gatorade is?
Honestly, yeah, that fits
What
the
a
team name
sick
entirely.
name.
That's
I love
like,
it.
Like we have aluminum cans. Oh, I said that like a European. We have aluminum cans, but they're copper cans. But unfortunately, they're a bit oxidized because they're also blue. And apparently, there's some nice blue Gatorade inside that nice blue copper can, which might not be very safe to drink. But we'll see if he's as lethal as he would be in real life in this matchup. He's on the sky, so you wouldn't expect this guy to get too many kills. But you never know. Sometimes omens pop up. I'm actually looking towards the omen on Fluid on Delilah to get some pretty nice numbers up in here. But we'll end up seeing. I think this roster is pretty different from the last time I casted them as well. It's been quite a while, so not entirely a surprise. But this is going to be a curious one, given the fact that we have a Neon, no less.
Yeah, and the difference between these two teams is the Neon and the Jet for that duelist slot, and then we're actually seeing a double initiator for both teams. Both teams having a breach, but difference in fade and that Sky. Cool Blue Gatorade able to pick up a nice early kill. Justin picking up 2 though to follow it up. Twisted getting onto that board as well. Flaming trying to find some shots, trying to find some damage. That bomb is down. That little sticky goop is going to go onto the floor, but not be able to tag up either of these two remaining defensive side players. Cloudburst to block off that mid vision, and Justin looks like he's going to try to be the sacrifice for the team. Nice little peek. Unfortunately, Flaming is at 1. Going to get tagged up one way or another. Demeanor to finish it off, and Fluid Gaming pick up the first round of this second map of Haven.
And how do you sheriff out a crossfire? You just crossfire the crossfire. That's how you do it, and they did exactly that. That was great stuff from Fluid. Got those entries, and they just completely ran over that site. Honestly, that's nothing else really to it. So pistol round goes to them. They go up for the force spy. Vroom even going with a Marshal instead of a bunch of Spectres, which is very nice to see. Confident in his own sniping ability all the way at the back belongs. Even he's on the attack and wants to bring out the Marshal, so it's nice. That's exactly what Chamber's good for. He's gonna be on the lurk as well. I think peeking B window. In Garage first, he's safe from pretty much everything because no one's even challenging him right now. In fact, the only one on this side of the map is this Chamber. So how much can this guy do? I think he's been spotted. It's going to be a bit of a problem, but now he's absolutely just destroyed. Nice shot from Twist, and that is the C site on lock.
I mean, we got to see the near sight and getting really close there before that chomp came off from that little dog. Sky is going to heal up Copper Blue Oval's members before Allegro still goes down to the damage coming out from Twisted on this Spectre. Connor with a nice little trade back and forth there as well. Flaming trying to figure out a sight line to get onto this site, but immediately gets punished for it. Still just getting denied so much vision and so much action. Waiting for people to come. That Neon is just so difficult to hit. That might be one of my favorite things to see ever, actually, is when Neons are just like, I know you can't hit me if I'm running and jumping, so here you go.
Gotta work on some of that reactive tracking, Flaming. No offense, I can't even do it, but even still, that's some nice movement by Justin. That's super fun. Like when you're playing Neon, I was actually on a Neon wave a little bit, like a couple weeks ago, and then I realized I'm not a good player, so I'm not Victory, so I can't do it like they do. But Justin, he's got the moves so far. It's only been 2 rounds. He's flawless, so let's see what more he can do coming into the gun round against the bonus. Well, with their own bonus against a bunch of rifles. So he's gonna run straight in, and he's instantly dead. Yeah, well, nice try. Made some space, but Connor's gonna take it right back, and the plant is gonna go down. But Connor's gonna even follow up on that one as well.
Ooh, I mean, you'd never guess that Fluid Gaming were having a few great rounds right before this trying to vroom onto this site and stop the defuse, but it's just not going to be able to. When you're trying to peek into foreign members, you can't expect that to possibly go well, and Copper Blue Ovals will be able to get themselves around back.
Fluid took it quick. They wanted to get it over with. They wanted to try and find something if someone was in Justin's crosshair. Maybe it actually works out there, but Connor is too fast. Secures the majority of his kills in that round.
Too furious?
Too furious. I haven't actually watched any of the movies. So.
You haven't seen any of the Fast and Furious movies?
I don't watch movies.
That's
like,
okay.
Ever.
Everything is fine.
Last movie I watched was Inside Out. It's quite
Oh,
recent.
that's
actually.
a good movie.
It is really good.
It's a good movie. I think that
really
the
good.
first Fast and Furious is worth watching so that you can understand the memes, and it's really funny to watch now that like technology that is like coveted in that movie is like obsolete.
Nokia
But other
phones.
than that, that's my review of Fast and Furious. Also, because everyone in chat, I'm sure, wanted to know how I felt about that movie. But you know, when our players are going really slow, really trying to suss out exactly what area of the map they want to target, you know, I gotta find some other things to bring up. And Vroom's name was reminding me of Fast and Furious. That Prowler trying to check those corners for the attacking side of Fluid Gaming are not gonna find anyone, except that second one is able to actually go up high, try to grab Flaming, not gonna be able to grab the shoes of that Jet where that dash away is going to be good. Relay Bolts not gonna be able to tag anyone up, and instead is actually gonna keep Justin from being able to get onto the site. So maybe not working out. We would have wanted that to work. Instead, going to be able to strap those boots on and run far across the map. Room to pick up a one onto Connor, though. Unfortunately, that defensive side getting a little too frisky, though. A nice little trade back going Justin's way. Justin falling anyway. Dorilla's song, nice trade back there onto Cool Blue Gatorade. Bomb going down. The attackers are near. Unfortunately, they're so close. They're gonna kiss as they come out of the smoke. Dorilla's song picking up a one, Flaming to trade back very nicely. 2v3 situation. The damage coming through the Redwood planks is just too much. The attacking side of Fluid Gaming secure themselves another round.
Wow, the wall bangs are working out for Fluid, but not for Copper Blue Ovals. That is unfortunate. What happened there in the front of the double doors? Well, it's not even double doors. This is just a big arch. But gosh, 4-3-2-1 carry break. Thank you, Vincili. But yeah, nice shot from Fluid to go for that really quick mid round. It was 30 seconds remaining in that one. They had to make a decision immediately, either go or leave, and they left real fast. That's not that's a sign of a nice team where you can listen to an IGL and just go like that. And they went for it and they got the site plant down. Yeah, it was a trade 1-for-1, but that's all you need to really get on the site, and they make that round work. Flaming, he's got the knives at least. Not much of a buy in the rest of the players. Oh, never mind. Everyone's got rifles. I was standing corrected. He's the only one with the blades. He's the only one that couldn't afford, but he hasn't been able to find too much success so far. Couple expended, and they're gonna walk into him. Looks like Justin wants a challenge, so Flaming is on the batting table again.
Oh, it takes a little bit of damage, but some damage also dealt back to Justin. A little more is gonna sit on to Flaming. Maybe never mind, as Cool Blue Gatorade with that regrowth is gonna say all is well. Vroom, though, getting a little bit of information from that regrowth, and now is trying to keep watching this angle. Unfortunately, not gonna win that gun duel against Cool Blue Gatorade, and Connor also picking up one onto Demeanor. Legro on the opposite side of the map, kind of just all across the board, picking off members of the attacking side. Justin trying to keep the team of Fluid Gaming in this in a 2v4 situation, trying to get aggressive, trying to find somebody else to go and attack onto. Dorilla's song actually is going to be able to get that bomb down as an operator, so has to get to a long range angle while Justin plays the close game. So far, so good. Misses that shot onto Cool Blue Gatorade, throws out the paranoia, finds a one at close range, shots through those Radiant boxes, making it that much more difficult. Trying to do the jumping classic moves is just not going to be enough. Connor and Flaming secure that one very nicely, and the defuse is going to be good. Copper Blue.
Man, Flaming with that shot through the wall. Honestly, if he didn't land that headshot, that Zinc, I think there might be a chance for the Opera, because that Dink one, obviously health advantage is really important, but also I think it makes him panic a little bit. He got a bit jumpy there. He got that shot off, and obviously it doesn't land through the box, so he has to pull out the pistol immediately. That's yeah, very fortunate to win that round, but nice job by Flaming to actually go for that decision. Just go for the pre-fire over again. He's either going to be right behind that box, or he's going to be playing further off, and you can get that kill very easily. But that's nice stuff. That 2v1 important as well, because they would have been down 2, and that buy next would not have been very pretty for them. They needed that absolutely. Now Dribble has even got an operator sitting up top, so now they're sitting pretty. Now they've got everything they want. So this is a pretty even round, other than the fact that there's 2 ultimates. One of them already been taken out, though. Justin's been deleted from the round.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, you want to be able to get those little zaps off, but a quick slam from that judge is going to make it that much more difficult to be able to get the most out of that neon
neon zappy that you want to be doing. And unfortunately, now left without a duelist is the attacking side of Fluid Gaming, trying to decide where they can move themselves over to, where they can get some action happening. They do still have a demeanor with a flash, as well as something like that omen to get some of the paranoias as well, get themselves onto a site, but it is made very difficult when you don't have that extra long range that can be covered. Oh my goodness, the Fade ultimate is going to come out, and that's going to make it easy to get onto site for the side of Fluid Gaming. Gorilla Song able to pick up one as well there on the defensive side. Even 4v4, Flamin getting very aggressive, takes out Demeanor, trying to peek around these corners. Those Seekers are flying, and the Rolling Thunder is going to make it impossible to utilize that operator. Twisted with some back and forth here. All of a sudden, Vroom, only one remaining, is able to get a shot through the smoke, but it's not onto the person who is getting the defuse, and Copper Blue always will be able to even us up to a 3v3.
What a round, in that tsunami coming back from the defense to get back onto the site as well. That was incredible. Gotta admit, I honestly, I thought after the plant went down, that was pretty solid, but then the ultimate comes out, the counter flashes as well, and somehow, I don't know how it happens, Flaming, I guess they turned from the flash, or he's only like half blind, it landed to the side of him or something like that. But Demeanor going for that really aggressive play up garage, I think was perfect, right? He looked like on camera, looked like he flashed 3, and he had 3 free kills, but somehow Flaming just denies him before he gets anything. That's crazy. That might have been the round-winning kill right there, because if not, that's probably a free 2-piece. He might get traded, or he might get a 3rd, but that's just absolutely miraculous. There's nothing for Fluid to do after that, and now they are on pistols. Jibby's got a kill. There is some denial going into the A-Link, and even a frag on top of that, so maybe a chance now in this round. Weapon, but Flaming's gonna even get that frag. 1-for-1 trade again, and an ultimate in Demeanor's hands. 1v2 now. Oh, it's a bit awkward. What's happening now?
Oh no,
the crossfire, and he finally gets removed.
Oh no, was not prepared for Allegro to come from behind in that situation. Takes down the doppelganger of that breach. Fluid Gaming will lose this one out to Copper Blue Ovals, who find themselves with another dub on the defensive side.
Whoa. Gee, that one went quick. Gotta admit that. Yeah, they had pistols again. Same thing. We've seen this a couple times with not only these teams, but also our previous matchup. And even they just looks like when teams are on ecos, they just like to walk up this B and just go for a quick plant. That's a lot. What a lot of teams end up doing actually, and it's difficult to hold. I mean, if they can even get the plant down, which they did, but could not keep enough people alive. Getting aggressive on that A, I think, was the right decision. If they can get that kill on Flaming before too much stuff happens, there's a chance. But it took way too long. They ended up getting wrapped from mid. Everything just ended up going wrong for their on outs. Once again, ooh, wow. Oh, that client side smoke. Everyone went past it. Everyone went past it. He sees nothing. There's 3 people here, and he spotted no one. And he's dropping all the way back. Trademark gets destroyed in the garage, and now he has to worry about everything. And he can't worry about anything because he's been driven off. Free site 5-on-5, and they go for a plant. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake if the defense even choose to go for it.
Oh my gosh, and we are all across the map still. We got Fade holding this corner, about to collide. Yep, Flaming will fall as a result of that. Thankfully, Connor is there to do a nice little trade back to keep this at a 4v4 situation and keep the defensive side in it to win it. Jibby kind of deciding, how do I get into here? I have this tour de force. It's a very large gun, kind of difficult to pull out all the time. Blinded and pushed back is Justin, but the crosshair placement is just better. Shots from both sides kind of leave Justin not knowing where to turn. Thankfully, Gorilla Song doesn't know where to be pointing, and it gets us to yet again an even match.
Man, Justin, understand? Yeah, I feel that. That's how this match feels, dude. Like, I'm surprised Justin didn't get the second kill. He turns, and it was almost perfect. Maybe if he got a bit luckier with the spray, he actually gets that second one. But that was a nice swivel and save, quote unquote, round saved by Dorilla. He didn't really need saving considering there were enough people alive. But even still, a nice double spray down to a spawn. Great hold on that attempted retake. And now it is back and forth, 4-4 in terms of round count, and Copper Blue once again on another save, spotting out double players as well for Vroom. That's a lot of information gained towards the C site. And if they can find something out about this Jet, who is already up this mid, Maybe that's a great kill. Vroom,
Oh,
absolutely
no.
massive. He gets that one.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be happy the Vroom turned around at the right moment to make sure that that aggressive jet was not allowed to do anything in particular. That Prowler is going to clear out both of those corners and allow for a nice, easy push from Gorilla Song and Twisted, as Twisted picks up 2 kills upon pushing on towards this A side. Make it 3. Cool Blue Gatorade, the only one remaining for the defensive side of Copper Blue Ovals, has a judge and is kind of just hoping that somebody gets a little too frisky in this situation and then we can go for an ultimate punish here. But that bomb is ticking down. 1v5 situation is kind of just hoping to take a gun out of the hands of the attackers, and there's one gun. Looks like we're gonna be able to pick up that Phantom, throw out some of these guiding lights, and unfortunately he concusses the final nail in the coffin for the Cool Blue Gatorade.
Man, nice standard round from Fluid Gaming. That's what you want to see. That they played everything pretty much perfectly. And Copper Blue Wolves, they made the right decision as well. The reaction from that death up in mid, I think, was really good. They all rotate towards that A because they expect Fluid to think that this 2 towards C, which they saw earlier. They got a kill on that B site push, so it must be max 2 players on A, which temporarily was correct. The rotate was in time, but it was just Twisted diff at the top of the scoreboard for the entire server, and their team might not be too far above the next top player, which is Connor on the opposing team. But yeah, he did exactly what he needed to get all those eco frags, has that ultimate up as well, and great stuff. Made that round happen. It's already a nightmare. There goes the ultimate that I was talking about, and a teleport to backside. What a combo from that Omen! And now Cool Blue, he has to do everything. He's not able to get very much at all.
Oh yeah, unfortunately, Jibby, a little bit wise to the strategies here, finds a kill with that operator. Jet, we gotta be able to see while we're scoped in. Thank you. A little bit blind, gonna make a blind shot, and a little bit denied there. The 3 remaining Fluid Gaming attackers able to pick up that bomb off the back of that blind Demeanor to pick up Connor, and Vroom as well to pick off Flaming, despite that trade back. Allegro trying to keep everything moving, finds themselves in a 1v1 situation against a Vroom here. Vroom is such a fun name to say, but I also feel like I'm saying it wrong every single time. Now, a very quiet, very sneaky situation. So Allegro has to try to defuse, knows that this has to be planted for long, is checking some other angles to make sure, but Vroom is able to just do this nice little back and forth, knows that they're safe, and Fluid Gaming will be able to pull themselves ahead in this race.
Man, well, nice 1 versus 1. That's how you want to play that. It's absolutely perfect from the Chamber and Fluid. There's nothing else to say. Honestly, that's beautiful stuff. And Vroom proving his own worth on the Chamber. He's 6 out of 7 on the ultimate as well. So very nice that he can get that on the board this early. He was yeah, on the sniper very early on as well with the Marshall. So it's definitely good to see him playing well on this team. They pretty much Fluid is living up to their name. They're super fluid. Everything is like well oiled. I don't really see any struggles in terms of what they want to do. Yeah, they might be 6-4, and him on that would be absolutely perfect in terms of the round count. But the response here, double clear, okay. Surprising that this is at least 1. Twisted doesn't get that kill, but trade and another Russian on this A site. The node has to be weak, and that's a great flash. Doesn't even matter. Demeanor has that kill anyways, and Vroom watching the flank. They've got everything covered.
Wow, all of a sudden a game where we were extremely back and forth. Fluid Gaming, as you mentioned, showing that they are quite a well-oiled machine. Connor in a 1v3, but Justin very quick to shut that down, and Fluid Gaming are making sure that it is not possible for this to be an even half.
There are no holes. Like there are none. It's just like if you have concrete, yeah, sometimes you can knock a hole in it, but in this case there's literally water. Like you can look across the pool and it's entirely flat. You can't like punch a hole in water and expect that hole to stay there. It's gonna fill in, and it's like Fluid. Like they lose 1 player on the backside and they end up turning around. They get the kill anyways. It's like the Omen has to have the wide flank. It doesn't even matter, and you lose 1 like maybe short A.
You want to play?
Again.
Let's play.
It's impossible to find any openings in Fluid's attack, and it's not even their defense. They're not even defending it. They're on the offense. And look at how perfect they are. Already a pick with the Doty Plus. Demeanor even watching the flank, they get traded out immediately. That is some great stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Like, what do you do against this kind of team?
You just hope that this flank that's coming out from Connor is going to be good enough, but thankfully, for the side of Fluid Gaming, Vroom with that Tour de Force, as you mentioned, watching that flank, making sure that that simply will not be the case. Allegro now the only one remaining for Copper Blue Ovals in a Force situation is about to peek into every single one of them, and just as quickly as we peeked out of that smoke, is as quickly as we fall 4-8. Not the worst half that we could see in the world. And if Copper Blue Ovals have a very strong game plan for the attacking side, we could see that really come to fruition and hold a strong. But I mean, as you mentioned, Fluid Gaming just have a great understanding of how to utilize all of their utility together. And if that continues to be something that they hold together on this defensive side, we're going to be needing to see some great synergy coming out of Copper Blue Ovals if they're going to try to bridge this gap.
Yeah, for sure. Like their util use, their spacing, and everything. It's like it is going to be more difficult on the defense. I got to give them that. Like, so they have to definitely still put on a show. And Copper Blue Ovals, they have a chance more than anything else. I hate to say it, it's an attacker-sided map. It's a pretty wide one in terms of how many sites there are. We'll see what they can do. They're looking towards this A and B site default right now. Probably going to go for an A split here, but they got to take care of this breach. And they do that very quickly, flaming with a perfect dash. And even perhaps a second one, run and gun. Justin's been gone.
I mean, if you understand how the spray works while you run, you can really make things happen. Nice. And Copper Blue Ovals are certainly trying to make things happen. Twisted, trying to get a little bit of vengeance there. Picks up Copper Cool Blue Gatorade, and Vroom also with a very nice Clad headshot from that Headhunter, making sure that that jet is off the map. The fake TP coming out from Connor to try and dissuade the enemies here. But unfortunately, the peek around is not going to be good enough from Vroom, and the shot through the smoke is enough for Connor to bring Copper Blue Ovals a 5th round and get themselves this buy-up round.
How? What? How did that land?
Also, how did the paranoia from Connor not land onto Vroom? That's actually what I have as a question. Because I understand that it's like a little crazy that the headshot landed, but also I feel like Vroom should have been blinded.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't even.
So there's some strange things happening all across the board in that situation, but ultimately Connor comes out on top, gets themselves this buy-up round, and now we'll see what they can make happen, as that Vandal is certainly going to hit like a truck as Vroom goes down, flaming to pick up yet another 2. The run and gun is certainly strong with this jet, as a 3rd kill flies onto that kill feed. I mean, you thought that we were having some quick rounds last time. I mean, you should see this one is flaming, posturing to try and take out Twisted. Now 20 HP, forced to reload, but Cool Blue Gatorade is there to finish it all off.
Good grief, that is an oppressive 2 rounds. That is insane. I would hate to play against that. That is so annoying. Like, looking at Flaming, just watching him play right now, I'm like, I don't want to play against this guy on the server. That first pistol round, he literally does not let go of his movement keys and he gets 2 kills. And now this one, I think he's pretty much does the same thing. He's out of bullets, which is probably why he didn't get that last frag on a Twisted. But goodness, a couple rounds, he's put himself on the second of the scoreboard of his team. Has readied up the knives for round number 3 if he wants to bring them out. I don't think he will. I would advise against it if I was him. But there he goes. It doesn't even matter. Like, he's been so aggressive, and it's been working out on their attack. Straight into B-side again, and right past the flash. He does it once more. Can he land the final blade? Of course he can. Refreshes the knives, even goes for the 2nd kill, but he's got his teammates to boot. And it's a 1 versus 2 somehow.
What? The relay bolt comes out. There's a lot of damage onto this Neon Jimmy. The only one remaining for Copper Blue Ovals has a Spectre in hand. Has to fight, not looking the right direction to finish off Justin. The fury of the bullets that was happening just a moment ago have led us to this 6-9 scoreline.
Nice. Very nice. Wow, that a little bit of RNGesus maybe there for Copper Blue. Well, for Fluid, in fact, because they won the round. Justin made the great decision. I love that, to back up in his spawn, to make that a 50-50 angle, because I think anyone coming in from A site would have probably checked towards B, towards A link, so that's very smart for Justin to just back all the way up. And yeah, he just doesn't look. So that's a bit unfortunate. If he looks, that might be our chance in that round, because then he picks up a gun and everything. But goodness, the chaos that CBO can bring into this game, and it really looks like they're honestly thriving on their attack, and now they have the rifles. I'm thrilled to see what the heck they can work with. But Vroom here has perhaps the perfect spot. He's got 1, is able to get perhaps a 2nd, and he's got it. So great double entry already on the defense.
Yeah, just like that, very quickly onto site. That bomb is going to go down, but there's a lot of damage dealt to the Jet and Sky of Copper Blue Ovals, and that Sky is not sticking around to top off that Jet, so that damage is going to stay onto Flaming. Going to take a nice big chomp from that Prowler. Concussion and near side. The shots are going in the wrong direction. Dorilla's Song to finish it off, as well as Demeanor to take out Cool Blue Gatorade. Jimmy, though, only one remaining, is going to get decayed by that orb, and Twisted will finish it off. Fluid Gaming find themselves a stride back into this and a double-digit scoreline.
Man, if Vroom was not in that smoke of the Judge, that round, I think that round goes differently. If he is a rifle or something, or any other gun, it doesn't even matter. If he doesn't have the Judge, I don't think he gets 2 there. And if he doesn't get 2, that's a much harder retake, because that's one, the last guy that was alive, one of the 3, was Cool Blue, and he can't heal himself. So the fact that he was alive with damage on his belt, that's a bit unfortunate. And he's left with 2 that are full HP, and that he also, like, the heal is useless. Like, so many circumstances went well versus the side of Fluid. No, it's just absolutely amazing that they were able to win that round. So nice job from them. Now they go into this with full rifles against kind of like a semi-buy. Allegro is obviously not on chamber, so he can't really have that any other gun other than his own, and he's only got a Sheriff. So this is going to be quite rough for CBO unless he can find an opening. They've found a person, but Justin can get out whatever he wants to, and he seems to not even decide to do that. This is very bold. He's been tagged up by a headshot all the way at the back of Long, so thank goodness they had a Phantom. He's not actually dead. But the fact that he's staying here is so brave, and they've got a perfect crossfire even still. If anyone wants to get in this A, they have to come up short, and they have a breach all the way on the site to watch that. So they have the perfect setup right now to deny this attack from CBO.
And we'll see what the attacking side is going to do as a result. The Paranoia and Fault Line come out. Demeanor trying to hold a close angle to deny Flaming. Falls for it, but Twisted with a nice little trade back there. Justin as well to do a trade. Jibby picking up a 1. All of a sudden, 2v2 situation. Vroom coming all the way around. Has the Tour de Force out, but gets blinded and is forced back. And it looks like that is a very quick rotation that's going to come out from the attackers. Will Jibby decide to peek into this? Tour de Force being pulled back out by Vroom, trying to get any kind of audio cues from these teams. What exactly is going to be the play, and who is going to collide first, as Justin making their way up C Long, trying to figure out exactly where they're hiding. The defensive side are unable to play together because they are just so far away from one another. What exactly is going to be the play? Do you jump in? Do you know that somebody's there? You know that one is there. Finds one, tries to get the ankles of Allegro, and is not going to be able to. Fault Line to push back even more. The concussion is just eating up so much time that Vroom has to try to be using here.
He's got to go. He can't wait. Allegro's never going to peek this. The chamber just has to go. Vroom taps it. Is he able to land the shot? He does. Does he have time?
Oh my gosh.
Wow. It's going to be so close.
I don't think there's time. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Very close one. I feel like if we'd have just seen Vroom go a little bit faster, oh, it's such a hard decision, because you're like, oh, Allegro was peeking at the start of it. Allegro probably got yelled at for peeking, because you're like, don't peek into the
Yeah.
I can
sniper,
hear the
bro.
voice comms now. You gotta not do that. Don't do that. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh well, I guess I have to be the aggressive one. I'm gonna tap the bomb. I'm gonna try to go for it. It just barely doesn't work out. And now Vroom, after that buy in the last round, after the Tour de Force in the last round, excuse me, is able to buy up into this one. And so far, so good. Attackers all with pretty big buys going into this one. So pretty even across the board. And that Haunt not spotting anyone out from the attacking side to start us off.
Line and a lot more information each over here. And Flaming, can he do it again? No, not this time. Gorilla shuts him down and gets a second one to boot. Lulu does trade that one out, but he's going to get aggressive as well. Teleports on top. I don't think any of the sound cues is going to be heard. There's so much chaos happening inside this mid position. And they connect the dots. They know exactly what these last two players are. Great turn and even some more trades. Lulu, though, has been doing everything so far. 3 in the round, full HP practically.
Oh,
it's going to be so tight. Flash is going to miss it. He's still stuck in the corner, though.
Oh.
He's in such a tight position right now. How is he going to get out of this? He just has to win the fights, and Chibi's there to save the day. 2 HP for the Omen backside, and it's not going to be enough.
Wow, Jimmy's flank actually just made that go so smoothly. I mean, Cool Blue Gatorade did a great job of like securing all the kills that kind of walked in front of him, but really like Cool Blue Gatorade would have been so dead if there was ever a chance for the defensive side to like run a double peek onto him. And so it just got to be so scary, but Jimmy was there with that flank, able to get 2 kills onto that round. Only 5 kills in this game, but 2 of them coming out last round and making it that much easier for Cool Blue Gatorade to sit pretty and cool at the top of the scoreboard for Copper Blue Opals.
You want to play? Let's play.
Wait, I thought that was very done and dusted for Copper Blue at the start, but even still, being able to recover off that double entry from the Omen backside, that's beautiful. And honestly, that proves that everyone on their team can really chime in, which is crazy how they're still losing a lot of entries. Flamey and Connor chiming in with 2, and still even more aggression from Fluid, and even with a light buy, they go for this kind of thing, which is great to see. They never lose the confidence in their own aim and their own abilities. They might still lose the gunfights. That's an impossible one to win, but still going for these duels, they keep their own confidence and maybe some more. Don't spend the ulti, but it's still, wait, he's gonna go for it. No way, 1 on 2, and he's might be able to do something here. Oh, it's so close.
Goes for the ult, but misses the close range unit of Allegro. Doesn't get knocked up, and Demeanor is not able to do that swing and make anything happen. So unfortunate to have expended that into that round. Going into this one, I mean, Copper Blue Ovals are really kind of bridging this gap. They've been able to win, it looks like 5 out of the 7 rounds since moving to the attacking side, and I mean, it's just going very smoothly. I feel like we were seeing Flaming really just kind of come alive since moving to the attacking side. It just has a strategy, has a direction, knows what angles to check, and it's just all going very smoothly for Flaming since moving on to the attack, where it feels like potentially just has a much better sense of what to be doing on this jet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's opened up a couple rounds. Like even if he dies, like remember that B-side attack, he died instantly. But it's still he allows the rest of his team to go in on that A-side attack a couple rounds ago. He gets stunned and somehow still gets the pick back site. Absolutely unreal. This guy's been linchpin for the side of Copper Blue Oval so far. And he's going in again. First engage. Is he going to do anything right now? Jarilla is going to be first point of contact, and he's already got Vroom got a kill across the entire map. So very nice stuff. Jarilla's got to get out of there though. Yeah, doesn't want to fight the jet. Very wise decision.
And just like that, from the shadows to get out of that situation, Vroom trying to make some shots through those smokes, but won't be able to tag anyone up for any damage. Trying to get teleported into a more safe situation here. Flaming, nice little peek out, not quite able to finish off Demeanor though, as well as Justin picking up one as well. 4v2, trying to stop the peaks that are coming out as Justin picks up yet another one. Jibby to follow it up as well, but the real shoring is going into Justin, who picks up 3 kills into that round, and Fluid Gaming get themselves a little bit of an edge once again.
Don't try that again. I have the high ground. And he did. He did. Made it work. Yeah, they had the great crosshair placement for head level, but it's Justin's, he's got the high ground. He's up there, and he took out 2. That's some great stuff. And like Flaming, I think staying in the middle there, he's very, very brave to do that. But that's so difficult when you've got no one on the team to support you. Everyone goes and plays safe inside a garage. Yeah, and he just has to do everything by himself, and it's just not going to happen. He's got like back plat to worry about. He's got swing in between the boxes and back plat. And then he dies to the player at logs. So asking a lot. Yeah, he might have hyped him up, but he still needs the rest of his team around him. Not entirely that one-man army that we would obviously love every one of our jets to be. Maybe one day, but not today.
Looks like Vroom holding this high angle to see if anybody is going to be coming on to this A site. That Trailblazer might give away a little bit of information, but it looks like with that position is actually going to be allowing for a Rolling Thunder to be put onto the B site, followed up by Flaming with some nice dashes, getting themselves on to the site, but it's actually 2 kills going the way of a Fluid Gaming. And just like that, Connor has to move quickly onto C site and trying to figure out if that's going to be the place where the bomb will go down, if that's where they want it to be planted. It will be the decision. And just like that, Cust trying to avoid the paranoia, trying to avoid the haunt, trying to avoid everything Gaming has to use the From the Shadows to safety this time around as Cool Blue Gatorade finds one, but it will just be left up to Connor, who teleported far away, is blocked off by that dark cover, and Dorilla's song says, Omen on Omen. I'm gonna tell you what, Fluid Gaming is moving on to match point.
Holy, honestly, Copper Blue, I think that was a brilliant attack. I think that they did everything right in that instance. They sent the information utility out towards that A site. They got, I think they spotted too. I think the Skydock can see all the way to the top where Room was sitting. So I'm pretty sure they spotted two. They expect a third to go rotate over, but it doesn't even matter. Like, even if it doesn't, they have 3 maximum on C and B, so they split towards the C site. They got to kill. They get the plant down, but then they lose all the ensuring duels. So Fluid, they're looking to just absolutely aim diff the entirety of Copper Blue Ovals. It might be a close game because CBO have had some pretty nice attack rounds, especially in the second half. They lead off with pistol in the second, and they follow up with a couple more after that one. But after that, Fluid, when they start waking up, this is what happens. Flaming just gets absolutely denied. That is a perfect flash, counter flash even, and Cool Blue does good to trade on that first kill. So they leave themselves in 4 versus 4, which is better for CBO in this instance. Have to pick up that weapon. But they still want to commit to this A, which is a bit risky because Chamber's still back here with a sniper, so Vroom does entry onto another one. He's still here. He's still here. Kublu's gonna get absolutely destroyed. And surely this is absolutely over. Vroom with some 2 massive flicks to meter to shut that round right down. That's a 13-9 win.
Wow, I mean, and what a decisive ending it was. I mean, we're getting to see some of these replays, some of these nice shots that Vroom has made. I mean, I believe that Vroom is going to be ending at the top of the scoreboard for Fluid Gaming at the end of this. And I mean, it's one of those things where you see the chamber, and I feel like it happens to me a lot personally, where I see the chamber at the end of the game and I'm like, wow, you're the top of the board, but I feel like I didn't really see you do that much. But then you have to take into account how often like the operator was in hand, how often the tour de force was in hand, and how often that like first initial long range kill just ends up going to the chamber. And when that happens round after round, like I'm sure we saw Vroom do here, that just slowly goes to show how powerful Chamber is, one, and how Fluid Gaming was able to get themselves a dub into this game.
Yeah, there's honestly a reason that Chamber has overtaken Jet by a mile, honestly, in terms of pick rates for the agent that you really want to take these initial duels, because Jet is like, she's honestly one and done at this point. It sounds so weird, but like Chamber, I think he's at about like 90% ish in terms of like global, not global, but like in terms of like, no, he's at 73, so a bit less than I thought. But Jet has fallen from like that 90% to 56. That is an absolute like decapitation of her entire pick rate as a whole, which is just crazy. I never thought I would see the day, but honestly, that little change where you have to like rev up her dash now, that makes a world of difference. Some people might thrive in that kind of scenario because they can queue it up and they can get 2 kills and queue it up again and dash out and have another one. But some people, when you're crushing on that ability to like get you out of dodge and to get you out of spicy situations where you can't get yourself out of with your own aim, that's when it becomes kind of a problem, right? Because now Jet's in that position where you're kind of like a Reyna, where you need kills to be able to do anything. If you don't get the kills, you're not going to have that next dash, and your first one might not have even done anything because you might have used it early round expecting some push and you don't get it. So now with the Chamber, I mean, looking at Vroom, he's like, what, 26 or something like that? I can check the scoreboard again. But he's 25 and 12. Yeah, this guy doesn't, like, 1, he doesn't even need to get out of dodge. But 2, he has the option to if he needs to, and he was using that perfectly as well. 5 first bloods, 4 on Twisted, on the fade, which is really good in terms of the fact that he's an initiator, no less. It's overall, it's massive performances from every single person on the team of FG. And yeah, definitely the fact that they have 2 people off the top of the scoreboard that are fragging above and beyond everyone else, 25 and 20 for the top 2 players on their team, Vroom being at the top like you mentioned. Yeah, definitely there's no breaking through. When you have this proficient of a Chamber, doesn't matter if he only has 1 trip, because he's just gonna wash where his second one would have been anyways.
And beautifully said and beautifully finished by Fluid Gaming, who take down the second round of our Pit of Valor number 92. We're going to be going to a short break before we set up, but once again, our little gamers in their little gaming chairs to get into the third round and start getting into the thick of it. Who will be taking down Pit of Valor number 92? Stay tuned and we'll find out.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are
Wait,
you
what?
serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we've partnered with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Pit of Valor number 92, and we've had 2 amazing games so far today. We have not had any blowouts, which is very nice to see, and this is early in the bracket as well. Some pretty early nice showings from the teams, but all of them have been back and forth so far. And this one, I don't expect to go any differently. We've got Asians versus Lunacy, and yes, their team name, that's actually their names, Asian and Co. Like, I'm not joking. That's what ACO stands for. Why? I don't know. But they're here, and they have made it past the first 2 rounds. So past 64-32, they are in the top quarter of Pit of Valor number 92. So they've got something to show for us. And in fact, if I'm correct, they haven't had the easiest journey to this stage, like, out of all the teams. I think they probably have one of the biggest struggles considering their round 1 matchup. I thought it was going to be, if I'm correct, it was going to be against Genji Black, and yeah, the fact that they're here right now means obviously they beat them as well as another team to get to this position right now. So they've already shown some great stuff. Lunacy, unfortunately, we have not got to see on stream. If I'm correct, they've got fans, Caden Yellow, Slap, and Shimu. On the opposing side of Asians, we've got Nunu, Henry, Alu, Barry, and Koyova. I think it's Koy. I asked him in the lobby, and that's how you pronounce it. So I'm going to go with it. Hopefully I remember. I might forget, but we are going to go to a different map, one that we haven't seen today. It's going to be Bind.
Oh, I'm so excited for it to be Bind. I think Bind is my least favorite map to play as a player, but it's my most favorite to watch people who are actually good at the gameplay.
Fair.
Because it just, like, it has this element that is so different from every other map in the form of the teleporters and the way that it is split up that makes for some really interesting diversity. Okay, I have to watch for the Easter egg this time, and I don't. Okay, I'm like watching so closely, and I'm not gonna see it again because I must be blind. I don't know. I guess I don't. I even got told where to look for it, the Easter egg this time,
Yeah,
and
roses
I
in her
still
ears.
didn't see it. Is that it?
Not now.
Oh,
No, it's gone
okay.
now.
Okay, well, yeah,
It was
because
in
we're
the
gone.
transition. Yeah, we're gone.
Oh, okay. Well, we're seeing a very, very, very quick lock in coming out from Asian and Co. Looks like we're going to be seeing the Sky, the Brimstone, Raze, Silva, and Viper. I like that team composition. I think that I'm excited to see how that Sky is going to really function. I think that Bind is kind of a place where she really flourishes, as well as I'm always excited to see something like that Raze be locked in for any sort of team. And considering that this is one of the maps, again, where Raze just really gets to shine, makes me excited to see it. We are going to see a little bit of a difference in these 2 teams. Yoru actually coming out from the side of Lunacy. Okay, all right, that's definitely going to be the player that I am watching the most going into this game, and I'm excited to see what that is going to bring to the table for the side of Lunacy going up into this game.
I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, and I was on a bit of a what was it? It was Neon, yeah, a Neon phase, and after that, I was on. Now I am currently on a Yoru phase because, good God, the amount of things you can do with this character. Ever since I watched Zeta, I think it was either them or no Paper X, yeah. Ever since I watched Paper X at Reykjavik use Yoru to absolute perfection, I was like, damn, I have to do that. I can't because I'm not Forsaken, but you know what I mean. He's still an agent that can do so much. Like, I watch a bunch of YouTube videos and the flashy stuff that you can do. No pun intended, of course. But with this character, especially on this kind of map, this is the map where Yoru really shines on. Ironically, because of the teleporters, he's got obviously his own, but he can send stuff through the TPs. And mind you, he is the only agent in the game that can fake a human teleport noise. No other agent can do that.
So then definitely something that I'm excited to see be utilized on this map of Bind. Gonna be able to try and get rid of that recon bolt as quickly as possible. And a quick retreat. It looks like we saw 4 players towards that B side for the defensive side of Lunacy, and then a simple just chamber holding A side, just like that. Because of this differential, we will be seeing the attacking side able to get that bomb down. Koi also able to pick off Shimu, and Fans with a nice little trade back there. So far, so good for Lunacy, who have a 1 agent advantage here before Nunu is able to take out Fans. Slap with a nice little smack right back as kill feed completely lit up. And this Yoru of yellow able to keep it all together, hang on by the seat of their pants. That Yoru getting
getting a little bit of love, getting a little bit of showtime here, and so
Ooh,
excited to see it do so. Gonna also be able to give over that defuse. I mean, I get it. The From the Shadows is a kind of
lackluster.
unexciting ultimate. It can do some cool things. When you see somebody who really knows how to use Omen, utilize the From the Shadows to do some really cool plays, gather some really good information, pick up the spike, things like that. It's always really exciting, but it
Mhm.
is definitely not usually where you see a lot of resources go dedicated. If there's an ult orb or something like that plant or that defuse, you usually aren't jumping to grab it as an Omen. So I like giving it over to that dimensional drift towards this Yoru.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, they're both information utilities, right? And Yellow's got a lot more information with this. You can literally just walk up to someone and ping where they are. So I think it's nice. Good stuff. This round is probably going to be pretty standard because a lot of guns on Asian and Co. and pretty much, or excuse me, a lot of guns on Lunacy and pretty much nothing on Asian. And they're going to send that teleport, oh, excuse me, send that nade in, and that teleport's going to be expended to get out of dodge. So very nice by the Yoru to survive, and Alu's pretty much the only one that comes out scathed in that engagement directly. Some people behind him that have taken some damage as well. And that sees somehow Hans gets a kill with the sheriff, and everyone else is shining in with the bigger guns. Barry is in the smoke for the response on his slap, but so far that's pretty much it to keep players alive and get the TP they can do is over towards that B site, but someone's still here. Yoru's made his way over, and the spike has also been dropped inside this hookah position. Bit unfortunate for Barry left in that 1 versus 4. He is across the map from where his objective needs to be. Could be nothing to be done. Good dink, but I don't know.
And just like that, kind of to finish off that final kill, Lunacy getting their second round going into this. But now, I mean, we see it time and time again. This third round where we can see Asian and Co go ahead and buy up into these bigger guns. What exactly that will spell for this attacking side team? We are going to go pretty low on credits, and it looks like fans trying to decide exactly what money is going where. Probably putting a lot of dollars into that headhunter and simply utilizing that on that chamber, as well as Slap, who fell in that last round, is going to just buy up a sheriff to make sure that they have enough to buy for next.
You're instantly shot up. No, I'm sorry, not by your font. Still new enough for me not to remember all their detailed names, but one of my favorite agents to watch. Because of all the synergies you can do with her and everyone else. They've got obviously the Yoru that can work off of that. That is a nice double. What in the world, fans? Yeah, that's 30. That is disgusting. And Koi finally with the trade. He has to have a rifle to do it with. Yellow, maybe a bit of a bad timing, and somehow still gets 2. That is unreal. Now 1 on 5 for the Viper. Well, excuse me, 1 on 4. Koi, he's been known before because he did get a kill from this position prior, and they're gonna check the wrong corner first. Kaiden goes down, but Slap trades it right back with only a pistol, and Lunacy take that anti-eco.
Yeah, that's kind of a heartbreaker round for Asian and Co. They're going to be stuck buying low going into this round. We are going to take a little bit of a tech pause on top of this as well here, trying to figure out how to get some players back into the game. Looks like Shimu has gone ahead and disconnected, so we're going to see if we can get that fade back on to this bind map. And the rest of the team going to be sitting pretty on credits here for the side of Lunacy, looking pretty nice here, and slowly trying to figure out exactly where on the time we're calling this as we wait for this reconnect to come through. And if you're waiting for your little toesies to be warm, go ahead and use this QR code, get yourself some GLG socks. If you're interested in keeping them warm, making sure that your feet aren't sweaty, or like if you've already sweat through one pair of socks, you gotta have a backup pair. I know how it is. My feet get really sweaty, and we always gotta make sure that we're keeping them fresh, you know?
Yeah,
So you gotta pick up yourself some GLG socks. What do you think we're gonna be seeing going further into this round? Do you think that this is gonna be just a difference of these two team compositions and Lunacy just has a better composition, or what do you think is the big difference for these two teams?
Well, it's definitely early days to say, but considering that the bonus round was won by the defense, that's super strong. Like honestly, getting 2 kills with the headhunter there, that's should not happen ever. This just goes to show Fans' aim is absolutely amazing right now, and if he's gonna stay heated, it's gonna be really difficult to shut them down because he doesn't even need guns. And that's the kind of round that you really do have to be winning on the attack. And the fact that they're going to be on a save now, they have a bunch of sheriffs for the time being. maybe you never know if they can pull off a fans here and there. You could have something magical happen, but honestly, it's still going to be very difficult. So I don't think we've seen enough to be able to say that there's any glaring issue. Because yeah, that round was just like a fluke. I don't want to say a fluke, but fans just kind of pull the hero play, and that doesn't happen every single time, unless it does. And we'll see. We might. You never know. Fans is at the top of the scoreboard right now. He is 1 off 24th, so he could kind of snowball into a very massive, impactful character over the course of these first 5 or 6 rounds. But this one probably isn't going to be very much of a contest. There's a reason why I say 5 or 6, because he's going to have the sniper next round if all goes right. Then perhaps even just with the rifle in the upcoming. So I guarantee a 4th if Asian Code don't have any magic of their own, and almost a foot spot. Oh, Slut didn't peek out any further than that. Is that's a free kill right there?
Yeah, I feel like you could see the little toe. Oh my gosh. How are you not? What? They're literally both just sitting here like turning around. And all of a sudden, I mean, Shibu reconnected to the game and is the first to pick up a kill onto Alu. Gonna go ahead and throw out that Prowler. Yo, boy. It does finally peek out alongside Nunu. None of them check that high corner, and Slap gets very, very rewarded for holding that angle. Lunacy equally rewarded with a 4th round.
All right, Shimu. That's it's actually funny. His name is quite close to Shamu. Remember the orca in the
Shamu?
Yeah. And he's got the ocean.
That was abused, and they just named a bunch of other orcas Shamu, and there was always a Shamu, but it's like 10 different orcas.
Yeah, that's sad. Like he's got. I just thought of that because he has the aquarium skin on his spandle.
I personally think that the fish skin is great.
Agreed. Yeah.
I think that it makes a very satisfying sound. I like having a bunch of little fish. I've named all of them. And I'm very attached. I like the fish a lot. It's great. And speaking of great, having a Viper's Pit to help get you onto site is certainly what Asian and Co. have kind of needed. They have at least that little corner that they could start utilizing to get that bomb down if they wanted, but actually the bomb is on a totally different side of the map, and just like that, using that Viper's Pit, they're going to actually be able to very safely get themselves into that teleporter, quickly running. Unfortunately, they are quickly running away from the bullets of Shamu and from Slap, who has a giant rocket. They're able to each pick up some kills. A Lunacy, quite the advantage here. 4v2 situation. The two who were on that lurk got that bomb down, so a bit of credits for the attacking side, but certainly still looking really rough as Shamu knew that somebody was in there. Finds one Henry to do a nice little trade back, but with 10 HP is in a rough situation. Picks up yet another one onto Slap. Orbital strike to come on and down. Stim Beacon to go through these corners just a little bit faster, but it's gonna be the wall bang through that shelf to take out that final kill, and this should be plenty of time for that defuse to come through and Lunacy to keep themselves ahead in this game.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's the way it happens. Wallbang him. This is just spray and hopefully runs into it. I guess he did. Low HP. He's a bit pressured to get all the way to the other door in time while he pops that ultimate. Has the time that the ultimate is on to get to the door, so he just can't stop. But yeah, very fortunate for them to get that spam off. Fans with very good decision making there just to go for it. He's got another teammate just in case anything else happens. I want to say it's a bit lucky. I think Henry made the right choices there. I'm surprised he expended the ulti, but the fact that he goes and tries to run all the way to the swan door is very nice, just to reposition. But yes, it doesn't work. He just gets unlucky because he has such low HP. But now sending a decoy all the way towards that B site to help two of his teammates and repositioning to the other side of the map. But remember, this guy's a defender. This guy's a defender in the offensive spawn, mind you. And he's flanking a couple players. 2 players already dropping on the other side of the map. Spike now down. Fans left behind just 1, and he should have this under lock and key. Nunu. 5 HP is going to be hellish for him to do anything. He needs to ace, and he has got 1 health per character that he needs to kill.
Yeah, I think Nunu might go ahead and decide to try to save this guy.
on, I say, as the guiding light comes out, able to pick up yet another one. Unfortunately, the swing out from yellow is going to be more than enough to get Lunacy their 6th round and keep themselves very ahead in this game. So far, a very strong start coming out from this Lunar squad. And Asian Co, I mean, they're trying to hold it down. I don't think that they've been able to like give us a really close round just yet, but they're certainly at least using their utility to the rest of their abilities. They're trying to do some of these different strategies. They're trying to switch things up and make things work. They just haven't been able to get the spaghetti to stick to the wall quite yet.
Yeah, they haven't found their footing, and maybe that would be solved if they just ordered some GLG socks, but yeah, once again, it's kind of hot here. Are they gonna fall for it? They actually fall for it. Oh no! Well, that's a bad sign. Lunacy now know that there's at least one, maybe a couple players down this long C. Seekers go through, and yellow. It's a bit of a labored spray, but he's able to get all the way back towards the A site, in fact. And Shimu's able to take care of everyone that's trying to aggress on this long position. Finally traded out, but 2 on 4. That's all that's left for Asian and Co.
All that's left in Alu trying to wait and see if anybody is going to peek around that. Unfortunately, while watching that corner gets peeked on by fans, Nunu able to pick one up, is going to take this teleporter. This is what I like to see. I mean, Asian and Co, maybe not doing the best in this game so far because it's quite a few rounds down. They haven't been able to pick one up. But what they have done that's made me really happy is that they're using the teleporters. They're going for some fun plays. We're seeing Nunu just run them all around. 40 seconds, and that's more than enough time to go back through that teleporter again.
Yeah. Did he see? Surely you saw.
Like 30 seconds left. Surely, but surely the play is to go through the teleporter and run back to the other site. The pings are coming out from Nunu's team. Gonna go ahead and do a little bit of a fake plant, try and wait, see if somebody's gonna peek around. Does actually have to go for the plant this time to make sure that time doesn't get a little too spooky. And now Kaiden is just waiting for the Rays to come and join up with the team, setting up those dark covers, waiting for the time for the defensive side to peek out here.
Enemy remaining.
Ooh. Over 5. No way. He can do it. He's found
the blind.
the last player. 8 bullets. And he knows. I think he was hearing Slap walk around inside of that position. Another blind. And Slap is looking the wrong way. No, he has to go fast.
No!
That was so close. Nunu was on such low HP. I thought that wasn't doable. But I guess it doesn't matter because Slap lands the headshot nonetheless. That is so close for Asian and Co. It's a bit sad they end up losing that ace, but very nice from Lunacy to recover that.
I mean, so far, so good. And Slap doing a great job of, as you mentioned, recovering that one. Kind of all across the board buy. We're seeing some light armors and a Spectre picked up for the side of Asian and Co, who are just trying to keep up pace with Lunacy right now. They are just an embarrassment of riches. The only one who hasn't bought is Kaiden, but Kaiden certainly with 9k is going to be able to pick up that full armor as well as that Vandal, make sure that the money is still flowing. 7 rounds can't even be an even half at this point with how much Lunacy has gone.
And he even gets protected here, and he stays. He stays for some action and can teleport out whenever he wants to, and finally goes for that decision because he's the only one here right now. Yoru sends his clone as well as himself through that, and he just sprays and takes care of the hero of last round that could have been, and it doesn't even matter. There goes the rocket. It does get a kill, traded out before that even happens, and yellow with another one. And now it should be all over. Henry needs to play some tracking exercises, and he gets the kill on the person on the ground even. What a performance. And Lunacy even still sitting flawless on this map.
Oh my goodness gracious, these rounds, when things start to collide, it feels like they collide so fast. Like, I feel like I can't even believe that we're on round 9 because I feel like this game has gone so fast.
Mach 10, dude. We've broken the sound barrier.
Fast and furious. Making that reference once again. I mean, I think The Rock actually made Fast and Furious relevant, but
this is true.
Also, rest in peace, Paul Walker.
Rip.
The whole shebang.
It's been a long day.
Speaking of being Fast and Furious, I don't know if Asian Co and Co need to be more fast and more furious, or if they need to slow down.
I'm not really sure what direction I think they need to go in. But fans, once again, getting a little bit of damage, not quite able to convert it this time around, but is safe nonetheless, and that is kind of all you can ask for when you're this far ahead. Lunacy making some shots around that corner in general, but not able to do too much. 4v4 situation as Koi actually able to pick up 2, and all of a sudden Asian Co finally have themselves a footing in this game. Very time almost getting taken out by that little robot, the Roomba of death, doing a bit of damage to that Sova. Unfortunately, Slap trying to get some shots through that tube, not quite able to shore anything up though. Fans and Slap now have to figure out exactly where they're going to get onto this site. One picked up for Slap, but a lot of damage, and that bomb is starting to tick quite fast.
Oh, there should not be a way. Henry, yeah, he cleans up the last 2. Nice job. Assists by 2 teammates, but mollies and the dart even from the Sova, that would have been near impossible. And Asian they've alleviated themselves from the stress of potential 13-0. Thank goodness. We've seen it before. It's happened before on this GLG broadcast, not even too long ago. But it doesn't happen that often in game number 3. It did happen, like, I guess the week that we did have one game number 1, it did also happen in game 3. But it's just whatever. Forget about it. It is, yeah. It's not gonna be this case. So they've found themselves on the scoreboard. What a wonder. Let's see if they can do it again. And it's an instant orbital strike. No one's there, but at least they know that now, and they go and instantly retake that position with the orbital. And no, it's actually him. It's yellow. So he's up super aggressive right now. No one can push in because of all this utility. Youth and I, and the fans already on the back line. This is great. This Lunacy has absolute control over this entire map right now. It doesn't matter what the teleporters are.
What? Yeah, okay, I'm all over the place. Ali picks up 2 very nicely. Shoot with a nice little trade back. Nunu also getting onto the board there. Fans, as you mentioned, is kind of on the long haul. All of a sudden, the 3v2 situation, Kaiden has to kind of wait for fans to get up and planted. Arsenal trying to figure out exactly where they're coming into this Viper's pit. Finds one, finds 2. The only one remaining is that Viper, but has a judge. Getting close is not what you want to do, and Koi will get the clutch off.
Excuse me, in that clutch, I was literally coughing. I was caught in the Viper's pit as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Lunacy was also caught in it. That's why everyone coughing right now. And Asian & Co. picking up their 2nd win on the back of that Viper's pit. Beautifully done, and trying to figure out if they can make this an 8-4 half and give themselves as much wiggle room on the defensive side as possible.
Yeah, that was, I gotta say, almost doable on the clutch, but the fact that you have a judge in the Viper's pit, you can't. Like, there's nothing to do against that, unless you cut him in the back, but when you get the 2 kills, he knows exactly where you are, so great stuff. Now, speaking of being caught somewhere, there's information being given, and Yellow unfortunately doesn't get anything. Don't fall for it a second time. They shot the flashbang a while ago, but this time it's Yellow to go down, but Slap does get a trade across the map. Short A death from one of these attackers, being the Viper. Might be a bit important, because no more smokes. Excuse me. There's a Brimstone, but those are pretty much one and done, so if he drops those down, they have to go and actually full commit to a site, so he's gonna refrain on that time being and decide to reset, go back, leave the raise here to try and make some noise. And they want to regress on this raise that took out one of their teammates prior towards this short A, but his Slap has looked pretty good. And he drops all the way back, plays it safe as well. I love this.
Yeah, I like this decision as well. That Fate Ultimate does push them back quite far. Tries to go for the plant, but Slap is there and waiting. Another kill goes out onto Kaiden, grabbing that ultimate orb to make sure that we're that much closer to that showstopper that could potentially come out 3v3 situation. And Lunacy are kind of wrapping around, and oh, unfortunately, Alu is just not watching from that angle. Slap with a nice little wraparound to make sure that that one goes in his favor. Unfortunately, that grenade not quite gonna go in the exact same favorable way. Henry to take down that one. Oh my gosh, fans able to get it to half, I believe. Veritine. Oh no, the Molly is there too. Veritine doing some nice little jiggled peaks, making it that much more difficult for fans, as well as once again the wraparound coming through from Henry, who's now hanging out for his showers, making it that much more difficult for Lunacy to get this one. And Asian & Co. get themselves a 3rd one, trying to get themselves to an 8-4.
Wow, if I was fans there, I would be furious. I would honestly just be yelling at my team right now. Not because they did anything wrong, but that is absolutely just frustrating. How Barry played that. This guy is 3-9. It looks like freaking he's gonna press tab. Fans is gonna press tab and be like, "How did I lose to this guy?" Like, not even like Barry's playing fine. Like, he honestly played that situation flawlessly. He did exactly what he needs to do. So annoying in and out of the corner. Like, you can't be shot like that. Like, you can't push if you're fans because one, you don't know where the other guy is. Two, when you're walking like that, the guy holding the angle has the advantage. So like this, you just can't do anything. You just have to accept the fate, and it's so frustrating to be like that. And that is a perfect round win, 2-on-2, and they get that back. I think honestly, an 8-4 scoreline is not out of the question right now. This is more than doable. Thing is with Lunacy, they're showing something that we haven't seen before. 3 out this short B, and Asian, can they read this? They have 1 kill already. This is already a great start. This is so much map control they have right now. They don't have anything towards A, but they've at least got long position. And if they want to, they can just creep on up. They've got information that there's people out this hookah, and they've got that flash as well. This could be huge. This lurk. Koyova's even got that as well. This is big. Honestly, if they don't win this round, I don't know what the heck is going to go wrong.
Oh my gosh, I mean, slowly but surely, if something is going to start to go right for them, Slap picking up that kill is going to be a part of it, but 32 HP is going to make it that much more difficult. That spike is going down onto this A site, and the remaining people from the defensive side are quite far off, trying to get themselves on to this site, trying to figure out how they're going to get themselves this defuse off. Going to use Slap as a little bit of contact for this side as well with 32 HP to boot, trying to figure out, check all these corners. That guiding light making that much more difficult. Unfortunately, fans a little bit too far behind does fall to Koi. 1 picked up onto Nunu, 2 picked up onto Koi. The showstopper, though, will end up being the death of Slap, and it will be an 8-4 half as Asian and Co. rally themselves with those final 4 rounds.
Man, there have been a couple of situations where we've seen required 1 versus 5 ace clutches from these guys to be able to take, well, I guess not 1 versus 5s, but ace clutches in general, to be able to take the round back. And both times it looks quite convincing, and in that case Slap just takes enough damage prior, and you can't really dodge a rocket, so fair enough. Like he tries, he lands some pretty stunning shots, but doesn't manage to finish that clutch. So now onto this one, yeah, 8-4. That, considering the advantages that's that Asian and Co were able to garner in that early round, I'd be shocked to see them lose that, and they didn't. They took advantage of all their advantages. That's an interesting sentence, but they capitalized on all their advantages, and they ended up taking that A site, which is very good. So they come into this, they're half their opponent's scoreline. It's still a little bit doable. I think Lunacy are definitely showing that as a team, as a whole, they are a lot. Yeah, look at that. Because mechanically, they are superior to their opponents, but Asian and Co can work together, and if some little stuff goes right here and there, maybe they make something happen, but Yellow just chimes in with 2, and in that A site they go.
Alright, you know how we were seeing Lunacy be extremely aggressive on the defensive side, going for these insane lurks? I mean, they were just waiting to move on to the attacking side, as we're seeing Yellow going absolutely guns blazing as quickly as possible. Now it's just up to Koi. That bomb is down and getting a little bit punished for being as aggressive as they were in a 1v2 situation now, and a game to possibly lose, especially if Kaiden gets caught out with that utility. The headshots are all good for Koi. 4 kills. And a 5th round for Asian and Co. A round that they really, should not have been able to win based on that start that Lunacy just had.
Yeah, no, that's should be hands down a Lunacy round, but Koi, he just doesn't care. He just throws the odds out the window. He goes in and he just taps on everyone's head. He just that's the thing, right? Because this game is still, it's a first-person shooter. Look at this. He just click. And yeah, maybe the classic doesn't reset in time, so he just goes through the body shots, all good. He lands all 6 bullets, because why not? Like, that's not my classic. You know, he plays his own game, so he can do whatever he wants. Quad kill, tap on the last 2 players, and he lands himself at the top of the scoreboard with that quad kill clutch. Great stuff. Honestly, I wish my pistols landed like that, but honestly, I wish my aim was like that too. But anyways, great stuff. That's what they needed with the pistol win. And I'm not going to count Lunacy out of this round even, but you never know. A lot of updated weapons on the defense. Everyone has a Spectre. There's only 1 gun at all on the offense, which is Slap Marshall. Proving quite difficult for him to find anything so far. Best damage being done is onto Alu inside the garage. What? Wrong map. Inside the showers with a grenade. And then pushing through. Kaiden at least gets a trade, so it makes this round a bit doable.
Yeah, I mean, and what a start. Also, can we talk about, I'm just now realizing, like, the amount of damage that can come out from Asian and Coast team composition. The Viper and Brimstone Molly, the grenade coming out from Raze, as well as the shock darts from Sova. Like, there's just so much damage to be had from the utility coming out from Asian Co that every time I see, like, just a flurry of those come down, I'm like, wow. What a team composition that they have made as fans trying to hold the fort down. Unfortunately, the bomb for the attacking side is on a
30 seconds
completely
left.
different side of the map from fans, so it's still going to be quite the uphill battle trying to make some shots through this door, go for that reload, and unfortunately, the crossfire from the two remaining players is going to make it nigh impossible for this to end up going fans' way. But Spectre in hand,
10
could
seconds
potentially, unfortunately, 10 seconds left is going to make it that much more difficult. And speaking of a Viper Molly, that snake bite will spell doom for fans.
Poisoned and everything. That is, I mean, a poison push, honestly, that's nothing for him to do. You can't break that kind of crossfire in that kind of time. You have to go all the way around, if anything. And that's just not an option for him, so nice pistol, nice follow-up from Asian and Co. A nice 6 rounds in a row, mind you. They haven't lost one as soon as they've started winning. That is a very good streak. And now maybe...
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, I wish I could just start winning in life. Sorry. Not too deep, but speaking of deep,
too much.
I mean, they might be pretty deep in a comeback. This is pretty good. Viper Spit going down with the bonus round as well. So Yellow, he is just casting a spell right now inside of mid. Fair enough. Maybe they need some magic to win this round, but you know, anything can work. He's actually pushing. This could be a bit risky. He's actually
Oh my god.
running cheat out. Oh, that is a, I don't know if it's calculated, but that is a very nice placement for a Viper Spit. Slap gets a kill across the map, which might be not exactly what he wants, because now you deal with a Viper Spit, you just bypass it, just go around. And that's what these guys have done. Lunacy.
One enemy remaining.
But speaking of which, I mean, Lunacy said, all right, we let you have enough rounds. We're trying to get one back in our favor. Nunu now the only player remaining for Asian and Co. and does fall to fans with a very nice timed headshot there. Going to get Lunacy on to, I was about to say, not double digits, their 9th round here, but at least they're able to continue to hold on to these guns. Their credits could have been looking a little bit shaky off of those losses had things gone any worse. And it looks like we're still going to be seeing kind of a broken buy. That Judge, not the worst gun to be seeing utilized by something like that Raze, but you'd certainly be hoping for something a little bit more potent. And Kaiden is going to rely on that Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Slap open up with that gun last round, so it could always do something, but it's a pretty unique situation that they had with Solo. And he tries the same thing. I think that's exactly what he did last round to get a kill in Garage. Or I said it again. Why? It's showers. But yeah, no, it's not gonna work out. Instantly dead. Which is, yeah, fair. You lose the one gun. In Rage could be nice, but worked their way all the way up into I don't know how Yellow's alive, and I don't know how he's not gonna frag. Shimu's got a kill across the map, but he is keeping 3 people here inside of U-Haul. This is absolutely insane. He's one person. He's alone. Flash going through.
I mean, you talk about making space as a duelist, and I mean, making space on a different side of the map and keeping people on it while the rest of your team is getting a bomb down certainly counts. 3 players from the defensive side all hanging out towards that A site, slowly moving back. Unfortunately, Boyova doing a great job of landing these shots and really holding things down for Asian and doing a fantastic job. All of a sudden, just 1 player remaining in fans, finds 1, finds 2, unfortunately falls to the 3rd Baratine to finish it up, and Asian and Co get themselves their 7th round.
Man, what has been happening? What did Asian and like? It's like the 8 rounds happened, and then all of a sudden they decided to start winning. Like they actually just straight up chose to win. You know when teachers, like when you're in high school and stuff like that, when you don't do your homework, they're like, did you do your homework or did you choose not to do your homework? It's like that's what Asian and Co did. Like they just chose to start winning. Like it's not even it's just 6 rounds in a row. Yeah, they lose the bonus. Fair enough. They got jumped on by a judge, and it happens sometimes. And then now, with that post plants, somehow, like even with Yellow keeping 3 people on A, they still end up losing. I don't even know how that happens. And he's gonna go through very early. He's gonna set up a decoy, which they're not gonna fall for. They're gonna try and follow him. Can he win a fight? He's got one of his teammates trying to help him, but now he's on the back lines, so he might be able to do some damage here. Henry's gonna perhaps walk past, but how aggressive does Yellow want to go here?
Oh my gosh, you gotta go kind of aggressive, trying to get an angle past that smoke. The Hunter's Fury is gonna take out Shimu, and just like that, the smoke falls and Henry finds the kill onto Yellow. Kaiden is the only one remaining in 1v3 situation, takes a lot of damage from those paint shells, and it will be enough. The absolute onslaught of damage coming from the utility of this Asian & Co squad is really just the glue that is holding everything together, and they're really fighting their way back into this game.
Yeah, good grief. You said it before, like the amount of damage they have on the roster, and I was looking at his health. I was looking at the Omen's health while he was planning, and it went down 3 separate times before he saw a single player. What? Kaiden, like, sorry, man, but you weren't not meant to win that round. It was destined to be. It was just over. And speaking of over, I don't want to call this game over just yet, but Asian & Co, they have looked indomitable on this. Not only in the third of the first half, but also in the second half as well. Like, they have not looked like they're even close to losing rounds. All their retakes are perfect. They get all the kills. They barely lose players, and even that aggression from Yellow, that little gap that he was fine. Hello, fans. It might be a bit of a struggle there. And hello, a slap. Another very aggressive play. Does get a kill on the berry, but Henry instantly trades it out again. And what do you do to break through here? Yellow does get a kill, but again, another trade.
Another trade and keeping us at an even game. 3-3. Make it 3-2. Make it 2 to. All right, come on, guys. Let me at least finish a sentence before we continue to gun each other down. But 2v2, as I was saying, and fans has that tour de force pulled out, forced back by these snake bites. Shimu readying that ultimate and is going to be able to utilize it to death and tag at least one player, though. Nunu being able to take out Shimu, avoiding that. Oh no, the jumps are making it just a little bit too hard to line up those shots, and Asian & Co earn themselves yet another round since moving to this defensive side. Why are we making them lose points, Rose? Come on.
You're going down, man.
Oh,
That's a bit unlucky. But yeah,
oh my gosh, are we really at an even game?
We are tied up. Not 8 rounds in a row, and somehow Asian & Co have brought all the way back. This is a 9-9. It's crazy. Like, how does Lunacy lose that round? Like, I feel like everything's set up. They have the ultimate. Even Shimu, he's deafened everyone on the site, and even still, he loses the duel where he has to swing from Shower. I think he's got fully the advantage there. But Asian & Co, they're winning every single duel lately. They're just, even the duels where they're disadvantaged, where they can't hear anything, where they've literally got to connect the dots line all the way to them, and they're still winning it. It doesn't make any sense. Lunacy is kind of shut down in the latter half of this game.
Just like that, throwing out those paint shells, trying to clear these areas, not checking the lower area, somehow still doesn't die. Nunu is actually the one to die. Fans gets on site, all the attackers are on to this B site. The bomb is going down by Kaiden and able to narrowly get out of that orbital strike just in time. Alu getting a kill picked up with the showstopper of his own, as Koi also finds that kill onto Slap, followed up by Kaiden. Just like that, only 2 players of the attacking side left for Lunacy, as Fans picks up one, quickly traded out, and now it is left just up to Yellow. Has to fight in a 1v2 situation. How do you secure all of these kills just like that? Double digits, so it's first gonna go to Lunacy.
They needed that round. That was an absolute requirement. They burned the ultimate. I thought the Raze was just gonna straight up die because he doesn't check below him, but Nunu, you can't really call that a mistake. I guess you could really have to read what kind of utility that Lunacy are bringing out. But he plays the trigger discipline. He wants to wait for someone else to jump out of that window as well. And it's so unfortunate the timing. He gets blinded as soon as the Raze shoots the rocket because he really doesn't want to die. Because if he shoots too early and he misses Slap's head, Slaps is going to turn around. Even if Slap dies, he gets a 1-for-1 trade. So he waits until the rocket's shot, and as soon as the rocket gets shot, he gets paranoid. Like, what the heck is that timing? That's so unfortunate. Koyova even gets 2 on the retake, but he can't make anything else happen off that because the beautiful flank by the Yoru is exactly what you want to see from this fake out character. This round, Yeah, this is tough. This is really hard for
player
Asian Co because they
standing.
come into this with basically nothing.
Spike
Nunu's got a
planted.
rifle, but everyone else is struggling. He's able to get one nice on the fadeaway, and he's aware of yellow on his flank as well because this guy, he's the
see
rat.
what you
You
did
know he's the
there.
rat, and he's got the kill.
Oh my
Beautiful
gosh.
headshot on 1-on-2. Can he pull this off?
I mean, we'll see. Still has to get onto site and get a defuse, so the ball is kind of in Lunacy's court right now and has to push through this dark cover as well. Pop flash to come out. Unfortunately, the crossfire is going to go in Lunacy's favor as they're at 11 points, precipice of match point.
That one got close. I remember seeing Nunu in another 1 versus 5 practically. So if there's anyone that could do it, it would be this guy. Two of the, I think 7 of his kills might have been in these 2 rounds alone. So maybe actually that might prove to be not such a good scoreline for him because he's pretty much 10 and 17 across the majority of the rounds in this game. Like 18 rounds, he's gotten 10 kills. So it needs to show up in a bit more than just clutch scenarios. He's been good for those, but he's just not able to win them just yet. And now, hello, Yoru going through. I would like to see a better use of the clone. I feel like there could be something better there. But you know what? He gets some space and he's able to get some information. Takes the entirety of U-Ball for his team, which is very nice. If they get entry on this, it makes it all worth it, which they end up trading 1 for 1, which is good enough. Still 2 on the site though, and Kyova chimes in of his own. Yeah, this guy's been so valuable on the defense right now, the Viper, nonetheless, because 1 smokes, 2, the fact that he's getting all the kills. He is sitting solidly at the top of their scoreboard for the side of Asian & Co. 24 and 14. It looks like every time this guy takes a duel, he just wins it.
I mean, and it kind of feels that way as we're watching it as well. Just like that, yellow is able to blind a lot of players, but it just isn't going to be enough when you're peeking into 4 of them. You got to make sure you're blinding every single one of them. Fans, the only one remaining now in a 1v3 situation. Picks up 1 once again, falls trying to make the transfer to Veritine, and it will be both of our teams at double digits. The fight back and forth right now is so strong from both of these teams.
Deja vu there, right? Because fans, he's been put in that kind of scenario a couple times, like on the B site, no less. Like he's just 1 versus X on B, needs to try it to come out of a smoke and pull a hero play off, and that's a lot to ask for a player of this caliber. Like you're not, let's be honest, like you're not Wardell, you're not a Tens, you're not a Nats. It's going to be very difficult to land those 1 versus 4s when you've got 4 people just staring you down on your screen. I'm not gonna act like I can do it, but there's a very limited number of humans in the universe that can pull that kind of thing off, and don't think it's any of these players on the server. So when you're leaving your teammate in that kind of scenario, that is just not an option right now. Great teleport on the site, and now I say that the yellow's already dead. So Asian & Co. locking it down. This is absolutely impeccable.
Locking it down. It is a little bit of a save around for Lunacy here, so they can't be too upset about taking this one down. But fans, once again, on the lurk, and the last one to be alive, almost spots Alu, but the crouch is going to be enough to bring us yet again to an even scoreline here. 11-11. Make a wish in chat. Which of these teams do you want to take it all home? Will it be Lunacy or Asian & Co.? Both of them so close to match point, and 2 away. If they can win 2 in a row, we'll take it all home. Who's it gonna be, chat? You gotta let me know.
This surely not in this fashion. Koyova's got a judge, and he doesn't even have a Viper Spit this round. He's probably had it from the previous round prior, but this is definitely what a play. They're gonna run into a lot of resistance towards this short deep, but in fact they get probably a couple bot shots, and that's all they really need. Seekers find a couple on the prowl, dropping right back. Lunacy, I feel like it's a nice default, but honestly, when they go to their site takes, they look a little bit lost. And Asian & Co. just a coordinator to shut down pretty much everything that Lunacy have to throw at them. I feel like the Yoru could be used maybe a bit better on the early aggressions to find some info, especially on those dimensional drifts. You can find a bit more in those too, but I mean, see what he can do. No teleport in hand, so these backside players just have to be driven out by guns, and he at least got 1, but Barry is able to get that double trade and drops the spike even.
Oh no, the spike being down. Luckily, fans able to take out the top frag and even us up to a 3v3 situation. Unfortunately, that fade is going to make it that much more difficult to hear what is happening. Shimu, the only one remaining 1v2 situation. The bomb is down. We've got to try and get aggressive and get the bomb down. Picks off Henry, and now 1v1. But doesn't know that Alu is from behind. Asian and Co are going to be the first team to reach match point.
Asian and Co, like they were down 8-0. Like I want to point that out. They had no rounds where Lunacy had 8. Lunacy have won 3 rounds in the time it took for Asian and Co to get 12. What? How? What happened? I genuinely don't understand. It's like Asian and Co are a completely different team than they were the first 8 rounds. And then I guess they figured out a couple like the really weird gimmicks that Lunacy has to bring out because of the Yoru, because the Fade and everything like that, all the new stuff that they really don't see very often. It took them a couple rounds to adapt, and a couple, I mean, so quite a few rounds to adapt. But even still, everything's fine right now because even in the last round of the game, what might be, Alu's already got an opening pick with an op, and on their agent roster, they don't have anyone that's like a primary opera that you'd really consider, because you have the Jet, you have the Chamber, you don't really consider anyone else an opera. Raise, you can make it work, but it's going to be difficult, and he's already got an opening pick. And no one else really wants to challenge right now. The short of this showers, someone's just sitting outside to make sure they're not getting flanked. But Lunacy, again, what might be the last round of the game, they're playing really passive. They're playing quite scared.
Quite scared and down on guns. We're seeing a Sheriff in the hands of this Raze. Kaiden has a Spectre. Thankfully, the Tour de Force is available for that Chamber. And also, thankfully, there's a nice showstopper coming out from Slap. That's a nice little bridge to gap here. Able to grab at that Phantom from that body. Very nicely done. And now going to be able to defend the bomb that is down. Fans to pick up one onto Alu. Beartine, though, making sure that Slap goes down as well. We'll see if Kaiden will be able to retrieve that Phantom and keep it in the hands of the attackers in a 3v3 situation here, trying to defend this bomb, holding these close angles. But Koyova, oh my goodness. Everything is so intense. The jump is not going to allow for fans to connect that shot. The shot through the wall does a bit of damage, but Koyova is so safe. Nonetheless, 1v1 situation. Koyova has a lot of damage on, and Shimu is just trying to peek around this corner, doing okay so far. Full HP means that Shimu is going to be able to bring us right into overtime.
Oh, that one got quite tight, but yeah, Shimu played that well. Exactly what you need to do. Just play the time and seize him off just for a split second as he crosses from one side along to the other one. And that at that point, Koyovas just kind of lost the round. There's nothing for him to do there. That was really nice to get the first kill even. But Shimu, that took long enough on the retake for Shimu to just have pretty much just a round in the back pocket if you just don't make a mistake. And he didn't make a mistake. He played that very, very well. And that's all it really took. So overtime, we go. Lunacy, thank goodness for them. They won enough rounds in the first half to be able to not need that many in the second. Because if they didn't take 8, I would expect Asian and Co to just run away with it. Because that one little hiccup, that 1 versus 1, that is won by the defensive fade. That honestly, if that is not the round to take us into overtime, there might be a chance for Asian Co to run away with it. But now everyone's on the even playing field. There's never going to be an advantage on any side for economy at this point. So it's just who is the better team. And honestly, I don't know if it's half differential, but Koyova's already got an entry kill. That's some beautiful stuff.
Oh my gosh, and speaking of beautiful stuff, also getting blast packed in, it picks off Shimu as well. I feel like there were 3 attackers looking at Shimu, but Koyova's going to be the one to actually be able to take that kill down. And just like that, the bomb down, those 2 kills, means that the Viper's pit is up. And that makes it that much easier for Asian and Co. They were down, they lost 8-4 on the attacking half, but so far are looking so good to shore up this first round of overtime with this Viper's pit up and 2 members of the defensive side left alive.
I mean, if there's anyone left to do it, it might be that guy, but he's already gotten deleted in the Molly, and he's going to be vulnerable. Headshot makes that irrelevance. Absolute overkill. And Asian and Co. These guys.
Switching sides.
Wow. I kind of want to go back in this game. I wish we had a few more replays, or I wish we had demos. Geez, I want to see what the heck they're actually doing, because like they're actually tearing Lunacy a new one. This is absolutely ridiculous. They've lost 4 rounds in the last like 13, 14.
I mean, they've been able to really get themselves back into this game, and it has to make me wonder, like, how much of the start was them just kind of like playing around? Are they really just waiting to kind of like play with their food? What kind of situation is happening here? And now Lunacy has to hope that they can get themselves those 4 rounds from the attacking side. But I mean, Asian and Co certainly were the stronger team numbers wise on the defensive side, so that seeing that they were able to take out that first attacking half on this overtime certainly would lead me to believe that Asian and Co are going to lock it all up right here. But they still have to make it happen nonetheless.
Viper's pit. Oh, excuse me. No, I think that's a UI bug probably. So no pit, not on the ground right now. Too early in the round for that. Oh, it's Asian and Co. What do they have to work with? Right, a bunch of rifles, no op on either side. So this is gonna be duels, and whoever can get a better side exec going. But Lunacy so far they have not had too much success in their attack. Again, only 4 rounds, so it's gonna be tough. There's gonna be 2 people here, so at least they are hitting the weak sites. Alder, though, is not going to spot anything. He's going to go for a haunt. Also not going to spot too much, but Yellow and Slap do entry absolutely perfect. That is exactly what they want to see. That's what they have needed this entire half. Honestly, if they, like, listen, if they did that a couple rounds ago, they would have just straight up taken the map.
Oh my gosh, so beautifully done. Those dark covers are going to block up a lot of information from the defensive side, trying to get onto the site, trying to get some shots through the smoke. They're not going to equate to much, and now that recon bolt is ready, and Beartine is going to try and help the defensive side get onto the site, get some kills happening. Henry and Beartime even it up to a 3v3 situation. Blast packs to make some nice little turns around these corners, and unfortunately, that bomb is definitely planted for Fans, who is able to pick up 3 kills in 13 rounds. We're heading into overtime. One more round.
Fans! No, that's not allowed. That's insane. He's putting up numbers like Koyova right now. Honestly, I think the linchpin for Asian and Co to be able to make that massive comeback, that is absolutely huge, by the way. Like, that's... They started
now
with
we're
nothing.
Calling a timeout? Now?
It took a while. I don't know what they could possibly be talking about, because I think, like, by the time round number 9 hit, that's about when the time Koyova woke up, I'm pretty sure. And we see him at the top. He's almost dropping 30 right now. But he's the guy. Like, again, their attacks were pretty good. The side, for well, technically both teams, but not Asian. But their attacks were pretty good. 8 rounds in a row proves that.
Holy
like to a T.
smokes.
And then as soon as they get to round number 9, Koyova decides to wake up and decides to start winning rounds that they really shouldn't have. The attacks go well, like they get the spike down, and the retake happens. They're like, oh, it's a 2-on-3. Like it should be kind of weird. It should be quite difficult to take. But then Koyova always like is consistent for like a double kill in most rounds, if not a 3K. And that round, they shut him down completely. Like they just deleted him right off the bat, and I put him on the site with the weaker defense, like manpower wise, and hope that he can frag out, because so far he has been. But the fact that Lunacy were able to take him out immediately, that I think that's exactly what they need to happen. Like they cannot leave Koyova alive in these clutch scenarios. They can't leave him alive on the retakes. They're gonna lose. They can't leave him alive when they're going for their own attacks. They can't leave him alive on like when he's in a 1v versus X, because 1, he's got mollies, 2, his aim is just crack out of our minds. So they have to just kill him. It is imperative they eliminate this player from the server, or else I don't see them.
Oh, Fans getting blinded literally saves the side of Asian and Co's raise that would have just been in the most sticky situation, and now is able to instead just simply blast pack into a ton of fancy little spots and take out a kill. Unfortunately, Slap picking up 2 as well before Yellow to pick off Koyova as well. 3v2 situation, Alu trying to grab that spike and get it down, switches guns quickly, tries to connect with Yellow, is able to do it, teleport to go towards that B site and make sure that they're as far away from the defensive players as possible.
Nice plant open, love that. He knows his teammate's gonna be quick enough and the opponents are not gonna be fast enough to deny that plant, so he plants very out in the open so he could watch that from pretty much everywhere. I think Shimu knows the location of one of these players because he's sending out shock darts. So you know Beartine is stuck inside a hookah. He can't get out because there's a smoke. and he's got to make noise if he wants to jump onto the sand. So Alu is now very, very isolated. They don't know where he is, though. He might be inside of elbow. He might be long, and long is where he is. Oh, he misses the rocket. That's honestly maybe what he needed to win the round, but Barry gets one just out of hookah. They knew he was there all along. He's still able to get one, and that's 14 rounds. Asian Co. another map points.
Match point.
Holy smokes. I mean, Asian & Co., when they were the ones attacking, they had a rough go at it. We see that they only were able to win 4 rounds, but now that we're seeing this back and forth, every time that we've had an overtime, they've been able to win on the attack, but they did lose the last defensive one, so they could certainly do it again, even though they had a much better showing on that defensive side, and it should be a situation where they are in a better place to take it all home. We just have to see if they can do it this time around.
Lunacy are picking the right side again. They're looking towards A, which is, yeah, it's where Kyoba is, but it's where they're weak as well. The thing is, if he stays alive, if he plays it safer this time, which it unfortunately doesn't look like he will, he's sitting pretty far forward, but now he does drop back behind the boxes. Should be fairly good. Alu is good for one. That is huge. He didn't manage to get a frag last time this fast play happened. And Koyova, though he gets deleted, Yellow, so fast on the trigger, and they're going to rotate right back towards that B, and even fake on over. Yellow could be such a big flank right now.
Oh my gosh, but it looks like the Sova from the side of Asian & Co. is actually the only one who knows that Yoru is back there, knows that there is somebody on the flank, but in a 1v4 situation has to simply ignore it and go for this play anyway. Oh no, and we're gonna end up getting caught from behind. Beartine heard the teleport, knows it, but can't make anything happen in a 1v4 situation, and we're going into triple overtime.
What a great push too. Yeah, you drive Kyovo all the way back so he doesn't have an option to sit up in front. If he was a chamber, maybe he can take that forward position and get one and done and just get out. But you don't want to risk his life, so he has to drop all the way back. And the only place where he can retake is hookah. So he has to go in there, and he just gets pre-fired by yellow. You can't fight that. You just have to hopefully have an inhuman reaction time, and he just doesn't. It proves that he's still human, so good enough on that. But Lunacy with that very fast play, and even sending yellow with a very logistical A-site teleport. That's some nice stuff, and they're just going to go through. Get aggressive again. I don't know if they're going to get, that's a double teleport audio cue, but even still, he's going to go all the way back into spawn, keep himself alive, and do a lot of damage. Just so much being done on Lunacy right now. And they still do take out fans, so great on Asian Co. to still open up this. As they did go to those sound cues that these people were walking down outside of hookah. So they just go respond to that by going in A, just getting that plant down, losing pretty much no one, and even getting a kill on the chamber defending as well.
So far, so good. Slap to pick up a kill right back. 4v4 now as we continue to watch this spike that is taking down. The guiding light is going to blind quite a few people, but Beartine in yellow with some nice little trades back and forth. Shima's going to tap that bomb, and Kaiden decides to go for the peek out, but gets punished by Koyova. All 3 of the attacking side players are waiting for the peaks to come in their direction and ready to punish Asian & Co. once again take their attacking side OT round.
that one also got close. Honestly, when they pushed in, got that kill onto the single chamber, I was like, all right, maybe the round is won. But then trades back and forth. It all ended when we saw that molly flying through the sky. Nice catch by Fade as well. Thank you for that. Henry just he's sitting back. He knows he's got one job in that post plant, and he's just to throw this molly, and that's what he needed to do. He just did it. There's pretty much no hope for Lunacy after that ends up happening, which is unfortunate to say, but that's the nature of the game. You got to be ready. You got to know about it. You got to send a flanker or something like that, or just go kill him. That's literally your option. That's what you have to do, and they didn't. So, no match point for them. Asian once again on the lead in the overtime. And some information gained from Nunu sending that flash out. Koyova's here. Once again, the weaker site. Halu does have a pick across the map, which is really good. They've gotten entry on most of their attacks. And now they're finally on the flip side. So now Yellow walking in. Are they going to fall for his clone? Absolutely not. Koyova, he's doing it again. This is what he's been doing to win them all the unrealistic rounds. And now he's put them in the upper foot again.
Upper foot 2v4 situation for Lunacy here. Slap trying to gather information, throws out that Roomba, gets a little bit of damage back towards that end, and unfortunately with the knowledge that everyone likely has to be rotating towards this B site, it looks like we are going to see the side of Lunacy pick up that bomb and try to make it seem like they're rotating towards that A site. We do know that raise for the side of Asian & Co. on the defensive side has an operator and is trying to stay on the relevant side of the map Slap as often as possible. Slap has to be thinking about
30
going for that
seconds
ultimate
left.
orb, but is too scared about the audio cue that will be given away if you decide to go for that. Slowly just lurking onto site, hoping that nobody is here, but unfortunately somebody is there, and it is Alu. And I believe that we have a DC from Omen,
10
who's not
seconds
going to
left.
be able to come and try to finish this even. What a way for this game to end. Kaiden
Defenders win.
DCs and Asian and Co. finally win in triple overtime.
That is a little bit unlucky the way that ended up happening, but
down A.
eventually I think it would have gotten to that kind of point. Asian and Co were looking way too good towards the latter half of that game to end up dropping. I think either it goes like 50 more overtimes or something. Eventually they would end up taking it, because look at like 33 and 23. Koyova, once again, every once in a while he just ends up just going nuts, and that's what it takes for them to win the rounds. And honestly, that's not a bad thing, right? Sometimes you have the kind of player that you rely on, especially if it's a controller. If he can put up these numbers consistently, like every single time, if this is part of their game plan to put him in the positions to make these kills, I'm like, fine, it's all good. They're winning, right? It might be kind of close, so there are definitely some refinements they can do, especially in the first 8 rounds. That was kind of scary for them, but other than that, it's pretty much all good.
Whoa, what a game. And yeah, we get to take a peek at some of this. And all right, yeah, is there a round that you kind of want to highlight if you want to look at anything that happened in this game? I mean, we're getting to see a lot of overtime in this, and you really get to kind of see the rate and pace at which this game was played, and it's kind of a breakneck speed for a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, for sure. If there's any round that I would, well, there's technically a multiple, but I think the most glaring, I want to say issues, but no, the most glaring, like beautiful, like what is even the word for something that is great? Because that is what it is. That's what I'm trying to describe. It's Koyova's performance, right? Because I mentioned
Hmm.
before, it's round number 9 where they really started getting the streak going. That he really started waking up. If you can just look at that real quick, 9. I think 10, 9, 10, and 12. 11, he actually didn't do anything, which is miraculous. Henry was the one that got the 3K. But 9, 10, 12, you can see that Koyova got multi-kills in every single round. So as soon as that starts happening, the whole team just starts waking up. This is just absolutely miraculous. Round 9, he gets 3. Towards the beginning as well as the middle of the round. Like, you can even see on the scoreboard, it's always one kill right after the other. He gets double. Yeah, well, I mentioned multi-kills, but most of the time the multi-kills are not spread out across the round. He's not getting a pick, going back, staying safe, and then he runs into another player later. No, it's always there's 2 people on his screen, and he just kills them both back to back. It's miraculous, and he was doing that in the last round as well. Like, he gets peak, gets 1 kill, and as soon as he takes the second fight, he's ready for it every single time. I guess there's some instances where he just doesn't get the first kill. Like, remember when Yoru peeked him inside of U-Haul? I called it hookah for some reason when we were in game. But yeah, that, like, he just doesn't get a frag because Yellow's he's just won the gunfight. Is this a 50-50? So fair enough. He's still human. Again, it proves that. But the times where he's able to get the first frag, he just snowballs. Like, I wish I was like this is the kind of player that you really want all your controllers to be, because he is able to, one, he's providing utility to the rest of his team. So he's got 9 assists, which is not the most on his team because he's got a bunch of support players on the bottom of the scoreboard. So Barry, Henry, as well as Nunu, they've got a smoker and 2 initiators there. So of course they're gonna have more assists. But he's also the smoker, so 9 on his, followed up by 10, 10, 13. So still pretty decent, if I say so myself. And then he's also dropping 30. Yeah, that might only 1 kill per round, but that is, yeah, that's what you got to do. You get 1 kill per round, you're consistent across most of them, and when you don't get a frag, yeah, you get shut down. Your team, yeah, you've got multiple players on your team that could probably take this. It's not the end of the world, but the fact that they have this one dude that can be consistent, that he's just gonna show up nonetheless. Like, if I was, I don't know, Barry, Henry, I think if I was playing smokes on this team and I got like 1 pick, or if I just damaged someone and I could call, like, oh, there's 3 people coming up short, and I see Koyova's alive on the other side of the map, I'm like, okay, we're all good. We got this round. It doesn't even matter. I got the info for him. I can call for him, whatever that needs to happen. So that's just fine. And you can even see, like, that's his role, right? He's got 2 first blood, so he doesn't go for those early duels. Alu has 8, so they have the player that is taking those early engagements, that gets the information and either gets a kill, dies, whatever. And then Koyov is just coming in to save the day every single time.
And saved the day for the team. As I would have, if you'd have asked me like at the half who I thought was going to win this game, I don't think I would have answered Asian and Co. I think I probably would have answered Lunacy. I would have been like, they lost 4 rounds, but like, I don't know, 8-4 is still a pretty great showing to start it off, and Lunacy did look really good for a lot of that game, so something that ended up being a really intense game, a triple overtime that we got to see before Asian and Co. finally did take it down. A hard-fought battle for both of our squads here, and beautiful gameplay that we're getting to see all across the board. That is going to be it for the night for Anton and I. We will be stepping back and leaving you with Mick and Strive to bring us all the way home and figuring out who is going to be crowned the Pit of Valor number 92 victor. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. Pit of Valor number 92. I am on the desk. This is our first map of the 3 to come. Of course, I am Strive, joined by the fantastic and lovely Mick. Mick, it has been a hot minute since you and I have been on desk, and just like yesterday, like we were at the lounge. How you doing, my guy? And hope all is good.
It's been a while, man. It has. A lot has happened, school, graduation to college, this, that, and the other. Lots in life that we've had to deal with, but nonetheless, we are now finally getting back into the routine of things, getting ourselves settled down, getting for some weekly with Valor action here on a Wednesday night, and more importantly, also getting the later stage of the night as well. We're a little fortunate with that one as we're now moving into the quarterfinals, so things are getting a little scratchy. Even then, you already had a taste of that in that last map, knowing that we went into a double overtime, which is, I feel like it's a good enough of a precursor what's to come.
Yeah, was it double or triple? Regardless, it was OTs and it was more than one. So that's all that matters in the grand scheme of it. Yeah, it's triple according to production. So we went in deep, and like Mick says, if y'all know how things run down here in GLG, when things get spicy before quarters, the night tends to be a great one. So for those that have stuck through so far in the evening, thank you so much. We are so happy to have you. And I think now that we have a great audience and we've gone through a journey and a half, we've always said this, 2 years now of Pit of Valors with a $50 prize pool. And we have such a strong community, but I think it's now time to shed a little bit of light on some goodness to come, to say the least. So, Mick, we are upgrading, and by upgrading, I mean we're going full send. Pit of Valor weeklies now are getting a full level up. Thanks to Community Gaming, we are upping the weekly prize pool to a crispy $250 every single Wednesday. God. But wait, I gotta ice it a little bit more, put a little bit of goodness and frosting on top of this cake. Metafy is upping it by another $100 for the next 5 weeks. Wow. So that prize pot is $350. But I'm gonna put icing on top of the icing because that's how we do it here at GLG. MSI, y'all know the drill. For those that hung around for the many weeks of giving from MSI, they're coming back hot once again. They're gonna be providing mice for the MVPs, headsets for the viewers as well via giveaway, I believe, and it's also gonna be keyboards. They're going to be giving out for the managers and coaches only tournament that is happening June the 12th on a Sunday. For those that have signed up, thank you so much. For those that haven't, get your crew together. Rules and details and all that jazz can be found on our socials, if anything. But yeah, this is amazing. And oh, Mick, I'm spoiling all the goodness here, but I can't hold it back. Drink Control is back once again, so stay tuned for them. You guys probably know the drill. They've supported us in the past, and they're back one more time again to give us some goodies. So for those that are interested now to sign up, if you haven't already, for the $350 a week events coming up, head over to communitygaming.io. A big shout out to CG for powering these GLG events. But of course, Chief, let's get down into it. Go into the land of Ascent, and we are hopping into agent selection.
Yeah, listen, obviously, we know what the deal is here. We obviously know what the deal is when it comes around to Ascent. With all that great news and all, I kind of sound not a big fan of icing, but you kind of tempted me a little bit. I may be changed up here coming into soon, as we do see all that kind of coming under wraps. But what's coming under wraps right now, obviously, agent selection. Not too much to really see. The Astra will be hovered on the side of the attackers out of Cluedo, and honestly, Astra has been one of those agents that can still feel viable in a map, depending on whether or not you actually have the control and you just have the natural tendencies of that map to really just bite into it. And Ascent is definitely one of those places where everybody feels at home. But you can already see on the side of defenders, we already have just everything laid out. We have the single duelist out of the jet. We have the controller coming from the Brimstone, the double initiator, which sometimes is replaced with the KO, but now actually coming out with the Sky instead, and Chamber with Tanksmith. I mean, it's obvious enough. The guy's going to be at least somewhere in every single game. But on the opposing side for the attackers, we get the Jet once again, the mirror matchup there, but with the KO, the Sova, the you're used to seeing, the KJs is sitting on the Astra. I gotta say, I'm liking both sides. It's not a mirror matchup, so it also comes down to utility, but also frags, which are the most important thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, Mega, I'm loving the dichotomy here this evening. This is great. Getting out to quarters and seeing such a diverse agent pool coming out makes me feel super nice and fuzzy inside. Sets us up, like you said, for what you talked about. Really comes down to the frags, comes down to how we get that synergy and utilization across the board. I'm loving that Chamber pick and the opposing end of the spectrum. I do like me some Astra. Don't get me wrong. Still has a lot of viability, a lot of strength for holding off, and it's going to lean into different play styles, right? With Demon Time hopping on that attack side, the question remains, what are they looking to swing out with? How are they going to utilize that utility? Given what they've got, I feel they have a lot to offer, right? They have the KJ to block the flanks on the attack pushes. They have the Asher to offer the smokes and utility to get site control. Dog, y'all know the drill, has been definitely a notable player in these events week in, week out. And with that jet entry potential too, leading him onto Jenny in sight or even dashing to button at B, Like, there's so much entry potential for this Demon Time squad. So let's get down into round number 1. Posted up, slow and steady with a spike outside of B main area. But again, the probe towards mid pizza area is looking mighty darn good. Here's iHendog making a little bit of tracks up. Astra Star goes down to block vision. Tenek is actually pinged off and looking to molly off, knowing that some funny business happening at B. The pinch around the bend. iHendog about to make some contact. Do we get the swing? Pop flash through, and we might be well on our way on the KO Express. So patient. Tenek gonna peek 1 down to Logs, getting pinched out here. Do we get the trade? We do for Tenek, and the 1 to follow up. Nice bit of classic. Ooh, Tenek! Nice 3-piece. Finally, Boundary on the back end is able to get the 1 on, and that's good for the trade, but 3v2, a low HP chamber, nothing too alarming here, and they still have that spike. Do we get the pick? Do we get it? Oh, close we do. They're all good here. Clank.
Spike down B.
Dallas? That's I didn't expect it to go the way that it did there, to be honest with you. I was expecting 2 clean 1-tapperonis, but despite the turbulence getting on that site and the back and forth trades, Tenek did a massive number. It was just a little bit short of closure, to say the least, but that last shot on the KO was superbly clean, as you saw in that replay.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at the start round, we don't really get too much out of that. We just get to see where teams like to throw these curveballs towards. And obviously, we saw some influence towards the middle of the map. We saw a full B hit come out, spread out towards the middle, spread out towards main, trying to just grab control everywhere need be. But that's where things really start to step up, where we see whether or not they like to reinforce those tendencies, switch up the side of the map, see where we get to see these players actually stationed down and kind of get somewhat of an attendance out of everybody thus far. But even then, I mean, Tenek with that 3K, absolutely massive. I was going to say 1 kill enough would be enough to really hold the thing down, but if you get 3, you just go off. It's perfectly fine to just say that and say we're good. It should be around and bang, but you didn't find it. Say you find now, 1 shot coming out of Clank, and it's going to also result in a kill there, as we're already at the 5v4. Oracle's not having the best time in that first round, and finally getting an exchange here as they're down 1 once again.
Yeah, Mega, that opening pick from Clank was pretty clean, a bit of redemption to say the least. Now, the rest of the team posted up here. Boundary, I'm going to send off some nanostorms to block off that good old market area. No shopping for you. Closing the door as well to ensure no entry. At this point, the attackers sieging the site, looking to clear out the back and everything in between. Boundary on standing up for the post, and we'll see now in a 4v4 situation. I don't expect Demon Time to really want to depart too far from site. They've got guns, they can battle, but have to be careful. There is a fair amount of retake utility here on the opposing end for Oracle, so let's see how they tread in this semi-shallow waters. Posted up, crossing, and making sure that all sides, including stairs and sidewalk, are covered. First bit of fragment activity from that KO. On the back end is iHendog for the 1 and the 2. That's great, and it's going to give him so much more comfort. iHendog for the 3, Clank coming out for the back end of sidewalk, and that's iHendog giving the iHend slap across the face, going to give Demon Time that second round.
And even then, I mean, this is almost insult to injury. When you're getting on the attacking side, you grab these first couple of rounds, not only do you have yourself so much to work with on the attacking side, but it's more of a lack of money on the side of the defense. They don't have any kind of compensation there. They don't have the plant money to work with. They don't have anything else. Instead, they're still buying up. They're still trying to make themselves relevant. And it was based off the shorty buys, based off the sheriff buys, that goes all the utility to back it up. That the reason for that alone is why we have 3 players with only half armor going into this 3rd round, which makes Demon Time's bonus look that much more viable, look that much more doable, especially if they can at least only find 1 kill, get that 1 player with the sheriff, pick up a gun, and then absolutely run away with that, where everybody has a full arsenal on their hands. As you can already see that Oracles have had a pretty rough time holding down this B side. They have to make sure to really step it up right here, right now, otherwise this game can get out of their control.
Yeah, got to be careful. Tenek looking to send some more sky cover down. Fipe gonna go off with a bit of an owl drone. Gets the 1 ping off. Takes misses around and market. So given the initial bit of activity Demon Time has had in the first 2 rounds, I'm not necessarily too keen on the 3rd attempt at the B push, especially because Oracles is weaponed up and they're playing a very fluid setup with 3 towards that B area. Clank getting a little bit nosy, albeit gets out mostly okay. Bison popping for the flash and looking for some mid control. 50 on the clock makes it pretty viable here. Let's see what we can get through. Clank, blind, but all okay on the crossfire. This is interesting from Demon Time. They're in a position where they want to really make that track down into market, and Clank denies it quickly. So that might foil the plans initially here, Chief, as they got 42 to go. But despite that, they still love this B site, holding on the main.
Even the patience from Sky over towards A side. I mean, no real influence to shit. Not too many massive trades going on just yet. When you hear all the bullet trails, all the gunshots going right down middle, you know they're still trying to play for that B side. You still want to take control of that. They've almost done a nearly perfect job at doing that. They've lost a couple of players in the meantime, but basically to having that gun up, having that influence towards site, pushing towards spawn, trying to hold these angles as aggressively as possible with the teammate. But honestly, the spike did not even go down yet. That's a questionable thing for me. You finally get it down, but it's taking a little bit too long out of my favor. And they had You're still in 1v3 situation if you're Bison, but you find the swing, you have to get at least one, but that's not going to manage there. Shu does close things out, get the first round of the board for Oracles in a not a perfect manner, but a pretty favorable one as you have 3 players still alive. And Demon Time, past this point, they're going to have to start looking at their game plans. They're going to have to start figuring out what exactly they can do to have some relevancy in this fight. They can't just do the same thing over and over and over again. As full rifle buys come out, as the entire map starts to open up, as you start exploring more options, they're going to have to A eventually. You're going to have to find some kind of a transfer off catwalk. You're going to have to hit every single spot in the map. We haven't seen that yet, but hopefully it's here to come.
Yeah, I'm with you 110%. Like, they've had a lot of B presence, a lot of mid presence. A has yet to be explored, and looking on the map now, you can see some of that activity is going to come out initially with that Silva and KJ off to that long A area. So with the Lonesome Sky, it might be an opportunity for a trade or at least a bit of an attack. You do have Jet kind of fluid, so got to be careful, but this is good. Demon Time's kind of learning a little bit to spread their wings, maybe get a bit of intel and see in this case now with that Trailblazer, they say, all right, cool, we got Sky at this A site. We know what's going on. We're going to be a little bit more, timid for the time being. We'll work a bit of a default. This Tinks miss getting a little bit peeky, but back to safety we go. Spike dropped outside of B, leads him to believe that I think Demon Time wants to resort to a little bit more of a slower default, which is good. We'll see how they manage. Owl Drone goes in. I Hen Dog in the corner, not getting spotted, but again, all we're looking for initially here is an opening pick, and from there we should see a lot more activity. Pinging out the 1 and minute plus on the clock. This is good. This is kind of what you talked about, Mick. I'm loving it. They're just really taking that tempo and changing it up after the first 3 rounds.
And I mean, that's exactly what they have to do. I mean, right now, it's been the first 3 rounds. You have you had the pistol round, the bonus round, you had the rifle round. You're expecting an advantage for at least one of those, and you're expecting to be kind of in a deficit for the other, and the other one's a complete toss-up. So you're just trying to throw things out there, see what works. And honestly, it's one of those feeler rounds where you don't get a full feel. It's almost just kind of like one of those samples you get at Sam's, and you're saying, well, maybe I want a little bit more, maybe I want a little less, and maybe I'm not a fan of this. Well, if you're Demon Time, you're a fan of that first frag, because you can already see that, but you get a very, very quick exchange from Clank with the knives, and as you can tell, a full entry coming on the ace in the meantime.
Here we go now with the coverage coming out from that Astra. Door broken. I Hen Dog getting aggressive. That's a good one, actually. Super nice to walk out, catching Tenek, eye-padding it up, and with that 3-piece combination and Glide 2 on the follow-up with Tinksmith. That round went full-on domino effect towards the tail end. Really good decision-making, good aggression, and completely caught off Oracles. I love that play from my Hen Dog in heaven. Like, look at that. 7-2 now. Does have money to boot. Glide 2's got that op in hand, and the icing on the cake is if you're that Jet, you have a Blade Storm to follow up. And here's that replay of that nice aggressive push in heaven. Just clean work as a whole from Demon Time.
Yeah, extremely unfortunate there for Clank and Tenek, just knowing that they're going to be on the negative end of that trade there. Knowing that a player never really pushes up the smoke. You're not really expecting the player to really push that far to heaven, but when you're sitting at 30 seconds on the clock, you're going to see some, I would say, a very, very aggressive plays out of Demon Time. You have to smell the rain, essentially. You know that a storm's brewing, you know it's coming. When it comes onto a site, you have to completely give it up. You can't set up for something past the smoke. You can't set a wall because walls will never hold, especially, more importantly, a Jet player. And that's your biggest threat when you're looking at the course of every single game that you go into, unless you can just stuff them out early. And that's definitely not the case with Hen Dog as it stands this far. So a little bit of a budget buy coming out again. Hen Dog once again opening up the map for at least a round with a kill once more and kind of making things difficult. But it's a budget buy for Oracles. Your just Springer Chamber can go off, rip some of these guns out, make their job that much more difficult. But you're not really expecting a clutch or anything. You just want to put some dimension on their economy, see if they're going to start hitting a site more and more and more and more. It seems like with the spike being towards middle, they're still trying to feel up themselves on Demon Time's part.
Yeah, slow and steady here, 50 seconds on that timer. That's typically the tipping point where you want to make a little bit of moves, get your feet dug into the dirt, to put it lightly, making that track towards tree room area. Tinksmith around the corner, takes a shot, and right back with the rendezvous to safety we go. So that's great at this initial point. I Hen Dog looking tailwind right on through, does do just that. Shu should be pretty free, except I Hen Dog is blind, but luckily there is a ton of support from Bison and co. Love it. Demon Time really putting that pedal down, and they're swinging as a group towards that A site. I Hen Dog getting aggressive once again, gets the one onto Clank, and you're right, Chief. At the end of the day, Oracles just want to do a bit of damage, get a couple picks if they can, but just given how commanding Demon Time has been so far, it's been nothing, none of that at all. We're just straight up locking heads, getting aggro, dashing on through. The ping is there, and I Hen Dog, not only is it a flawless round for Demon Time, that's a 4-piece combination, and they're going to rake up that clean round for the side of Demon Time.
Yeah, this is the second 4K that Hen Dog's had in the game thus far. I mean, the guy's obviously going off. The guy's doing his job.
Totally.
But each round that he's found these 4Ks, it's been on rounds where you know that Demon Time has a definitive advantage. So if you're Oracles, you can't let that get in your head. You can't really let that slow you down. You have to realize that you're in an area where you're not favored whatsoever. You have to scrap together what you can. And even if they do beat you into the ground, you can say, well, these are the circumstances. It's not copium, it's just reality. So we have to make sure to do what we can with it there. But the reality of the matter is right now, Oracle's has to fight for economy themselves while shutting down the likes of Demon Time. They haven't done the second thing, so they need to make sure to rely on the first and try and build their own. And sitting at 4-1 right now, not the best ratio that you can find on the board, but maybe they can find an opening pick here as Hendog just doing what he does best. Always managing to get that, now having to follow with Bison. We got to work on these opening picks, man, for Oracles, because things are not looking good for them, knowing that Hendog's still going to be on this field.
No, it's far from it. And what I love about Hendog is just the commitment to the angle. Like straight up, strafe peeking out on sidewalk, only worried about sidewalk. Has support through main, but you know, the diligence saying, I can't look at two places at once. I'm going to focus on the one angle and do a really clean job of, you know, thinking proactively, thinking ahead as to where they could be. And yeah, they've had a rough couple rounds. What would you in that situation, right? You play maybe a little bit aggressive. And yeah, I love that pick as a whole here. And with that orbital strike and a drop down and block off some activity toward this main area. But Demon Time has got their caboose fully primed. The steam engine is a ticking, and they could enter, but a bit of a delay here from the Molly, going to push them off. This is a choice, though, because they're going to have to run pretty quickly, and it's almost, I don't want to say predictable, but yeah, got to be careful of Tenek as well. This might be a problem here, Mick.
30 seconds left.
Little readable, I got to say, and Tenek has the opportunity of a lifetime. That is if there weren't two collabers in his space, but the exchange is going towards B. You know, that's where the players are moving. There's no kind of curveball here. You have them all lined up, and your tank Smith. Problem is you just can't hit the shots past one, and now you're stuck in a 1v4. That was one of those opportunities where you know you can turn a game on its head. You can find those couple kills. You know they're swinging onto you. You literally just spray things down. But if you just don't expect the second, third, and fourth afterwards, you're just a little bit caught on your edge, caught on your toes, and you end up tripping at the end of the day. So they're just even time a fifth now on the board, looking very, very definitive for them thus far. Knowing the 24 is going to be on the field for Oracles, that's a good way to make an exchange, not spend any money in the meantime, and still make a round look good. But you've had your headhunter for the past 6, and you still haven't managed that same kind of impact just yet. So hopefully seeing the Oracles get themselves back into this game takes me start to wake up a little bit, knowing that Chamber's supposed to be going off on this defensive end. But Demon Time on the opposite end of the spectrum with 3 to work with, the KO one more specifically, and Astro as well to make sure that 24 has literally no effect whatsoever to post plan.
Yeah, I'm patiently waiting to see how some of this utility gets popped off from Oracle. So we got the Seekers, and that Tour de Force is active, and oh my god, just as it is active, it is slapped in the forehead by Hendog. Bison gets the second pick of the round, and it just seems like Oracles are very much in the backseat of this match as a whole. They get a little bit of aggression with Clank and all, but it's just, you know, Bison and Hendog just running it down, and you know, not running it down, but you get my drift. They're just really doing a great job at getting the picks, and they have full site control of B yet again. No one is here. Rotates are pinned towards spawn, as you guys can see, and it's just at this point aim practice for Hendog, looking for these picks towards that spawn area. 4v2 here, going to be very, very difficult for Oracles to retake.
One enemy remaining.
This definitely is. Knowing they're already down another player, Hendog finds it there for the round. I mean, it just puts a nail in the coffin, quite honestly. It also buries it under 6 feet, so it makes it very, very difficult here for Oracles to know that they're still fighting for any relevance in this game, making sure that they can find a pick. They can find, more importantly, a first pick, because that's still been the one thing robbed away from them on every single round thus far. And you can already see it. And the aggression's coming out. I would say the ego chows are coming out. You can already see Glue2 breaking out the operator on the attacking side, which is usually, I want to say, kind of frowned upon in a lot of communities and a lot of players, but knowing it's still being brought out, and honestly, the teammates are completely fine with it. They have no reason not to be. Hendog is doing every single piece of work there. And if you're looking at the scoreboard on the side of Oracles, you have to say, if we shut this guy down, we have a free round on our hands.
Yeah, the question is, can you shut it down? And what this Tenek activity, the Cosmic Divide is present and accounted for. Oh, that pop flash is huge. And Peter gets the 1 and gets traded up by Boundary on. So it's kind of a tit-for-tat type motion. Cosmic Divide about to drop as well. So despite that, Seeker's going in deep. Shock Dart keeps that Sky at bay. Hendog so aggressive, really playing the peak angle towards that staircase. Shu gets pinged right back to safety. Hendog onto Tinksmith. Clank and Co. looking to do a bit of a pinch from stairs and sidewalk, but just given the momentum shift that's been taking place, or not even shift, the straight up, you know, activity from Demon Time, there has been no shift. They're driving this round and driving this matchup as a whole. Fight gets the 1 onto Tenek through the walls of Button. Shoot for 1, and on the sidewalk is Clank, but these guys are just dancing around this. Bound around for the follow-up, and Glide2 as well on the board. It's just trouble in a set town, this matchup, Mick. There's been a complete lack of control from Oracles, and Demon Time are really determined the opening picks, and from there, the map is honestly their oyster. They're really commanding whatever they want.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's their passivity. They're constantly trying to play for these angles or trying to hold things out. I mean, there's going to be some kind of, I would say almost a little bit of a warning coming up from Demon Time. Some piece of utility, something out there to say, okay, well, they're swinging out now. It's always just Hendog, raw swinging. ego challenging it, winning every single time, never being punished for those kinds of decisions. And it honestly just reinforces his whole mentality right now, saying, I'm going to do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. And by the time you find yourself finally in an area where you say, we can punish this, the game will be over. So Oracle has to make these adjustments early. Play more passive. Sure, they want to find first picks, but they need utility to set it up. And when you're pushing all the way into spawn and running to Glee 2's operator, that's not the way to do it, especially when Hen Dog's playing towards middle. You blink once more.
iHandDog, when you watch it from the iHandDog perspective, when it comes to clearing angles, is beautiful. Then you watch it from the opposition perspective, and it's even more spectacular and equally frustrating. Like that angle, just how tight it was being held by the defensive side. I can't recall who exactly it was, but it was completely favorable for Demon Time's angle and how they peaked it. And iHandDog is really exploiting that. But like you said earlier, we do have the top fragger out of the equation, which, you know, would lead you to believe that Oracle's has a little bit more to work with, including a Hunter's Fury. But I think just given the pace here, we're going to have to see something spectacular. Shu has got a Dream and a Sheriff in hand posted up. Bit of a reconnaissance with that initial flash through into B main. And I don't believe it actually pinged anyone out just because Fipe and Co are waiting so far back. And you can see it's just left some doubt in the minds of Oracles as they're just being very fluid and looking to rotate, but they're not quite sure exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, they're really not. They're kind of up in the air. They're trying to figure out what's going on. Even then, once again, with these last-second desperate pushes, and Shu's able to manage one there. As I mentioned earlier, it was a little bit of concern, but what's even more concerning is Five able to go ahead and get two more into the board to the side of Demon Time and make sure it's a 1v3 situation. So for a retake, BT has a lot to deal with and has a lot of expectations for him, but he can't live up to any of them as the operator quickly shuts him down. So going now on to a 1-8, I would say even a 1-9 possibly scoreline. Things are going to be very difficult. Very, very difficult here for Oracles. And considering that last map, we saw the game started at 8-0. So I'm not going to go ahead and get too scratched up just yet. I'm too concerned here. But knowing I want a close game, knowing that everybody kind of wants a close game. We want to see what exactly that Oracles can bring to the table, especially knowing the attacking half's going to be coming up here soon.
Yeah, I'm not, like you said, I'm not chuffed at all either. This is Ascent. We've seen wackier stuff, and by wacky I mean complete tides turn and half switch, but end goal here for Oracles is you know, primary focus, get on the board with 2 more rounds, right? At least 3 if you can. Like, we got to see 8-4 is optimal, right? And with that opening pick, it's looking a little bit more, you know, worse for wear, but if they can get some comfort and some padding to work with, I'm expecting good things on pistol round to really close that gap initially. But let's get through the first half of this matchup. Door closing again for safety, but iHandDog has found some comfort way down deep in market. Problem here is your spawn is completely exposed, so they have so much opportunity to work with. They can collapse on through, catch flanks off. They got to be careful here, at least Oracle for the time being. You can see Sky on the minimap is watching, but if iHandDog's still on board, anything can happen, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I mean, we already see the exposure in the middle of the map on so many different occasions. I think, quite honestly, you just give that up. Let a trademark go in that area. Go ahead and close that market door. Switch something up. Make sure you have some reinforcement there and allocate towards the sides where you can collapse the entire team, because we haven't seen too much of that just yet. But already we do see a Hunter's Fury coming out. Still 4v5. Oracle's already down a player, but iHandDog doing what he does best. Finding one more into the board, making it into 5v3. Instantaneously followed up onto that B site, knowing that full control, no more players going to be playing over here. Everybody else is somewhere else on the map, except for Tenik, who, obviously, if you put him 6 feet under, you can count him off the map as well.
And, you know, you talk about, iHandDog here getting super aggressive. We get the pick on Clank. No, we don't. It's good for the one. Bison trades it here. We got that Tailwind is primed. And where is the entry? It's nowhere to be found as Boundryon gets that pick. I was going to say, the one thing that Demon Time does so well on the attack is, you know, you want to drop a trademark drop a trademark at pizza near market. That's fine, but Demon Time gets aggressive early. They're clearing out so much of that intel-seeking utility and nullifying it with ample time on the board that re-hitting a spot is not a problem. So, you know, on one end of the spectrum, if you're Oracles, you want to try and control and you know, get intel sight unseen, but your Demon Time, you're like, that's not a problem. Y'all can drop whatever you want. We're going to clear it, and then we'll re-hit whatever our heart desires when the time comes.
And even then, I mean, there's a lot of counters there that we could see Oracle starting to break out. You have a Sova on your team. Shoot a Sova, the recon dart right towards middle, over there towards Jen, right beside Fountain. That's a coverable spot. They can't shoot that from panels. There is nothing that they can do besides just wait things out and completely stall for time. But we're talking about stalling for time, and we're seeing some kind of a change up. Finally, Oracle's managed to tell the first kill. Clank can manage that onto the KJ, going for some bait over towards that A site, but everybody else is moving towards B, making iHandDog, obviously, once again, the jet of the hour to go ahead, entry him, find a kill, and make it a 4v4 as we see that spike going down almost immediately to follow up.
Yeah, and again, it's another one for Hendog on the board. Still 3v3. We got to see Tigsmith excel here towards Sidewalk, but instead they're letting that spike go down, and rightfully so. Fragment does a good job at isolating that retake attempt or some footing from Oracles here. They're going to be patient. Clank, and oh my god, Hendog has no chill, just swings right out of Sidewalk and absolutely mops the floor one time, and that's a 10-1 lead for Demon Time. Got to see that scoreboard real quickly. What has Hendog got crisping up here? A 24-5. I mean, Chief, that's a lot of kills. That's a 2-4 in the books there.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, it's off what 2-4Ks. I want to say like it feels like 3-3Ks now. And Ace in the last game. If this guy, he's feeling momentum, and at some point he's going to look for a 6K if he can. But there's no stage on the map, so I don't think it's going to be quite possible. I mean, looking at the game and looking at what's going on, that Clank being the top fragger of the side for Oracle, sitting at 7 on the defense, you're kind of happy your Jets warming up. They're getting into the game. They're kind of one of the better players of your squad. So when you get to the other half, you're expecting something because, let's be real here, when it comes into the second half, you're going to need a miracle as it stands right now. 10-1 is their lineup thus far. It could go to an 11-1. It could be a 10-2. It all comes down to how Oracles wants to make sure to use all this every last utility as it stands right now. And Orbital Strike and Hunter Fury cannot be wasted.
No, here we go. Bladestorm has popped. Hendog so quick with that primer. Okay, gets the one out to Clank.
Oh my God.
No reservations for aggression for Oracles. They want to try and play it faster, but Demon Time has matched that tempo superbly well. And that's just down to Silva here. BTRE. Here's the one on the slow tate and ends up getting the bottom end of the bucket there. So we round off the half, Chief. The dream that we had, the optimal 3 rounds, that cushion we're so desperately yearning for Oracles is far from occurring, but we got to see some major pistol activity and a strong couple rounds from Oracles to get their foot on the board.
I would say instead of major, miraculous would be a better M-word to really pop out right here, right now. Speaking of this pistol round and knowing that everything following afterwards. Hendog, obviously, look at the scoreboard. This guy's an outlier. I mean, from not only his own team, but from the opposing team. I mean, from the entire lobby, he is single-handedly carrying this thing, and his teammates are just there whenever he decides to get too aggressive and find himself through that saying, okay, well, I was close to the ace, I didn't get it, or a 4K. I just want to see what I can do right now. I'm just trying to get clips from here, and it's just not going to happen every here and there, and you get your teammates as a backup. You got 4 little safety nets to fall through, but as it stands right now, Oracle's on this attacking side. We have to see something, and it can't be just pure aggression, but that's what they're opting for right now to start things off. As they run into a little bit of an Astra setup towards that B area, but I mean, going forward, they have to get more aggressive. They have to find themselves some alternate angles to come from because there's no market presence whatsoever, so they can't have any shots in the near drum to really give themselves a carry.
What do we got in the tank here? The initial bit of cover from that Astra fades away. Hendog was priming that tailwind, thinking some aggression was coming, had to go to safety, but meanwhile, Oracle's making some tracks towards mid here. Clank looking for a pick. Do we get a Clank to the dome? No, we get a jiggle from my Hendog, and that's really good damage. Tenet gets the one onto Glide 2, and with that, the opening looks good for Oracles, but they have to be careful. The differentiating factor still on the board here. Hendog posted up in market. Pop flash, blind, but no aggression just yet. 5 works for protection, but they got a siege. Doing a good job. 45 damage done, and the swing comes on the back end, and still a Hendog gets the one. Reloading, and alas, the collapse comes on through by the rest of Oracles. Got a little bit uncomfortable, but in the grand scheme of it, still, it came through. Like you said, Mick, not the prettiest on the shelf, but she'll do for sure.
Still, exactly. Just ran on the board, getting yourself 1, knowing this game will go longer no matter what. You at least buy time for 1 more round, maybe even 2, 3 afterwards, if you can continue the same kind of momentum. I know it's going to be very difficult for him, knowing what Oracles hasn't really been able to match just yet out of Demon Time and the kind of firepower that we've seen. But, I mean, this attacking side has a lot of potential to just snowball. If you can find those first couple to work with, knowing that you can get on the board, knowing that you have this round with the guarantee advantage of the heavy armor and the guns in hand, you have that bonus round to back things up. You can keep them all to work with. But it all comes down because with Demon Time, no chamber to work with. It is purely down to shots. Whether or not they can find kills with these classics. And keep in mind, I just say find kills with classics. That's a very difficult thing to do when you know you're doing nothing against Spectres and Ares.
Spike down A.
Getting aggressive. Boundary on with the 1 and the 2. My goodness me, absolute demon with that Sheriff. Hendog gets the one onto Shu, or onto Beatree. Sorry, Shu gets the trade, but man, that went one time upside down. That single bit of activity from that KJ flipped everything, man.
Well, I'm trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, but all right, Hendog, yeah. Hendog, Demon Time, crew, whatever you want to really go by past this point. I'm not going to say that was a nail in the coffin. That was just utter destructive. I mean, knowing that you can find yourself around like that, I said, all right, what do you need for the classic? You play for range, obviously, in this kind of a league of game. You know what weapons excel and what kind of areas. But when you're just playing so aggressive, you're running right to classics, and you give 3 classic kills over, 2 sheriff kills at that. It's looking like a round to say, all right, that may be the round to end all rounds, knowing that if you can't win something like that, what are you really giving over for?
A little bit uncomfortable, Chief. I don't really know what Oracles can do. Fight actually, yeah, gets the opening pick, and that goes ahead and further solidifies the conversation we've been having this entire matchup. It's been an absolute stomp fest, and you know, come back from this is one thing for Oracles. They just it's a tough mental, and still, Demon Time here defending and doing a really good job of it. Like going full send right on through, getting aggressive to get the close angles. No, but actually it's good for the one. But Glide 2 is there for the trade. That's what Demon Time has done superbly well. Regardless, shoot. Trade better late than never. Still 50 on the clock here, and Oracles could easily make this round happen considering they have Spike in hand and are semi-united in this mid area.
Yeah, they definitely do, but I mean, honestly, they just have to find some kind of map presence. They gotta see where an opening can come. They gotta see if they can find one more player, know where the allocation to begin. The new one will be towards spawn. They're gonna set up that checkpoint. They're gonna find the halfway stage, and they're probably gonna do one on each side. This stage of your Oracles, you gotta figure out what can you do. Well, best option, in my opinion, is straight rush B. You know you have one in spawn. You know one's on the opposite side of the map to keep the eyes, to listen out for the plan. But it's just not there. Instead, Isaac can find one. Dog is still alive and well. If this man's on the field, you're gonna have problems.
It's down to Shu now to try and resolve some of these problems and discomforts, but 13 seconds is not a lot of time to do much of anything, you know, let alone get 2 picks. And it's in the end the patience and diligence from Demon Time on that final one. Dog for the trade. 13-2 for Demon Time, and we get to see some of the replays and highlights of this absolute steamroll fest coming out from Demon Time.
Yeah, I think Steamroll is a great way to put it, knowing that I was expecting a close game. I was kind of hyping it up a little bit, knowing that even in the last game, as production mentioned, went into a triple overtime. This is not what we were really expecting. We had a complete turn up. We had a complete table flip on our hands. And I mean, Demon Time really showing up. And not only that, but knowing that they're going to be going on to semis, they're going to be extremely warmed up for it as well, considering how well of a performance they had in this one.
Yeah, I love it. Some of these highlights are superbly good. You watch it from all aspects. It just felt like Demon Time was really in control. And even in the most tough situations, like Boundary on there with that Sheriff, it's the 2 in the most bleak of times. Dog is right there to support, and that's the kind of stuff that makes teams shine. They have no reservations of helping their team, straight in the mix and the mess of it. And of course, you couple that with really good, clean shots as a whole. I mean, it's kind of difficult to stop a team like that. They're not only, you know, game sense strong, but they're shot strong as well.
Yeah, and even they have they acknowledge when the shots are strong. They let those players go off. I mean, you saw Dog. Sure, he's a jet and he can completely leave everybody in the dust and say, I'm going to do what I want to do. But I mean, honestly, it seemed like his teams respected him for that. They were flashing him out. They were giving him the smoke covers. They were saying, all right, honestly, we have 2 pieces of util in every single one of our slots. We'll give you at least one of them, and we will make your job easier. Past that point, if you go for 3K, push all the way to spawn. Go for 4, go for 5, whatever need be. Because at the end of the day, we'll be a 4 whatever's left. If you can at least manage 3, we are sitting fine and dandy considering we really didn't invest that much into you, knowing that you can still get that. You're a great value trade. You will always find some kind of positive influence for the squad, and we're going to give you that credit when need be. And if you're going off, by all means, keep doing it because it makes our job easier. It allows us to think on our toes. And honestly, it allows us to take notes to see what kind of tendencies are coming out. We're looking at the mini map. We're looking at our utility. You're the one who's actually looking at your crosshair because we don't even need to do that.
Yeah, and it's just, it speaks wonders what you just said as a whole. Like, let that bird free, right? Like, let Dog do what Dog wants to do. Frag out, and the rest of the team has been supportive. Like, as much as we say the frags matter, and we said, you know, you and I always make that comment, the team synergy was there. There wasn't a moment in time where they weren't backing each other up. There wasn't a moment in time when utility wasn't being used correctly to identify opportunities for picks, to support each other to get those trades. And that's the kind of stuff that makes things superbly good and synergize. And you don't get a scoreline like this by fluke, Chief. There has to be some good sauce in the back pocket. And, you know, for those that were watching the intro, a whole lot of frosting on top. So as we send it off to a very quick break shortly, I want to remind everybody, of course, manager and coach tournament we mentioned in the beginning, coming up on June the 12th, the Sunday. If you guys haven't signed up, please do so. We have MSI hooking up some giveaways as well for that, and that's going to be amazingly nice of them. So shout out MSI. And while you're away on break and all that jazz, exclamation mark talent in Twitch chat to support the lovely team here, bringing you this week in, week out. We dropped the news on the increase in the prizing thanks to Metafy, and Community Gaming going to power $350 a week prize pool for the next 5 weeks thanks to Metafy, and then dropping down to $250 regularly. So to say that we started where we started here with GLG and where we are now, it wasn't without our beautiful viewers. So Hop on the socials, send some love, learn a thing or two about what's coming up. Off to a quick break. Mick and I will be back with you shortly for semis.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are back at it again. I am Strive, joined by the fantastic Mick, as per the usual. This is semifinals. We are proceeding down deeper into the bracket, and following the winners of our previous matchup, it is going to be Demon Time versus Cake Sailors. And shocker, Mick, you and I so far 2 for 2 on Ascent. Why am I not surprised?
Now I don't know, man. I'm on the same page as you. Why? I'm not really surprised either. Honestly, we might as well get a third at this point, but maybe we could just be, caster cursing ourselves this time. I don't know. It is what it is. But regardless, the one thing that isn't going to, be the same by any means necessary will be the team. Sure, we'll see one. We've seen Demon Times again. We want to see Hendog again. We want to see whether it was a fluke that last game was, or some kind of pop off, or whether something was happening. Whether or not it's actually a consistent factor, we're going to see throughout the rest of this night and going into grand finals. Because if Hendog does that again, they will probably move on, just guaranteed. But the thing is, they have a different opponent on their hands now. Cake Sailors will be their opponent this time around. And honestly, after seeing the results of that last match, I'm surprised they didn't get rid of it, sent off the board for them.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring up, and it begs some, I guess, attention in a way. But alas, we digress, and we look forward to a fantastic matchup. So I'm just going to be patient and let the agent select come out. What are we going to see from Demon Time? Much of the same recipe, something new and fresh to catch him off guard? I don't think so. I mean, typically when you run it down like that, or you play a map so strongly, I wouldn't be looking for a recipe change per se. But nonetheless, it's also on the opposing end of the spectrum. What has Cake Sailors got in their back pocket they're going to bring out? Having watched that previous matchup, I don't know if Cake Sailors had a chance to pick up a thing or two, or if they were even able to catch it. I think at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to really just having good map control. You can't give Demon Time anything more than 2 millimeters of space, right? You give them a mil, they take an inch. You give them an inch, they take a mile. And it ends up being a cascading effect once they get their entry picks. Whether they're on defense or attack is kind of, secondary. But given the fact that they're starting off on the attacker side, which they had so much success on in their previous matchup, it makes me a little bit worried, Chief. Like, this is Demon Time. They're not here to play at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the same page, obviously. Demon Time, they were taking full control of the map. We talked about some avenues that could have been taken. The Sova Dart right there by Jet next to the fountain towards the middle of the map. Doing whatever you got to do. Throw out a recon drone right click, because Sova will be a necessity on this map on Ascent every single time. You and I remember we casted a tournament with Community Gaming where they had it to where you could ban an agent. And I saw that as Sova was banned on Ascent, it was the biggest stomp I think I've ever seen on the map, because he's almost a necessity for this map. You have to have him. Knowing how he just has such a huge influence on defense, getting a read of where players going to push from, creating a little bit of stall space to say, okay, well, if they're pushing from here, they at least have to shoot that arrow. A ping will go off by then. You will tell that at least a couple of players will be moving towards market, or will be on to his side, or any kind of influence on the map will be given up at that point, and you will have some chance to retaliate. We didn't see anything preemptive there at that last squad to really tell us that, okay, here's where Demon Time's going. And they had no preparation for anyways in terms of utility to back that up, besides obviously like maybe a trademark in the middle of the map. And that's still not going to do everything when you don't have any cover to back up with it. So, playing towards spawn instead of playing towards middle. Play a little bit more passive, play exchanges off the utility. That may be the name of the game if we see Hendog do that same exact thing. But in the meantime, I'm hoping to see a little bit of a spotlight on every other player. Hoping that Cake Sailors can give them a little bit more of the run of a mummy, so they can actually have every player step up and show a team effort here.
Yeah, it's going to come down to much of what you said, and just really letting Cake Sailors speak up for themselves, right? And I'm just going to, I'll reserve my thoughts and my comments, but the one thing I won't resolve is what I kind of hinted at previously, because heck, why not? I'm going to hype it up and gas them until I go blue in the face. Y'all know the drill. I mentioned it previously in the beginning of the last matchup. We're up in it. We're up in the ante big time. Thank you so much to Community Gaming and Metafy, of course, for doing so. The standard prize pool now for GLG Pit of Valors on a weekly basis here. This Twitch channel, GLG, on a Wednesday, $250 for Pit of Valor. 5 times our previous prize pool. So that is amazing, and a big thank you to CG for powering it. Dude, tell me about it. And then on top of that, it's like, we just spice it up more. Metafy is up in it with another $100 for 5 more weeks. We got MSI showing up to do amazing contributions in terms of mice, keyboards, and headsets. And it's just so much coming down the pipeline. So for those that are tuning in that are here with us, thank you so much for supporting us for the past 2 years plus of this game being out and us running these events. But most importantly, a big thank you for hopefully participating in the future with these events to come. It's you guys and this amazing community that keeps GLG thriving and keeps the gas at its most premium state. So getting into agent selection here, Mick, it looks like kind of what we expected. Not too much is changing on the side of Demon Time. And, why would you, man? This is going to be great. But you can see some of that mojo and energy getting matched, I'd say, right? You got that Omen to kind of counteract that Astra. Of course, the staple Sova, like you said. Mikey on that Jet, Happy on that KJ, and Combat on that KO. Tells me that these guys are here to play. They've definitely found some sort of, I think, similar vibe and energy, which Demon Time delivered in the previous Ascent matchup.
I mean, yeah, they have a recipe. It works for them. So why not just, if you know the recipe's good and you like it when you eat it, why not keep doing it every single time? But even then, you're not going to receive the same kind of meal every single time. You're always going to have someone with a switch up, maybe a different side to go with it, a different entree, whatever it may be. You know that the opposing side will always be either a different player or a different agent selection, whatever it could be. Even if it's a mirror matchup, you still have some variety there in terms of setups. But looking at the side of Cake Sailors, that's what I'm looking at. Some real defense on our hands. Chamber, I say it every single time. They Riot labeled him as a Sentinel. That's the biggest lie I've ever seen within the past 21 years of living. That is not the real case here. We have a KJ this time around, a real Sentinel who can hold down a site, especially when you're starting on defense here for Cake Sailors. They got to make sure they can hold down a site, as we mentioned prior. And you can actually play passive off that. You can make sure to hold down a site, get some damage, get some intel, make sure that all these things are played out without even having to peep your head out. But it all starts to whether or not Demon Time will have that same aggression on round one, whether or not they have the same setup towards B side. As it looks thus far, they're trying to go for a mid play, which Cake Sailors will have a very, very early idea to let them know that we can't get this thing up.
Yeah, I'm gonna let this round kind of breathe a bit. I want to see what Cake Sailors can do and how they can put their foot forth on defense in these first couple pistols, right? You got to match the energy of Demon Time. You can't be on the back foot. You can't let them walk all over you. That spells trouble. You can't let Hendog take 1v1 fights. You can't let Bonrion do the same, and they will capitalize. We've seen it in the previous matchup. So Mikey here looking a little bit nosy towards Tiles, looking for the initial pick, and we do get the KU tilt popped out of the way, and that's good in the hood, but you can see just how pokey Cake Sailors is. Two on mid, one aggressive on short. They're looking to push on through, but Hendog is here in prime. Springs is looking to send off a bit of a paranoia initially as well, but reserving some of those thoughts as after the initial damage is done to Demon Time, Cake Sailors kind of slow the tempo down and back away just for the time being.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, already looking for a little bit of mid influence, even then a much slower start out of Demon Time than we've seen thus far. And this is a really good just implication for Cake Sailors that they can find something. But Pipe is not letting that happen. It's a very, very quick two-piece on the board and make sure that, I mean, while we saw some struggles there, those are completely out the window now.
Here.
You don't have to worry about really playing for mid anymore. You can start pushing up towards the site. You can really make your move wherever. You have to have at least one teammate really take the bait at one point. Make sure that influence comes out. And Hendog having an immediate read of where that alarm clock could be, knowing that influence came out earlier. You know it's nanoswarm somewhere, but as long as you have the backup, you have the recon dart there, you can just rush site and get onto it. Find some kills in the meantime with everybody being already lit up.
Yeah, massive shock dart there from Vengeance as well. Gets the one onto Demon Time, but still, it's the attackers looking very much in the lead here in terms of numbers for the time being. A low HP Silva makes it just a little bit more painful to manage, but got some nice positioning. Generators looking more or less on lock. Hell is cross-fired and looking pretty frosty too, so Happy looking to make some door moves. 20 HP is on the agenda, but I like how they've kind of got Combat Log being the nosy KO backed up by Sova. Just looking for information. Don't want to be in the back end of the peak and want to get that initial shot off where possible. Bonrion gets the one onto counterpart KJ. Happy that's out of the way. Combat Log for the one, but it's looking really bleak and troublesome as Flight with a three-piece combination with that Sheriff in hand cleans up Vengeance. And yet again, it's Demon Time making that first round happen, and boy did they make it sing. It's looking superbly good initially here.
Which, I mean, yeah, I'm with you. It's superb. It's looking a lot more even. Right off the get-go, not nearly as much aggression. Demon Time actually having to respect their opponents, making sure to slow things down so they have themselves a new opponent on their hands. They have to get a brand new read of the game. They have a brand new composition they're up against. They have a legitimate Sentinel who's going to slow them down on that defense. They have these variables and these intangibles that they have to work against and really vault over this time that they didn't have prior. And I want to see these adjustments being made. Demon Time, obviously, if they keep on fragging like they have prior, it will be a natural predator inside of this ecosystem. But going forward, there's going to be a lot more things that really have to stack up for their favor. And honestly, with the guns being in their hands this time around, that's one thing that's definitely going to help. But I mean, still, we've seen them get finessed. We've seen them finesse. But I mean, looking at the guns now, they have to make sure they just can't lose any of these because this bonus has to be outstanding, especially Cake Sailors is holding them up as easily as they are, even with these pistols in hand still.
Yep, Hendog looking to do much of that same hard clear towards sidewalk that we saw in the previous matchup and gets actually tickled off to the side from from stairs rather. That calls for a bunch of rotates here as well, and the fluidity with a minute on the clock initially is good considering they're light on their toes, but you can see Demon Time not looking to get any kind of initial poke off, and Hendog gets pinged and has the Tailwind primed, ready to dash on through. Is there a response or hold coming through? Not so much here. Going for the button. Springs. We get the connection to Dome. We don't, but Vengeance gets Bondry on Bison for the one, on to Vengeance for the trade. Hendog doing what Hendog does best. Getting aggressive, some pop shots off, and that's all enough to keep some space for the rest of the attackers to get on site. Spike planted now. How do Cake Sailors retake, considering just how dominant Demon Time has been on this Behold?
Started looking for a little bit more influence, trying to get some utility back towards that spawn, trying to make some plays and just stall for some time. But I mean, Cake Sailors, honestly, they just need to push into this. There's not too much they can do. Another with a bunch of classics. And while Springs is still really in a large deficit when it comes around to health, you can't really manage too much here. Demon Time will sure push you out. They'll try to find some free kills on the way out and see whatever they can manage. But I mean, how much would that really hand you? Mikey has to swing at some stage. Now, with this tailwind in his hand, he has to go for the shots before it goes away. And it's just not enough to go and close that hand dog. Obviously, that is your predator here in this matchup, finding kill after kill after kill after kill, with 3 of them still remaining at the end here, as Demon Time now found their second. But with Cake Sailors moving to the next one, not investing money into guns, no sheriffs, no marshals, no crazy buys on our hands. They're going to have these rifles to work with going into this next round, and I want to see what exactly they have. Vengeance on the Odin. That's something you don't see very often anymore, but back in the day, that was all you used to see out of these Sovas. And while the rest of the team's still sitting on 0 kills, I'm hoping at least one of them get one in this next round.
Yeah, so far it's been like, the Demon Time Express, right? Passengers are all aboard, and I think we've now made a pit stop in gun round land for the side of Cake Sailors. So let's see what they got. Vengeance has got the paper mache blaster of choice, that Odin towards B area, spamming away, and doesn't get much of anything initially. So they read that quite well, and despite the coverage, Hendog getting a little bit nosy, looking for a cheeky push, if anything, if some of the defense wants to get aggro on that B main. But you can see just how patient they really are. They've left that spike towards top A mid area. They get that initial look off as well. Drop a turret just to ensure there's no aggression from the back end flank. And now they're going to fall back to safety. And this is great. Like what we talked about in the previous matchup is just how good Demon Time is of getting map control. They're not afraid to go out as a duo, get some info, maybe get a trade if possible, if the stars align that way, and then reunite as a squad of 5 and make some moves. And given how things have been looking at the B site, I'm kind of not surprised that they're more towards this end of the map. But what makes them nice is they get the job done early, and it gives them so much time to rotate if they need to as well.
Yeah, I mean, they go ahead, get a lot of influence, try to get a tail from these players. So, okay, well, who's playing towards these sites? Do we have any early utility being popped? Do we have a KJ getting a little bit panicked, getting a little bit pressed up and saying, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this Storm out, let them know that I can hear them. I mean, no matter what, every single piece of intel or utility that you see is going to be intel. It's going to let you know who's stationed nearby, whether or not it got hit there. And speaking of hits, we're going to see a very clean exchange on this B side, a 1-for-1, as the rest of the Cake Sailors are really looking to get back on the site, but they're already having a tough time with that spike being down as well. This is where Demon Time will excel, holding these close corners, being on site with these Spectres. This is what they want, and they find success out of it.
Really, really good. The guns are doing a number and a half. We're watching Bison backed up by that Sova. They've done marvelously well in the past. The swing comes out. Viper's got the one. To get another. I love the duality here. Looking good. Now it's just down to Bison. Low HP and a dream. But again, Mikey also suffering in terms of hit points. Multiple flashes. Too much utility almost. But still, look at a swing. Now we bring it down to an even matchup mostly in terms of hit points. What is Bison going to do? Here's the aggression. Holds the tightest angle. But Mikey swings for that peak. Dashes back on through. But mild calculations say not enough time. Ends up saving the weapon, but darn, that was a close round. But regardless, Demon Time taking it.
Yeah, and that's all it comes down to, winning the round. This was their bonus, keep in mind. They had to spend absolutely no money. They hit on the guns they had from the prior round. They used all the utility they could. They said, no matter what, we still have plenty of money to work with. If we win this, we have even much more to work with at this stage. And it's looking outstanding for them. Knowing they knocked 4 weapons out in the meantime, resetting Cake Sailors, this is almost a done deal for them, at least on this round specifically. They're almost guaranteed this unless they make a massive mess up and decide just to stand in, maybe KJ nades for 3 seconds, which nobody has the time to do. They have to find a switch up. Not sitting around like this, I wouldn't blame to go for the A side. You get a feeler, see what players are standing over there, see what kind of deal they got going. But instead, Mikey pushes right to the middle, finding an even exchange. But that's one rifle Cake Sailors had, now completely gone just off a single kill in the beginning.
Yeah, and again, these early picks don't really seem to, bother Demon Time too much. Like, they suffer in the beginning, or they might lose a trade or something like that, but it doesn't discourage the team. They're still super strong, and they really do a great job at holding on to the last second and fighting the fight to the end. And minute 11 on the clock here. That spike sitting well outside of B. And one more time, it's that slow and steady default. Despite the numbers, we got some aggression towards Tree Room. Springs here about to be contested by Fipe. Ooh, unfortunate time to look away, and Fipe has now found a very great angle indeed. Might be able to actually catch that Omen off guard if that opportunity arises in a second.
Cover going out.
I mean, Springs is already trying to find a player, see if his swing's coming out. And honestly, I think he has a hunch to let him know that, okay, well, maybe somebody's here. But you see Hen Dog on the prowl, you want to make an answer. And you think that's exactly what the rest of the team is pushing, but that's just not the case. We saw the default. We see everybody going up to spawn. Fight being that one player pushing literally into spawn. These kind of positionings you just can't sleep on. It's those kinds of swing arounds that you just don't expect. Springs has enough of an idea to know after that kill to get the even exchange. Now sticking a 2v3 with these players. Now trying to move towards the A site. He2 with the spike in hand. That's a free plan. It all comes down to the post now.
Yeah, post is one thing. The rotate's super late from that KJ as well, so it's almost going to be a push out of this heaven or nothing. And you can see Glide 2 has reserved some orbs to block off vision there, and that's going to do a great job. Force is happy to peek on wide, if anything. Spring sending out a bit of coverage as well, but just given how much coverage they have and the angle they're holding on this heaven, no real opportunity to come outdoor, and it's just, yeah, it's a mop fest, Chief. What are you going to do in that case? Like, there's an orb blocking your vision. You can't come out of that without a peek. You know, not in your advantage. It's difficult for Cake Sailors.
And even then, I mean, in a 2vx situation, when you're sitting at 4 more players or 3, whatever it may be, you still got to have at least some kind of influence on a side. Set up a checkpoint. That's always all I like to call it. Somewhat of a roadblock. Make sure you can find at least 1 kill in the meantime. Get that even exchange, because if you double swing out, they know exactly where you're going to come from. They have enough players to allocate to every single entrance where you can find those kills. We can make sure that you set yourself up for success, but even then, just an absolute mowdown when you're in that post on the attacking side. So already, though, Cake Sailor's looking to bust out this blade storm. We see that trying to come out. Mikey trying to make sure to make these plays, get these kills, and really start have that catalyst, that kindle for the flame for the rest of the squad if he can grab a couple off the get-go. But it's going to be a very difficult job considering the Demon Time are investing in a lot more here already just to get on that B side.
Jesus, these guys have tossed everything but the kitchen sink at this round at this point. So much committed, including the divide, and that's going to be basically open doors right on through. Vengeance gets the 1 for the back of set with the Odin, but that's all that Odin was able to write home with. Recovered here, and just being patient for the retake. Cake Sailors don't want to peek through a Cosmic Divide, and I mean, who does really? So see, with Fipe still reserving some Owl Drone activities, we'll offer some good information here as to know where Cake Sailors are coming through, and so far, they're just they're having to deal with so much utility, it's burning a lot of time for the retake.
Definitely is, and that's all they're really trying to dwindle down to. We saw Demon Time on round 3 that they won, and they just literally did nothing but play for time. But here, you know, Cake Sailor's going to swing. They're going to find the kills, and they're going to make it now 4v2. Almost an impossible feat here for Cake Sailors. Looking at how fast the rest of the team got mowed through in that first approach. Last thing you want to do is try and double down here out of ignorance.
The 1 for combat log, and that's all that it is. But yeah, talking about that round here for a second, Mick, you just got to appreciate how much utility was conserved from Demon Time on that take. These guys got on site, cleared it, got the 1 trade, which is super, and they literally had 4 kitchen sinks throughout that round. They had owl drones, they had recon darts, they had shock darts, they had every bit of, you know, intel seeking opportunities that they could really ask for, and that's just tough for Cake Sailors to retake on. And they got spammed through button area, which is just even more frustrating as a whole. So you got to appreciate the fact that they're really fragging out more than anything, and they're doing it more or less uncontested without any kind of real utility support. And again, it just speaks to just how diverse and strong Demon Time is with that crosshair placement and those shots.
I want to say more importantly, it shows how strong they are more specifically on that B side. I mean, the way they've been playing this game thus far, they haven't won a touch day at all, and I don't blame them. When you have a recipe, as I mentioned earlier, just like the agent composition they have, if it works for you, if it's a good recipe, if it tastes good, why not make it again? I mean, there's always going to be a switch up, but you know that at the end of the day, you always have that one reliable thing. It's like the good dessert. You never know what you're going to have for dinner, but you wolf that joker down because you know that you have dessert afterwards to look forward to. But problem is, there it is once more. The switch up, finally, turning around, able to go ahead and grab those kills, create the switch up, create confusion and chaos amongst everybody else in the map on that defensive end for you're trying to figure out what's going on. But if your combat log, you hold an angle, you make sure no matter what happens, you get these kills, and he's definitely doing that. Now with 3K on the board, he's only got 2 more, but he's just got to stall time for his teammate.
Combat log, looking for the fake out there with that recon dart, and instead gets Fipe to the face. So despite the battles and the efforts of that KO, we're landing a little bit short of the cleanup, albeit Vengeance has a different opinion and gets a great one onto Boundary on. The spike is now going down as well. So Battle of the Sovas here, Mick. How do we fare with that market door close? Fipe, deciding, do I feel spawnish or do I feel sightish? And I think sightish is the equation here. We'll see what Vengeance can do.
I mean, regardless, I mean, it's such a great game. Sure, you're looking at a 5-0 score line no matter what, but Cake Sailors, this is their opportunity to get one. I mean, looking at Vengeance, looking at what he's done thus far, these are the 2 MVPs of each squad right now. And it all comes out of who can really stand out higher. I mean, Hendog hasn't really gone off in this game. Fife has been an outstanding player thus far, consistently getting all these 3Ks or making these crazy plays in the meantime. But have the awareness, knowing the spike is going up a little bit. He's going to be on green. He's going to have that positioning. And it's an easy stall there for Fife to say, I swing out, I shoot the shot, I get the kill. This is 6 down the board, guarantee at least an even half of this if Cake Sailor goes flawless past this point. But regardless of the scoreboard, as I mentioned, if you have last game to compare it to, Demon Time has a lot more respect for Cake Sailors. You can tell this naturally in their playstyle. Sure, they're swinging slow when they're making mistakes. They're swinging one by one, like right here. One. You make sure you get it going right there. I mean, it's just these kinds of tendencies that we saw that they had almost no penetration at all in that last half, or excuse me, in that last game. It's all out the window now. There is plenty of holes that Demon Time can fix, but Cake Sailors are able to go ahead and manipulate those for the time being.
Mikey getting aggressive, and that's really, really good considering the efforts that have been put in from Cake Sailors. And now back to safety. They have so many ults as well, Mick. So we'll see what they can do. Hendog has primed it, pop flash on through, hard clears it, and shockingly doesn't get domed to the side of the face. That's just call it what you want. I mean, that's just a choice, and ends up capitalizing, gets some lob control as well. And you can see just how timid Cake Sailors is. They're not really playing the peaky angle, and maybe rightfully so. They have number advantage and they want to exercise that, but Hendog just absolutely better when it comes to the shot. Vengeance finally is on the board for the response, and that's still looking pretty darn good. The rest of the team a bit late to the party, but nonetheless with that bit of presence at mid, do they collapse on through? I don't really know. Actually, they brute force it despite Boundary on being nowhere in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it once again, you're expecting the B site plant. You see it coming out from Demon Time, and sure, they're pretty lackluster on players, but that's an ideal situation for Cake Sailors. They have 3 ultimates to work with. You can get all the intel from the End of Shadows. You can get the follow-up Vengeance there on that Hunter's period. They do collaborate the two, and they take full control of sight on it. You start a defuse right here, Demon Time is shaking in their boots just to get that 4 button off, but we two with the swing around, finding one, and another with the flick. This guy can clean it up, but Combat Log is not having it.
Boundary on in the clutch situation. Dancing. Shaking and baking. Combat wants to get aggressive. Is absolutely making a muck of this round when it comes to noise. There is no shot we're getting it. Yeah, we got the shorty kill, but that's nowhere near a defuse. That's just a really good plant spot too, and Demon Time played it so well, jiggling that 7-0 at this point, Chief. And here's some of that glide 2 activity for the one. And says, wait a minute, something's fishy here. Gets a nice little quick scope onto Springs. That was stunning work from the side of that Astra.
That was some Black Ops 2-day stuff, man. I tell you what. that was some FaZe Clan compilation ordeal where, I mean, you didn't even see the reticle pop up, but somehow still just nailed it right there.
It's like that millisecond of like connection between when the gun is actually accurate and when it's not. It's like right when it was there, it was mouse 1 and the connection came through for Glide 2. Just clean stuff, man. And it's individual plays like that that make Demon Time shine along with the overall teamwork. And again, KO ultimate here is active, and that's going to lead him on through. Still rotates 3 towards B for the side of Cake Sailors, but can they hold off this push with that lockdown as well? Combat Log says, yes, I can. Cosmic Divide goes down at the most opportunistic time, and I'll drone in, but Chief, it might be too little too late considering just how dominant Demon Time has been on this site take. And yeah, again, Fife is on the board very quickly, equalizes that 3v3.
So much of a follow-up, so much of a setup. Like, okay, no matter what we set ourselves up for, no matter where we are on this B side, because obviously we're going to the B side because we're Demon Time, and that's what we've been doing so successfully thus far. We have ourselves a setup. If it's not the KJ shutdown that'll get the kill for us, or at least get some kind of combat influence, it will be the Astral Divide, or the Cosmic Divide, excuse me. Everything has an impact there. Demon Time has a game plan every single time. It doesn't seem like what kind of resources are available to them. They have a combo that'll make it work for every kind of situation. Right there, nobody would have expected for you to waste half your K to detain just to get the rest of the other half on site. You would place it a little bit more aggressively towards that corner. Go ahead, peek towards Catwalk a little bit. Find yourself in the middle of the map. Get that entire circle to have some kind of use and use to cause a divide and somewhat of a post plan. No, they fully invested there, knowing that even if it was a budget round, they didn't care if they're not taking these chances. They're hitting these shots instead, which unlikely Mikey there can't really do himself, but he has another opportunity because nobody's dead just yet.
Bison is so aware. Like that pop flash in hand is like ready. It's like, I know there's some funny business happening here. Gonna go for the peek and ends up actually pinging off Springs. Fragment to block off the close. Ooh, that's a little bit short, clearing the wall, but the idea was good. Nonetheless, here, Springs, pigeonholed and Pizza now. Having to one-tap Bison to the face. That's a shot and a half now with a bit of a shrouded step safety. Says all is good in the hood. And again, Cake Sailors get that opening pick, but it's still yet to be determined if they can really, you know, daisy chain the kills thereafter to get the round, because obviously 8-0 for Demon Time is looking like they are falling short of success. Regardless, might be the final opportunity, or not final. Finally, we might see that shift towards the A site make after a very dominant B showing, but you know, Demon Time as well as we do, there's really no deciding command. They're so mobile in there.
Yeah, they most simply are. I mean, looking at everything we have provided for us. I mean, this full push coming right through catwalk into tree. I mean, looking for this influence. Demon Time's finally switching out. They're getting some taste of blood on the A side, but problem is, it's all Hendog leading it once again. As Fly2 gonna have to follow up, but thinking in a 3v2 situation, the Detain and the KJ hold towards the back. You have to make a move, or you have to get out. And Demon Time, they're a little bit conflicted of what they want to do. With no time left on the clock, they're not going to find these kills just yet. It all comes down to 5 without hitting these shots instead. Springs with the exchange, with the round on the board. 8-1 is our lineup. A little resemblance of another game that we just saw here recently, or actually the last two. But nonetheless, we have a different composition, a different team, so it's definitely going to be a different result.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, you know, Fipe, I think, had a different opinion about that round. Like, was it necessary to walk into site instead of playing the angle, knowing Heaven was the play? I don't really know. Maybe he was looking to reposition and get some more site control towards Generator, perhaps, or even, you know, door area. But regardless, you know, things like that, it's all about picking the fights that you feel confident with, and you're not going to win them all. And it's great, though, that Cake Sailors is on the board with that 3 more rounds remaining. 8-4 would be superbly good for them. Rough beginnings, but we all know the drill often end in relatively happy endings, and we'll see if that ends up being the case. Spike here, again, very passively dropped outside of B. They've kind of slowed that tempo down initially and looking for a bit of an opening if possible.
I mean, just looking for some slow and steady gameplay here. I mean, D-Time realizing that. I mean, they finally had a round taken from them. Knowing that all these rounds have played so slow, sadly enough, the one that they went on to 8 didn't work out for them. And I mean, that's also going to kind of be stuck in their head a little bit. If you're Demon Time, you got to figure out what exactly went wrong there. Are you going to bounce back and say, okay, we find some plays towards A? We want to make sure that we can hit that side and find success there, because we have to have some diversity in our pushes. Or do you go right back to the tried and true, knowing that B has worked constantly, 8 rounds in a row constantly, that you make sure to just double down on it. I mean, triple down on it, quadra down on it, do what you got to do. But Mikey set up on this operator, trying to find these kills, trying to find this right angle. You don't see any heads from that cloud burst. And even the one player you do see, you can't hit that shot.
Mikey posted up towards door, jiggling, and as actually getting a great one off onto Bison. Still no tailwind available, getting pinched on, and Hendog with the absolute blade storm. Mikey can't even look up to connect on that shot. Really good decision to get aggressive on that site hold and even going airborne on top of it. So now it's Happy out of Heaven. Vengeance is around the bend. Actually, Hendog getting aggressive with the updraft, gets punished for that as well. And Spectre is on the menu, dancing around these shock darts, doing a lot of damage off to Fly2 as well. This is looking great. Oh no, not so shock dart, not like this. Fipe in the end in a close proximity battle with Gly2's help ends up capitalizing. That was just a series of unfortunate events all across the board.
It really was. I mean, looking at Cake Sales and what they were trying to go for, I like the idea. They had a lot of players alive. Problem is, and we saw Mikey sitting so far up with an operator that the guy didn't have much to do once he got circled around. We saw, I mean, obviously, Hendog go around the edge, go through tree, find garden, hit window, find a kill. And when you realize on the menu after saying they're pushing garden there on Heaven, Mikey's like, oh my God, there's nothing I can do. You just hold an angle. You pray you can get one more on the way out, find the flick of a lifetime and get that kill. Meanwhile, the rest of your team is rotating like their life depends on it. You just can't get there in time because the clock is ticking. And knowing that obviously Demon Time is going to be one of those fast pushers, there's not much you can do once they've made their mind up. So finally finding success on A, you start to realize, are they going to push A once more? Well, you at least want to put one player there to get an idea of that. In the meantime, though, we're going to get 4 players towards B because Cake Sailors are starting to get a read and say, this is their, once again, their bread and butter. Last thing we can do is give it up to them for free.
Yeah, Hendog, close proximity as well in mid. Vengeance is playing a very slippery angle, but as soon as that smoke fades, we're in for a world of pain. Looking for the KJ alarm bot, if anything, closes up and clears that pizza angle nicely here. in the end. Tailwind primed and set. Springs, Shorty, and a Dream smoking as well. But this is where Hendog excels best. This team is so good with the pop flash. Oh my god, Springs. Oh, what? Bison doesn't actually make it out, and Mikey actually blade storms as well to clean up by Hendog. That's just yeah, that's a big oof moment. But 3v3 again, we've seen despite the difficulties, Demon Time does a great job at getting back on the board as well. Door goes up and down, and at this point, Onryon is just getting some A positioning and allowing the rest of the team to rotate. Fipe on tree gets Mikey off the board. That's huge, and Happy now getting on site. Shorty in a Dream, but no, sir, it is insufficient as Onryon is going to do the deed. And like I said, man, when things get tough, Demon Time really gets.
No, simply do. They're a very momentum-based team, and you can tell. But I mean, it's almost more just based off ego challenging, knowing that every time they get a kill, it seems like their taste for blood gets that much more, I'd say, feral. It just looks disgusting at some point. There it is. Just, I mean, closing out one more round on the board, sitting at a 10-1. It's their second time now on Ascent. We're seeing the same result, regardless of the tougher team, theoretically, that they're going up against. Sure, it was a slow start, but they don't care about pulling the brakes. They don't care about taking a long time to start up their car. If they're heading up to 0 to 60 within 3 milliseconds, what it feels like, they're not stressed about anything at all. They're making sure the bow and arrow effect is fully within force for themselves. They are pulling back as much as possible in those first couple rounds, knowing that frags will carry them alone, that based off the reads of utility and taking attendance of players where they are on the map, that will carry them everything past that third round.
Cover going out.
This is just really difficult. Like, it's like, dead seriously, it's almost like a repeat of the previous round. No matter what Cake Sailors is doing, there's a response, right? And it doesn't necessarily come in the beginning of the round. Even when it gets really tough, it's just like Cake Sailors feel comfortable and then they just get punished. And this is much of the same again, right? Initial damage comes out, Vengeance goes for the trade. Super. This time they do have 3 ultimates to boot, but if history has told you one thing, it's that when it, you know, in these times of difficulty, it's when Demon Time really steps it up. And they too have 2 massive ults. That Hunter Fury and Cosmic Divide can very quickly take this round and turn it upside down. But they've really cut noise, and that's again going to be a contributing factor to keeping Cake Sailors thinking as to what's coming in. With the Cosmic Divide going down, Hunter's Fury sent out as well, the counteracting one through and through. Pipe, though, is actually going to be the one to succeed onto Vengeance, and with that activity, 4v3 take on the site we go yet again for the B, rinse and repeat. Nick, it's you couldn't make this up, man. I think honestly Demon Time have got this map right down to a T. I really hope they pan Ascent if they make it through the finals.
I mean, they do. Every single time you look at every single approach that Cake Sailor tries to go for, it just doesn't work. We saw that obviously they try to play a straight up hold, doesn't work. They want to save the first couple rounds, so they gave a shot because that's kind of what you default for, because you don't really know how the players are going to react to things. They didn't work for them. Then we saw the follow. We saw a round of them trying to play for straight retake. I think it was like, what, 4 players versus 5 on the retake. Sure, you lost one in the meantime, but you try to get some damage off of the nanoswarm or whatever it may be. We saw them absolutely get mowed down at market and towards spawn, and they just couldn't make a push at all. All right, retake won't be the ideal. Let's not do that one. Then they say, okay, let's play aggressive. The only time we've seen any success out of aggression would be Mikey, who found 1 kill onto a random player who decides to peek mid. And next thing you know, Hendog is still alive and well. Their Sentinel is still alive and well. Their controller is still alive and well. What trade-off did you get in terms of utility to really say that kill is worth it? There's nothing there whatsoever. I mean, no matter what you do here, Demon Time, as you mentioned, has this to a T, and they are just showing up here tonight, and they're looking outstanding. You need a benefit if you go up against them in these grand finals.
I mean, it was a battle and a half there towards A, but in the end, Mikey comes out, and that's good, but low HP KJ for Cake Sailors is not going to be fun. So Demon Time here are yet again looking mighty on fresh. See what Bison can do. Going around the back end. Where are we at? Fight with the shock dart. Pop flash is good. They've definitely heard the sound cue. Mikey towards generator. Now in 1v1, the classic versus the frenzy. Where do we end up, Mick? Do we end up with the frenzy on the top or down below? Initial damage. Sheriff. A jiggle and a shake. But damn, this is this be like that sometimes, where you want to get that headshot, but it's so difficult to deal with the slipperiness around Gen. The verticality is good. Fight from above. Right click Fiesta, and oh my god.
Shot.
You've got to be kidding me. That decision to get on generator was a thing in itself. That's a very tough angle to battle with. I mean, there's so much more mechanical movement and, you know, finesse required from up top, but it's definitely not a problem if you're fight.
Match point.
I mean, especially when you consider the perspective you're dealing with. When you're down there, you're looking up, you see the entire length of a human. Meanwhile, if you're looking down, it's just straight aim labs. It's just a
Totally.
dot that is moving around that one tiny head. You'd think you had a guaranteed kill, but if anything, it makes it much more difficult knowing that crosshair placement has to be perfect, especially when you take that shot. But what's perfect right now for Demon Time is obviously the lineup for him. I mean, full armor to play with, specters across the board, weaponry, arsenal, utility, everything at their disposal right now. Meanwhile, Cake Sailors, to even have a fighting chance to get themselves, 10 more rounds in the game to get to an overtime, they have to win this one. And that's a lot to ask for considering that they haven't found too much luck on the defense. But a new side may offer new opportunities.
That's what you think, but I mean, Demon Time is also on that spectre buy too. And Hendog, look how aggressive. Just doesn't even have one bit of, not even shy, dude. Like, when we're not even afraid, and why would you be? You got an 11-round gap to work with. You have guns to back it up. And sure, you got Vengeance, but Hendog getting aggressive. Yeah, this is one of those games, Mick. I'm going to go ahead and call it at this point. Vengeance has a huge hill to climb. Gets the one and gets it a little bit more feasible, but history tells you Demon Time, this is where they shine yet again.
Is this one of those games, or is this one of those days, one of those weeks, one of these teams? Like, that's still what I'm trying to look for, quite honestly. Is, I mean, what Demon Time is really made of. We're seeing them on Scent. We've seen them in the same environment, but I mean, sure, a lion's going to do great at finding its prey in the savannas, but we haven't seen them really have to be in too many different situations this time. They're the only thing that's different for them is, are they hunting hyenas or are they hunting zebras? I mean, no matter what, it's all prey to them inside of this environment. You have to switch things up, and with this game coming to a conclusion, there's not too much of a switch up just yet. But we will see them again when it comes over to grand finals, because obviously this was semis, and they made very, very quick work of it once again as they find another 13-1 on the board, looking like everybody who steps in their way on this map will be a problem. But once again, if you're listening to us as casters, if we're talking about numbers or anything, that's the one that can't be ignored. They are looking so darn good on the set that you have to rob this out from under them.
Yeah, it's actually kind of, I don't want to say ironic, but funny, right? It's like the whole idea of stop, it's Demon Time. And it's kind of been that tonight. Like, it's literally been Demon Time. So that's 2 maps of them on Ascent. I kind of mentioned it towards the end of that cast. I really hope teams smell the roses and do something about this map, because obviously facing Demon Time on Ascent is not a good time. I'll be honest with you. But if 1-on-1 equals 2, I have a very funny feeling that it's not necessarily the map that's driving the success. It's the players. So I'm looking forward to the grands. It's going to be a good one nonetheless. We've had an interesting first 3, and I'd say equally as interesting, but in a different way, interesting, second half of this evening so far. So bracket ahead of you. You're looking on forward here, off the grand finals, best of 1 per the usual. Let's see once we come back from break where we get off to here, Mick. But yeah, I think you and I have talked about plenty about Demon Time, but going into the next matchup, where's your head at? What's it going to take, really and honestly, in your opinion, to shut this Demon Time squad down? Is it boiling down to really just straight up shots, or is there something strategically you think that teams can, what am I trying to say here? Expose or take advantage of to capitalize?
I mean, honestly, as good as Demon Time looks, I'm going to say their utility usage is still pretty subpar to everybody else. It's the same thing. It feels very, very generic. You're using the same agents you're used to seeing. They're referring all the way back to an Astra meta. There's no new real changes that we're seeing out of them. They're almost literally using the olden ways to have new forays. It's just almost too easy to read into when you look at the influence of an Astra. You see the Astra in an operator. I'm not specifically going to talk about Glide 2 during my entire point, but knowing that they play very, very slow, they like to take those first couple rounds slow. They like to do things weird. They like to play aggressive when they know they have everybody wrapped up inside their arms. What you have to do if you're going to be facing up against them is, first things first, don't let us go onto this map. Second thing is, throw some weird stuff at them. Don't play aggressive. Don't play for these weird angles that you know that all these Radiants and Immortals are holding in every single ranked lobby. They are used to those by now, and they are checking them. We saw in plenty of cases where Hendog played that entry, was shooting KJ utility that wasn't even exposed just yet, because they're like, probably going to be here. Let me take a shot here. Boom, alert bot, right off the field now. Not even a factor anymore. You just waste that money. Good job. You bought, what, maybe 0.2 milliseconds with it? That doesn't matter. You have to do something weird. You have to switch things up. And honestly, with the introduction of a new agent, with a Neon now looking so much better in VCT, Haven may be the place you can do that. It comes down to my opinion, and whip one of those 2 jokers out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. Grands tells me there's something definitely good in store. And I think the thing with Demon Time is you have to, with them, truly expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Right? the most weird, oddball things that can happen, the hard clearing of angles, the most obvious of pushes in some cases, the conservation of utility where you think they're going to do something before they do something else and it doesn't happen. Like that's the kind of stuff you have to be prepared for. They play the mind game equally well as they play the shot game. So yeah, let's get into grand finals in a moment here. But before we do, everyone take this time and do yourself a solid favor. Now that we've upped the ante in terms of prize pool, if events didn't fill up fast before, they're going to fill up faster now.
Oh my
Mark
God.
my words. It's like, I hope y'all will put one on one together. Like, it's going to be a spicy next couple of weeks, especially with Metafy jacking up that prize pool. But even thereafter, we fill up 64 bracket events like it's nobody's business. So for those teams that are really and honestly looking to get in consistently week in and week out, there's only one real solution to do that, and that's the GLG Country Club memberships. We have the Instalock version that's kind of still floating about. Very simple. $10 a month. One person on your team needs to hold this membership, and your entire team gets priority entry into not only Pit of Valors, but events that we host other, like the Coaches and Managers Tournament, or like Old Days of Radiant Arena, or whatever it may be. Regardless, Val and Chill on Saturdays. So take this time, hop on over. You guys can do !GLGCC in chat, and purchase a membership. $10, and y'all get a chance at $250 week in, week out from here on out, powered by Community Gaming. I cannot believe we've gotten to this point.
You
Chief. Like,
just saying it no nonchalant. Like
I know, I
$50
do.
for the longest time, and you're saying
Right?
$250. Like it's nothing. Like it is one of the biggest deals that obviously other people ask for requests and ask for paid entries. This isn't a paid entry that we're asking for. It is for your sake to say that knowing how quickly these things fill up, if you want a chance of that, if you want a taste of that, $10 is almost a fifth of what other teams are asking for, less than half of what other places are asking for, just to get yourself a piece of a prize pool, knowing that it's going to be on a much more consistent basis.
Yeah, like do all yourself a favor. Just grab the membership for the sake of knowing that you're going to have the entry. And I'll say it time in and time out. For those that have competed in GLG events, I think we do a darn good job of making these things run smoothly. And I can't thank enough, of course, the back end of production, and of course our TOs and admins that make it happen. So y'all want a great time on a Wednesday? This is the place to go. So off to a quick break. We're going to go right now. Take this time to do some research and get involved and sign up for whatever you want to sign up with that's out there, and get yourself a Country Club membership while you're at it. And a snack and a beverage isn't a bad idea either, considering grand finals is coming up with Demon Time. So off to a quick break. Mick and I are going to be back with you here, hopefully very shortly. Stay tuned.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back. The break was a little bit longer than expected, but of course, all good things require some patience. Welcome back, of course. This is Pit of Valor number 92, Grand Finals. We are going down to the land of Haven. Make this what we talked about, kind of what we were expecting in this, the game changer. But keep in mind, down below, y'all know the drill. Demon Time against Fluid Gaming, and despite it being Haven, after all the picks and bans were said and done, of course, or bans in this case, this is a Demon Time pick. So, you know, although it's different, it's three-sided, but I think we got some funny stuff in store for us. It's going to be a great grand final.
Yeah, and oddly enough, Demon Time already going ahead and wising up. So maybe we need to do something different in the meantime. Well, I mean, we just had a long break to deal with. We've closed out our last two games extremely efficiently. So maybe let's have a little bit of a switch up. Start going back to the strat book, figure out what we got for other maps. See if we can kind of, I would say, elaborate on it, figure out what more we got to really dive into. And Haven, surprisingly enough, is the map they end up choosing, which is also the map I suggested for the other team to select before we went into a break. So going forward, Fluid Gaming, I'm expecting a lot out of them. Knowing that they've gotten the same stage, knowing that they're really climbing up the ladder, I want to see what they got to provide and see what not they have just as much of a reckoning as what we've seen out of Demon Time in these last two rounds.
I mean, if anything has got some rhyme and reason to it, this can go one of two different ways, right? I think Demon Time can walk into this and have that same kind of authority, depending on where they're starting. Now, keep in mind, they are starting on attack. Y'all can see down below. So we know they're very strong on ascent. They definitely showed up when it came to the attack side. And having that authority of a three-sided map and having 5 members that can easily spread their wings and, you know, set some routes wherever they want to go, like that itself can be interesting. But regardless, Fluid Gaming is coming off of a 15-13 win in their prior matchup. So I think they're equally as warmed and primed up. It's just a matter of who's going to play it out, you know, better than the other team, obviously. But getting onto a new map, of course, brings new agent selections in this case. And it's nice to see that we're kind of diversifying the agent pool getting into this matchup.
Oh, baby! And another thing I'm already talking about, you know I said it earlier, and you know I love it. It's the only woman I've ever insta-locked in the game of Valor, and I've already become a master of it. Fade. She is the best selection for this map. This is the one map you see her starting to excel on BCT, and the collegiate scene where I'm all over. She's everywhere when it comes around to Haven there as well. She is literally made for a map like this. Roofs are her lineups, and when you look at Haven in the sky view you get right from the center, that's all this map is. Quite simply put, it is very, very contested. It's very clustered. You and I were talking about suburbs and city areas. This is the suburbs right here. You got houses clustered up left and right, and every single one of those roofs is a lineup for Fade to just get all the intel in the world. So bring that along with the Breach, the Astra to come out as well, and then not a legitimate Sentinel for the side of Fluid Gaming, but a Chamber nonetheless. You're expecting Varun to really frag out here to compensate for the fact they don't have that KJ like anybody else would really bring to the table. But it seems like the side of Demon Time is opting for it this time around because Boomerang has been doing a great job with it thus far.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. I got my eyes peeled. I'm loving how we're getting that Fade mix up, like you said. Of course, familiar pick for iHendog, familiar one there for Bonrion. Glide 2 as well on that Astra. Bison going to be hopping on the Sky this time instead of the KO. So a little bit of a change, of course. Fipe leaving that Sova and playing that entry role via the Breach. So I think we've kind of adapted the agents in a certain way, kept it more or less the same and familiar, but at the same time, Haven isn't your Ascent, obviously, and the agents need to cater to that. But regardless, Fluid Gaming, let's get down to the nitty gritty and see what we got. I got my eyes peeled. I want to see what that Fade does. That's a huge X factor in this evening so far. And of course, for a grand finals best of one, I think really we put everything on the line here. And for our final $50 week of competing, I think we've set up a fantastic finals for our viewers here.
Yeah, I mean, even in looking at the setup thus far for the map, Haven, I talked about it, Demon Time look very two-dimensional. So what's every single map got in common except for Haven? 2 sites. So you got defense, you got a plane, you got a layout for each site, but when you got 3 that are starting to be introduced, it makes things very, very interesting. And knowing that there's so many different options, knowing there's so many different places available to really have these setups that Fluid Gaming can be working with, it really comes down to whether they can really hold things down. But a lot of decay right off the get-go, a lot of a raid towards the safe side. It's typically where teams like to hit the most on this first round, but no real follow-up about it yet. When it comes around to Demon Time, looking to back up, looking to possibly go somewhere else. Hendog looking still for the entry once more.
Meaner looking also a little bit pokier than usual, looking aggressive, but falls back rightfully so. So after some initial activities, that Demon Time routine of just kind of slowing the tempo down, cutting some noise, getting some information where possible. At the end of the day, it's Pistol, and things are generally lighter on their toes, and this is going to set precedence for how aggressive or non-aggressive either of these two teams get walking into a Spectre buy. So 54 on the clock. A caboose of members posted up outside of Longueuil here, looking for the push on through, and would be good. Stars going down. Here we go. Fault line. Hendog dashing right into Cloudburst. Love it. So much utility. Gravity well as well, just to clear out the back of site. And with that, a lot used, but regardless, they do get on site and they get that spike now. So clean so far, but now Fluid on that retake.
Yeah, and it's going to be a huge retake for them. They have a lot to really bring to the table, and it all has to come through these two sides. They have to flood out through Spawn or through top, and obviously Spawn isn't working in too well for them. Tindog can already find a couple. 5 there with the follow-up, doing exactly what they've done these past 2 maps, but it's still only round 1. The Pistols are now kind of put behind us until we reach that second half, but knowing that, I mean, really everything we're done for Demon Time there. As soon as they get on site, as soon as you know you have A on lockdown, that's why so many teams like to decide for this side from round 1. You don't have the setup, you don't have the allocation of players, you don't have the flank ready for it. Otherwise, you were all flooding in through one exact direction. And when you see something like that, you saw it out of 5 and Hendog right there. Put your crosshair in one spot, keep pulling that trigger. You're going to manage at least 2 or 3 kills in the meantime.
Yeah, and now they're going to walk in with the Spectre buy as well. And I do appreciate Fluid Gaming's commitment to the retake. Like, they're not playing the hesitation game whatsoever. They went full send, went for the attempt to get on site. They got shut down, but it's again, notable. Regardless of that, notably, with the Spectre round initially, with a minute 27 on the clock, Demon Time's on the board for 2 picks. Make that 3 is the Trailblazer in the smoke is what kind of pushes Gorilla Song out of that hiding position. And Justin and Co. on the slow Tate at this point. Spike on the C, and so far nearly flawless for Demon Time. This is gonna be a mission here, Chief, to get back on site.
Most definitely will. I know in the Demon Time they have the better guns to work with. It's their round where they had the buy, so you can't expect too much. It all comes down to whether or not Twisted can happen like for lifetime. And honestly, when you don't check your right, and I mean, who would in a position like that? You see that Glue2 gets that kill, a flawless round here for Demon Time going here into the 3rd. And I think it's more important to know what kind of setup they have here in this 3rd round with all the utility at their disposal. Obviously, Daryl Song has to have all these stars to work, and that's going to be a lot of maintenance to keep up with, knowing that you're going to be sacrificing a lot for it already. I mean, full armor being out of the equation for that alone, and going forward, the rest of the team, they're barely scrapping by themselves, and their entire kit's a lot cheaper, except for room, obviously, but you can choose to not go for the full pistol or headhunter buy, knowing that you have yourself a real gun to work with this time around. But I mean, still, the setup looking nearly the same, a 2-1-2 across the board, no real looks towards Crush to get the trademark there to really compensate for it. Problem is, if C's going to be the hit, you got to be ready for it, and Twisted is looking for a very quick peek. Meanwhile, you have everybody set up in back, and honestly, here comes the fray, here comes the horses, everybody's about to start racing.
Yep, we're racing on through. Around the track we go. Hendog getting actually pinged off there, and that's good for Twisted. Now, back of sight, rotates are here. Despite the pop flash, we are still looking relatively safe. Thank you to Justin for being there to account for that. Meanwhile, Fipe is actually coming on the back end with 2 picks as well. Does not get cuts, but room is there for the trade, so 3v1 situation. Looks like Fluid need a little bit of convincing with some weapons, and in the end, they are on the board and looking good. Glide 2 on the prowl, has a nice line up there onto Gorilla Song for the plant. Demeanor, fault line, that's going to be great for the connection, but do they collapse? No, they're still being very, very patient and forcing the swing, and at a 2v1, I wouldn't have played it any differently. Demeanor had the right idea, albeit falling short to the full buy of Fluid Gaming. That's huge, man. That's early on to do that to Demon Time is, I think it's great. And now we go back and kind of reverse roles and take a second whack at it there now that Demon Time can buy up their weapons of choice as well.
Yeah, and a great answer from Demon Time as well. I mean, so many guns ripped out in the meantime. 3 players down off those kills alone. I mean, sure, the entry was almost super fast for him, but knowing that the follow-up, sure, you had a Hundog on site almost immediately, but 5. Mentioned a couple there in the back end. Glide 2 getting 1 as well. Almost a little bit lazy in terms of watching that spike and having to hold down to the actual objective at hand for the side of Fluid Game, but nonetheless, you make sure to win the round. You have somewhat of a follow-up buy. You have to get these kills, and Twisted being ready, you have to find at least 1 there. You can do that. But with it being a Spectre that fell away from their hands, you're not too concerned about it.
Vroom just lines him up and mows down 2 on the crosses. But Vipe meets resistance and crashes right on through head first using that bouldery, breachy head. And Glide 2 try to manage the flank onto Gorilla Song and forces that Astra to bounce on away to safety, albeit you've done a lot of damage to Fipe, and they're actually able to get Gorilla on the rotate. So that's huge for Demon Time now in a 2v1. Demeanor choosing to play slippery, and go for the flank, but is that going to be the recipe for success? Could be. Might be a bit of a mix-up that they don't expect.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, I mean, a free plant toward today. It's a 1v2 situation. And as you can already see, I mean, Fipe does not have much health to work with. So this is going to be a free kill for Demeanor. Already winning out that fight, having plenty of util to work with in the meantime, and let you not having too much to work with. And you can see all the stars, and they are not aligning, but the crosshair sure is. The flick like that, getting another round on the board for Demon Time. You barely scrap it by with a player like that, and Astro feeling their guns to such an extent. I mean, look at this. Barely coming out of Flash, a little bit of a late swing from Demeanor, but, I mean, you quickly learn your lesson not to do that again.
Yeah, the transition with that shot is just so clean. Like, you have to appreciate that. Like, it's a mirror of what we saw on Ascent, right? They really excel immensely as individuals. As much as we say their team synergy is great, their individual fragility from Demon Time, it speaks volumes. And look at that, in a clutch situation, Glide 2 winning massive. So 3-1 now. Demeanor and Co. looking a bit towards that grass area, kind of repenting based on what we talked about earlier. Fipe is going to do a quick job at shutting it down. They got the one bit of intel on Garage here from Gorilla Song, and at this point, you got a 4v1, Chief. Just pick the site and send it on through, and that's looking like B is the answer here. I hand dog on a really good flank as well, but Glide 2 says, no, my pick, my body, my Astra, I got that under lock and key. Trailblazer is able to catch off Room as well, and that's fantastic intel and info to lock it up. Ideally, save your guns here. No point in dying to the Tour de Force. Hendog has a different opinion. All's good in the hood here as Bison trades it out. So no worse for wear. Demon Time on the board yet again.
I gotta say, I love the balance of what Riot did with that Tour de Force, making it such a long gun. Almost it feels longer with such a thick barrel than the likes of the Operator. It's so easy to pick around corners, find easy kills when you know that the swing is coming out, especially if you're watching an alternate angle to where you just take a shot to the wall. You know you're going to find some shots there. You know you may find a kill as well, and there it goes. Just closing out that last round. No guns to pick up in the meantime, and robbing that out of Room's hand. But I mean, still, everybody else from Demon Time, a great round for them just to dissect, to look at. I mean, they found a complete breakdown on Fluid Gaming there, got themselves on the B side, had the read, knew the Tour de Force was there, saw that green border and said, Glide 2, do your thing. Pop up some smokes. Make sure that he can't push on the site, because the last thing he's going to do solo is push through that, unless he just literally wants to kill himself. But speaking of kill themselves, Vroom almost did that, looking into a 3-man swing, but it just doesn't see this light of day. Instead, Vroom the first one to go down, still with the swing in a 3v4 situation. It's Demon Time. Very, very quick control see on their hands.
Love it. That's like milliseconds of accuracy with that Cosmic Divide. And now the attempt from Fade to lead him on through, despite the purple wall of doom. Instead, I love it. There is no real smoke coverage from Fluid Gaming, and Demon Time playing that really deep long C play. This is going to be huge, but Twisted gets the one. We get the aftershock, not so much, but Twisted going 28 Shades of Berserk with the 4-piece.
Oh,
amazing job. We didn't get the first person view of that, but scoreboard told one heck of a story.
And Twisted, I mean, finally coming to light here. I think Twisted's been the one player that we were expecting to kind of show up, being that one player to throw the curveball towards the direction of Demon Time, and now not only throwing curveballs, but throwing straight lead at their head as well. I mean, in situations like that, you're expecting for a teammate to finally step up and do something. Somebody to finally come alive. We've seen Vroom be consistent with trades on kills every here and there, but when Twisted comes up on a round like that, especially knowing that you're keeping the game really, really close, instead of making it a 4-round deficit, keeping it at 2, that is the exact opportunity you need somebody to step up. And especially with it being your initiator, being on this defense, able to go ahead and reignite, rekindle that flame, especially being an initiator, it's something you really can't sleep on going to these next couple rounds, knowing that, sure, 2 ultimates are invested by Fluid Gaming there, so they have to make sure their shots can compensate accordingly in these next couple.
This is nice from Twisted. I like the change up and getting aggressive towards long A. It hasn't been done, but Bison actually might have read the room quite well, and oh, this is a problem. This is an absolute problem. Does Twisted survive? I don't know, but so far that Cloudburst does a good job at keeping everyone busy. Aftershock forces Fipe away as well. So despite an immense amount of utility invested on that long A area, in the end, we don't really give up too much footing for that Astra. Hendog, well, we got Pop Flash to support, and that's just a clean dome shot. Despite that, they did invest a lot into getting Twisted. That might pay out, you know, in the opposite end of things for Demon Time if they can't get on the site without that util.
Well, a lot of the utility that was invested on right there to get twisted was utility that you can get the recharge on. I mean, you wait about 30 seconds, you're good to go right back into it. But I mean, considering Border is right there towards the middle, trying to find these kills and creating that space for the team, they completely backed it at 8. There's no problem. You have the utility once again, and Bison's entering on the site on the other side. While we got Home Dog on the other side. It's just a complete lockdown here from Demon Time, but it's a 1v2 towards the end, and it all comes down to Justin trying to find this clinch, and it's just not going to happen. Guys able to just not get any kills, get any shots off, and also the plan at the very end as well from Hen Dog. I mean, Demon Time, once again, showing their resilience, and now, I mean, proving us wrong that they're not only able to find these kills and find these potential, I would say, positioning plays and these very quick takes on Ascent specifically, but Hayden's looking to excel them as well.
Yeah, it's a pick for a reason, and I guess when when push comes to shove, you just have to appreciate that Demon Time have come equipped. Their toolkit is fully primed and set. You have Fipe on the board on that breach, offering so much potential when it comes to flashes and utility. Oh my goodness me! That's one for the books. Vroom must be feeling pretty darn saucy after that really clean headhunter. That's a wake-up call. If you're all wearing awake already, I mean, please do stand up and take a stretch or two while you're at it.
Especially coming from his POV, I think makes a lot more of the difference, especially instead that little hole feels bad when you're the one getting shot by it. But instead, we did get the right side of history, and there we go. We're seeing some right trades come out right now for both sides as well. I mean, even all the way up until we saw Demon Time being down one as Room gets another head hot on her kill. But I mean, with the Prowlers coming out, Twisted being positioned towards that, you see this guy's investing everything. He's trying to buy for time for the rest of his teammates, but instead of coming on the other side towards C, Room opting to swing with. Oh, Twisted there on site trying to find that kill, but instead just not really getting too much. Fipe investing a rolling thunder for one player, but it seems like if you got two, but it doesn't even matter. Vroom with a huge clutch there, a 4K on the board as well. That's now the second 4K for this out of Fluent Gaming for the two top frags of the squad as well, coming out of Twisted, Vroom. These two players, you are thankful they're stepping up on their respective half, because when it comes around to attack, only Twisted's can be the same one with as much of relevance.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Fipe. I mean, I can understand the hastiness to want to get pushy, but with that cosmic divide down, you wouldn't think the last remaining player would be on that flank. And here's that replay of Vroom just going nuts with that headhunter. Bonrion did an amazing job landing the shot. Went a little bit borderline, I'd say maybe too aggressive, kind of expecting no one to be on that deep spawn area. But yeah, regardless, it's just tough one situation for Fipe, but we digress. We move ahead. There's still a lockdown for Demon Time, which is, again, going to be beneficial. And 2-round deficit is superb for Fluid. They're putting up a good fight early on.
They definitely are. They're keeping the game close, and that's all it comes down to. I mean, Demon Time has looked super good on this attacking side. And every single match that we've seen, they're very fast. They're very aggressive. When they slow it down, they say, okay, let's wait till the last second. Or, you know what? Let's throw a curveball out. Let's start rotating. Let's just go for another side. I mean, no matter what it is, we have all these options in the world to work with. Let's make sure to use every single one of them. And they're very good at doing that. They have lots of resources, and they utilize every single one of them. But as it stands right now on a new half, in a new area, I mean, for Fluid Gaming to even have more rounds combined in the last 2 games, that speaks a lot of volume just in itself. Knowing that you can stick with some of the top dogs and you're able to compete as well. So a little bit more getting this round, especially the 44th on hand out of Rope, who went off in that last round into getting the opening kill, is really going to make sure this round can be that much more doable.
Yep, and doable it is so far for Fluid, as they're the first pick on the board thanks to Twisted's early contribution. We still have that lockdown in the back pockets of Demon Time, but you got to be careful. Fluid's popped that tour de force, and I'm sure going to be looking to get aggro with a bit of rendezvous activity regardless. Some coverage. What? I don't think Glide 2 walked or made a noise. Okay.
Fact check.
Yeah. Can someone do me a favor and check that PC real quick? Because Justin going nuts. They're getting the satchel swing out, and in the end getting dome ski fight, feeling really good with that. Whoa, what?
Oh!
Almost, but darn, talk about sugar and spice and everything nice that round. A lot of good frags from both these teams, but in the end, it's Fluid to bring it home. They have 4 rounds in their back pockets, and if math proves me correct, that is both in the last 2 teams combined were able to pick up against Fluid. Here's that Justin diff, and of course, Fipe with the Guardian really guarding that B site, connecting on the 1, transitioning for the second, almost borderline connecting on that low HP demeanor, but would have been a 1v1 regardless. Amazing job from Fluid and really clean picks.
Yeah, making sure once again to keep the game as close as possible. I mean, now going ahead, closing up, not only keeping the game in a 2-round deficit, but making it down to 1 where regardless, I mean, you're going to have a stance at this halftime where you make sure it's either a 2-round difference or a 4-round difference. You're not going to get one or the other. So you have to make sure that while you're here, you have to keep this relevance. You have to keep it tied. You have to make sure it's either a tie game or you get that lead because a lead only goes by 2s once it comes around to the half. So making sure that Fluid find these early rounds, find this early relevancy, knowing they are getting at least 4. We talk about it every single time. Find at least 3. Make sure this half looks good. They've now found 4 on defense against Demon Time. I think that's out freaking standing compared to the resume that we see on the other squads.
I absolutely agree with you. And fault line here is going to prevent Vroom from peeking. We drop down the rendezvous, and that's going to go now. Okay, never mind. Hendog has already closed the gap and way back in sight. Cleaning up shop there onto Lasong as well. So just when you think you're safe, you're not. Hendog is all up in your face. The retake opportunity, though, is here for Fluid. Counter fault line for Fipe yet again. It's the aftershock onto Demeanor as well. And guess what? You are completely suffering, and they line on Moba Justin.
Wow.
My goodness, despite the turbulence, gets the 1 onto Fipe, but that long C play from Bison is superbly good. So Demon Time in a really fashionable way with that Rolling Thunder bring home that 6th round.
Yeah, they found themselves a little bit more, knowing that they had to set up towards spawn. That, I mean, Demon Time is one of these few teams that they haven't felt enough pressure to where they all have to buy the rifles. We've seen Glide 2 on that operator on so many different rounds, so many different maps now, so many different occasions that, I mean, at what stage do you say, okay, I need to break out a rifle? Because my team's doing fine, but if I just stick my guns, make sure that we set up for an area that makes sure to excel with the guns that I have in hand, with that being the operator on these long setups, and it makes sure that we can pay off our dividends with it. That's exactly what they're doing. But I mean, right now, Fluid, just to survive that round, Justin survived the rear end of that Rolling Thunder, knowing that you saw them, they were slowly swinging, stunned up, and really couldn't make too much of a play. But speaking of plays, Twisted looking for one, but can't find it. Gets a lot of damage in the meantime, but Rion still with 30 health remaining. And Sky really starting to pay those ends and singe them up as we also see the heals come out. Another kill in the meantime.
Yeah, I like how Fluid Gaming decided to continue off with the pressure, right? They got a great little bit of aggression towards Long Day. Said, guys, let's keep it going. Albeit they kind of fell short towards mid and not, but it's the thought that counts, I think, when it comes to Fluid. But 2-round deficit, showstopper as well. Justin is able to do a good number with that frenzy. Boundary on for the 1, but it's Vroom with the Marshall in hand. Rotates are here. Flash towards backside. Does Demon Time swing? They do and don't at the same time. Demeanor gets the Bulldog pick, and it's now again fight against that counterpart Chamber. Backs right off, and get your favorite dancing shoes up. It's time to salsa here and see who can capitalize.
30 seconds left.
Fipe is just waiting patiently, expecting the push on through, and Vroom is going, oh my god. This, I don't think Fipe expects this.
Nope. No shot, right?
Or does Fipe?
No, we say that. It's not very predictable, but now we gotta just really wait. Because obviously Vroom with another Marshall in hand and still nailed the shot. His fight, thankfully, from the rest of his teammates getting that damage off. It's a one-shot potential with the 101 to the chest. Another round on the board as Fluid Gaming guarantee at least 5. So this is a really good situation for him. No matter what, every single round, as I mentioned, is more of a checkpoint for that halftime, knowing that no matter what, Demon Time will hit 6. You've now guaranteed at least 7-5 rather than 8-4. Really give them that huge leeway, saying that if they won that pistol round in the next follow-up, they're sitting at double digits. Compared to that now, they have to fight a lot more to even get to that stage, and it really opens up the air for them, knowing that instead of Hendog going off, you snuffed this guy out. He's not doing nearly what he's done in the past couple games, but 5 still alive and well.
And look at the monetary impact. Of course, this is, final round before half switch, but this is the first that I think I've seen Demon Time or second time in this game, and I think out of the best 3 that they've really been stuck financially. They're forcing to resort to the Blade Storm. Oh, poor Hendog, just forcing to updraft 40 HP and can't get a single thing. Rolling Thunder here popping out as well for Demon Time, but yeah, that's not going to get anything whatsoever. A lot committed and nothing really earned except a low HP Jet now to somehow manage. Regardless, they're going to go ahead and make an attempt to siege on through. They have a lockdown in the back pocket as well. Being last round here, it is prime time to use that bit of kit. They're going to wait it up, but it actually gets destroyed as well. This is a brute force push, and it's not going to be easy. Who is already here? They've locked it down. Demeanor for the 2. And it comes down to Twisted & Co. Close proximity with Vroom. Gives you a friendly little headbutt to make sure you're alive and well, and it's Hendog getting destroyed. So, yeah, Fluid Gaming looking really, really good. Dude, 6-6 on Haven. Talk about a show up, and you gotta imagine, like, you're going up against Demon Time the previous 2 matches, and as a team, you feel like you're running through absolute molasses. Now you come into this one, and it kind of feels like Demon Time is like, wait a minute, guys, like this isn't what we signed up for. This is a little bit more tricky to say the least. They're gonna have to play this side really, really smart, and if history tells us right and how this match has been so far, I think we're in for a fantastic half.
And even then, I think honestly that Fluid Gaming may be set up to have the advantage for this next half. I mean, looking at the utility they have to work with, knowing that they are playing with the best of them right now, I mean, really putting Demon Time in their place, keeping it a tie game. On top of that, you got to look at the scoreboard. Look at these kills from the players that we've been highlighting on so many different occasions. Froome stepping up, making sure to take some of that pressure off his teammates' backs for that entire last half, saying, I'm going to do my job as a chamber. Find kills on the defensive end. Not really stressed about things too much. Now, Fade, Twisted, you've done a great job that last half, and you were on defense. This is now where you can start to steamroll this game. Excel, find the first frag of the round, move on to site, let's get this plan down.
Damn, what a battle towards the C site. I was gonna say, shout out to the turret for being MVP on B, like single-handedly locking that site down, but the adaptation from Fluid was good. They just completely bailed and said, you know what, all right, no B site, that's cool. C is pretty accessible, we're gonna run over there, and they do. Oh, Hen Dog. Oh, Hen Dog. Oh my god, do we get the 2? Do we get the 3? Almost connecting on it, but thankfully Bison is there. Pop flash as well. Swing, Aroni, flex. Yep. And yep. Count on Bison to be super duper clutch, and putting that aside, Hen Dog's flank, I mean, excellent. That's what really solidified that round.
That was the nail in the coffin. Quite simply, all Bison had to do was just lower it into the ground. I mean, it was just kind of a sealed deal past that point, considering all the damage that was done. The setup, you had the reload sound, which kind of gave away the position. Everything lined up for him there to get those free rounds, because otherwise, I mean, that's maybe the one loophole that Fluid Gaming is really missing, that they're now on the attacking side, and that mistake comes out early, that they don't check their flank. They don't check every single angle. They don't approach onto a site from multiple ways. They say, okay, if we push through B and push through C, they're not going to expect that, and they're going to rotate around to the back, right? Well, that's the curveball we talked about from Demon Time. They're going to twist things up. They're going to make sure things aren't really your orthodox answer, and something like that of coming around on the flank is going to be had to lesson learned very, very soon. Otherwise, the last thing you want is for it to happen when you're on a buy round, and you can finally get an answer in this game.
I love playing off contact with that turret as well. That's so smart from Fipe, and in the end, does do a bit of a good job at holding them off. And wait, what?
Gun here.
Valor dropping the judge like it's nobody's business. I mean, I get it. Today was Johnny Depp Amber Heard verdict day, but I didn't expect to go to court that quickly with that judge. Amazing work from Valor, and that's going to be good enough to actually even say, you know what, timeout required, Fluid. Y'all better get your ducks in a row.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good call here by Fluid Gaming, saying let's not worry about this too much. Let's not stress ourselves out. We had ourselves a really good half. That was a save round. That was a round that they didn't want to buy anyways. Sure, they kind of demolished you. You gave a lot of kills over to the KJ, but that's the point. It is a round where you are going to be demolished. You don't have the best guns in the world. You ripped one out. Hell, that's better than what most of the teams that we've seen beforehand on these second rounds have been given over to Demon Time. So, I mean, considering that you at least get one off the board, you can't stress yourself out about it. But knowing that going forward, you have to come up with a game plan. You have to play off Justin now. Justin hasn't been the standout player who's been initiating a lot of these fights. Every single time it's been twisted on that initiating role, which is great and all. Problem is, you can't have your initiator going in first. Your initiator acts as a support on the attacking end. The way the order goes is your duelist, your initiator, your controller, your sentinel. Whatever you want in between there, you can find a way to flit it in, but you can definitely tell that Twisted is one of the two main people who are getting into a site first. He's not a flex. He's not the breach. He's not the secondary initiator. Twisted is the primary. And you have to find a way to slot him into these fights. Make sure that he can check the flank as well with the intel that's given into him, because you're lacking a Sova here. And you can really make everything work.
Let's see how much of that carries through, right? Like, I'm totally with you on that. How do you want to stack your dominoes when you want to push in? I get it. Like, but I think if you look at how this match as a whole has panned out, it's been different. Like, we haven't been seeing the traditional plays coming out from either one of these two teams. I mean, for God's sakes, Fipe is that breach 24-8. You might as well just, put the entire team on your back at that point and just start running full send. And it has been that. But, we digress. We look at now the change of pace. Coming off a timeout, Fluid's like, okay, guys, we've had good presence initially. We've been picking fights and often, most cases, getting pinged out by let's say a turret, let's just slow it down. Let's look for another pick elsewhere. See if Demon Time is going to be the first to make a mistake. And so far, definitely not the case here. So with 50 on the clock, basically no one's looked at anyone just yet. We're just starting to make the initial moves towards the A site. Potential split is incoming, but they have to be very careful. Breach is literally right there and can basically flash and set up so many plays for the rest of the team.
And already getting excited about that Prowler's gonna be massive here. I mean, especially with it being Hen Dog, you know where the player's at. You have the kind of contention on side already. You had to check these other angles as well. So nobody's swinging out to the right. Bison gets a free 2-3. Excuse me. It's both sides. You over allocate to one area, you get blindsided and say, let's tunnel vision on one man. I get Hen Dog is a huge problem, but there's somebody else there you have to keep watching as well.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
9 seconds, 1v2, and it's not going to be good enough as Demon Time locked down that site. So, begs the question now, Mick. Is slow playstyle the wrong choice for Fluid Gaming in your opinion, or is it just an unfortunate round where you had, honestly, Bison just kind of in a corner mowing up the lawns here?
Well, I mean, here's the thing about slow gameplay and fast gameplay. Fast gameplay, you're aggressive, you get onto the site, overwhelm your opponent in numbers. Slow, you have the option to open up the entire map, find yourself a first frag, start getting some intel and figure out what's going on, make the most of your utility that refreshes itself. Sky flashes to guiding lights, going ahead letting you know, saying somebody's blinded. Haunts now with Fade, going ahead and letting you know where players could be and having a live feed of them of where they are moving and where they're going. And that allows you to rotate and make a decision and go ahead and find that aggressive push. When you're going onto a site, that's not when you should be slowing things down, because we saw Fluid hesitate there, and it really choked them up for any kind of potential. But already they're moving themselves to the key site. They have themselves of a budget round, but even then, they're keeping things not only even, but ahead as well. Swissy can find the second, making it a 4v2 now as Commander can follow up.
It's often the budget stuff that works out the best. Hitting up that thrift shop one time, and look what you get. The round's thrifty. Everything's thrifty and looking mighty on good. 2-round deficit, and I love when that works out the way that it does. It just makes you feel so good when you can pick up a lower investment, you know, a little bit of a trickier round, and it gives you so much more confidence. So we're still posted up with Fluid on a really good, useful ultimate, to say the least. That Cosmic Divide is available. We're 2 ult points away for Justin to get on board with the Showstopper. Vroom on 2 points for the Tour de Force. So we're building up some steam. We're getting there, but slow and steady does it here. We're just at a 2-round gap, and this is, again, very notable for Fluid. They have to just continue to fend off this Demon Time defense and really work it to its fullest before committing to a site.
You can already see him trying to lay out. I mean, a missed off shot from Hen Dog there, not really expected from us, but even then, knowing that Hen Dog's on an operator, that's also something that we're not really too used to seeing. But it's also because Demon Time usually would have ended the game by now, because the amount of round allocations really just goes ahead and says, you know what, we played attack so much, we're used to this, we end these games out pretty quickly, and on the attacking side, that's where we start to excel. But knowing right now that Demon Time, 2 ultimates on the field, they can hold themselves a pretty good round down with all the kills and multi-kills on the board for themselves. But with Fluid just ending and coming off a thrifty round, it's a good stance for them. They can put the nail in the coffin right here. They can close things out. They had the peak. I mean, Justin had the hunch there, and he needs to enter on the site, do his job, and that should be a free one to take.
I love it, though. Just as quickly as Fluid Gaming puts the pressure on, Demon Time is already rotating. Now look at it. There's 5 people posted up on A, and that's the defender lockdown as well. So 36 seconds to migrate off to a different site, or at least fall back, and they do. Spike goes down on this case, and they're fully committed to it, but this is the 5-man retake coming out, and look how much utility is going to get invested. Bound Round's going to drop that turret as well. Hen Dog getting aggressive. There's some coverage, and they're going to push, and push. Dude, that is textbook. I mean, I love how they played that. Just, oh my god, like, how can you not love that synergy from Demon Time? They just walk into that site full send, but it's with a straight up plan, a good plan at that too, and that's going to be for the double-digit 10th round.
You can already see the way, I mean, they knew where the spike was down. They made sure to get that intel first, get the read, say, okay, where is it? For long? No, not really. Okay, we make sure that if it's pushed towards sort, it's an easy way to get the lockdown to affect that angle as well. Nobody's going to be sitting supers. And even if they do, we grab that free kill in the meantime. We make an exchange. Everybody else shove in. Make sure whoever's in the back, go Hen Dog, whoever you want to make the call for, Sentinel, Rion, whoever it may be. You stay back, have at least 1 or 2 players watching a flank, watching the site, and if things go south, that's where we're there. But, I mean, it never happened. Instead, every single kill just worked out for their favor. They fragged out, they did their job, and they're just feeling themselves together as friends trying to fill out the head of old Glide 2 right there, making sure to get a free entry onto C, saying, all right, now they're going to have to kind of reinvest there, switch things up, or Boomdragon's going to have to invest all the utility in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a blessing in a way that it was the chamber that passed away and not that KJ. You still have so much control of that C site, you know, in some ways involuntarily, but you know, we'll see what the fluid can do with the 5v4 advantage. Minute 3, and Spike is not looking interested towards C and kind of down with that, considering that there's a KJ there that could really cause you a bit of hurt. Albeit it's kind of committed in an odd spot playing Garage like that. Very susceptible to a trade and gonna have to rely heavily on really good utility activation, but not gonna happen in this case as Fluid Gaming gonna send off the brigade towards this B site. Boundarion's gonna be the equalizer pick as well. Gorilla Song getting pinged and hit and damaged down to 73 HP. They even throw the Rolling Thunder. Dude, this is it. Just when things get tough, Demon Time says, no, you're not getting any site control as of yet. Not on my watch, but Vroom, continuing with the 3-piece combination, has been all the kills this round. And do we end up with the 4-piece in a second here? Somebody whacked the gong, because I feel it coming if Hendog decides to just peek a smidgen, but no, it feels like they're just looking for the exit picks, it seems.
I'm kind of with you. I mean, Hendog's had to swing at some point, otherwise this guy's just going to back out. Knowing that, I mean, we saw that operator earlier. They heard the shots ring multiple times towards that A side. They're not swinging a spawn, so that's going to be a pretty easy exit there. Everybody's going to move back to their respective spot through C Long. Broom's going to back up. Daryl Song's going to back up. Everybody's going to go back to where they need to be. But in the meantime, discussing that last round and how we got here to the C side, knowing that it was a B push that kind of went south, didn't really work for them. I like that because they found the kill on the KJ. They knew the kill and the re-entry from Garage was still there because even then, Broom was hanging back towards C Long the entire time, making the 4-man push. And even then, they didn't lose too many guys in the meantime. They looked just extremely well. They looked really confident no matter what kind of playbook they had. Their safety net was looking pretty confident as well, knowing that they had the plan, they could execute it. And even if they went through Garage, that was going to be the other check mark they haven't made attendance for yet. If they overwhelm the numbers, find themselves in the 3v1, they win that and they find themselves the kill and they get C for free, knowing they already took the player off site and knowing the KJ utility was probably there in the most time anyways, based on previous round experiences. Because we're now in the 6th round of this half, they're starting to get a feel for the muscle memory. They're starting to get a feel for where these players like to go instead compared to where they need to go to make these switch ups. And Daryl Song now creating a switch of his own, being the front man towards C Long, something you don't really see very much of, but nonetheless, getting the ult point for the teammate, possibly going somewhere else to that spot.
And if you caught where the bodies passed in the last round on the minimap, you saw that so much was lost for Demon Time right on site. What does that tell you? Just they had a really hard time holding it off. There was no real trade potential, no real discussion amongst each other to make sure that they're able to hold off Fluid, and that's it. And you can't even retake at that point because you lost so many people. But regardless, we take a second whack, and this time it's that initial look towards that A site, and rightfully so. I think they've kind of, again, like you said, muscle memory. They're picking up on some of the nuances and changes, and are not looking to play that same letter over and over again. And moving towards A, short and long split, kind of on that agenda here. Showstopper pop. Bison playing the pop flash, sends the one out, catches it, but that is so overwhelming, dude. This is tough for Bison. It's completely pigeonholed out, but meanwhile, despite the roughness, gets the one. It's twisted a demeanor though to come around the back end to do a bit of damage indeed. Hendog, gotta see that Blaze Storm sing, and also does have an op in hand. This Jet's got to show up here, Mick, or else we're gonna be in for a load of pain.
I gotta say, I'm also really confused about Orion's play towards Heaven right now with the Judge in hand. I mean, it all comes down to Glade 2. It all comes down to Hendog with an operator and everything to work with, and knowing he's still got the drop and the kill. You give yourself easy numbers for Demon Time, and another defuse to follow it up. I guess I was confused at first, but I mean, kind of thinking about it and seeing that execution, that why would you be playing towards Hell? Well, knowing the lineup, knowing you had a player disadvantage, if you're Demon Time, that's kind of the one dire situation you have to take, especially considering the guns that you're working with. So a great execution by him. I love the reads on everybody. I love the pinch from every single angle. Make sure to use that 50-50 from the flank, use the 50-50 from spawn, and just let them figure it out. But instead, you collapse them before they even have the time to think or to push on one angle or the other.
You kind of took the words out of my mouth. I was a little bit confused with that Judge and what it was going to do coming out of Heaven, but it felt like, you know what? If the Judge is going to sing, let it sing while you're dropping down from, you know, a 2-story building and breaking your ankles. And we're all about that here. And off that round win, you can see Glide 2 is feeling pretty cheeky, getting a bit aggressive towards C, and decides to, you know, not push the luck as far as you'd want it to go all the way to the depth. So falling back to safety now, and Twisted, trying to get some intel, can't get it. Meanwhile, Gorilla Song in the mix of all this has actually got that spike planted, getting after Shocked, and it connects from Fight. Justin gets the trade, Twisted on the board as well. Trailblazer goes on through Hendog, yet again on the chopping block with that op in hand. And I like this play. No smoke coverage means it's more or less going to be reasonably free for Fluid if they trade this correctly.
Even then, I mean, honestly, if you're Hendog, you get up towards the top area. I mean, you get the operator to work with. You can't play aggressive. You're trying to get up into the face of these players. And you're trying to just play as a body for the rest of your team. But it just does not work. Instead, as you mentioned, smokes wide open. Why don't you take advantage of that? You know these players are going to station up somewhere. You know they're going to spray that Joker down. Find a setup. Find something crazy. Be prepared for it. They're going to play an off angle. They're going to wait for the sound to go off. And that's when you're going to see the swing when somebody presses that 4. So honestly, a little bit of an off read from Demon Time there, but nonetheless, it keeps Fluid back in the game. 3 ultimates to work with now, and as we're going into the 20th round, or 21st, excuse me, there's still a little bit more Valor to work with here. I mean, there's definitely a potential for overtime. I think we're definitely going to get to that stage if Fluid can just find themselves one more or find a shutdown in terms of eco, because Demon Time, they've had relevancy no matter what guns have been put in their hands, and I think even now with Sheriffs and such, they're still going to do a pretty darn good job.
Like this push towards grass with 3 members, that's different. Nice little shake up, and Vroom gonna go ahead and rendezvous right back to safety. And off that, they're gonna say, "Yo, read the room, guys. We can full send this. Let's continue on through. These guys are busy having a great old time at grass. Sounds like C's pretty good. We'll even commit a bit of a cosmic divide to really make sure we can get on site more or less uncontested." So heals come out in a 4v3, and yeah, no, Demeanor says, listen, y'all can have as many 4v whatevers as y'all want, but I'm not going to give you an opportunity to push me with that frenzy in hand, and is able to get that great aggressive pick onto long C. Vroom, yeah, has the tent, s'mores, campfire, and everything else set up in spawn. Close proximity. Bison. Hey, yo. I'll take that any day of the week, but despite the 1 deke to the face, you still got 3 more members of Fluid to deal with.
Definitely do, and you still got a Sheriff shot, but not many players to do it, as we do see Bison fall in there. So a 10th round on the board for Fluid Gaming, as I said. I mean, they just need to get themselves that 1 round. They did the econ reset. They found the success off of it. Sure, they lost a player in the meantime, but they were able to pick up the operator once again and still have to work with a Broom here. But knowing that going forward now, this is where things start to get crazy. You see Demon Time going for that last little hoorah here, making that full investment, whether or not it comes down to buying full armor, getting the operator as somewhat of a trade-off. No matter what, Demon Time is investing it all here, knowing that, sure, if we lose this round, Fluid Gaming will get over to their 12, but that will be 2 rounds in a row we see them steamrolling us. They're going to get used to hitting 1 spot in that 2 rounds. They're going to take advantage of that as much as they can. They will find a turnaround, and I can say this will probably get to overtime if Demon Time ends up losing this.
What I love about Fluid Gaming is that despite their, difficulties, they're still keeping the guns flowing, and there's been no real, shortcomings. And look at the investment here. Tons dumped on here. Hendog forced to fall back to safety. Bike get a self-aftershock Bison. That's not the play. Demeanor and Gorilla Song go ahead and continue to siege hell on that site and continue the aggression. 5v2 now, and they're pretty well camped up here, Chief. For Demon Type to get on and do anything reasonable here is going to involve more than just getting on site. They're going to have to rotate off C and B first, and yeah, they're not interested. They understand that they're in a bit of a financial pinch and want to say whatever they can.
They invest whatever they could right here, knowing it didn't work out for them. They say we do what we can to go forward, and knowing these 2 players are going to stay alive here, I think honestly it's really, really bad for the money. I mean, I think honestly you just invest for the rifle in this round and something like that, and you pray that you can find the right opportunity, because when you don't buy anything, when you buy more expensive guns and you take that sacrifice, now not dying to anything in this round, you're honestly just choking yourself up for the next couple. I think this was the worst decision they could have made, and I think if they all went down, they would have been in a much better situation, but we still have more games to see, because Fluid are now sticking in a tie game. They have full rifles to work with, and a single player died in the meantime. Sure, they invested a little bit there. They invested the ultimate to go ahead and get that entry onto site, but you're not worried about that. You're more worried about what exactly Demon Time has in an answer. And honestly, this Thrifty, we've seen Fluid Gaming win a Thrifty to grab themselves around. Demon Time, well, I've said time so many times now, but is there time to do that?
Mick, I don't know if my brain was able to fully process what even just came out of your mouth. There's always time for Demon Time, and I think in this case we still have plenty of opportunity with 2 rounds to go. 11-11, Vroom. Oh my God, when it comes to bringing the heat, I mean, better late than never. And with Vroom on the board that early, that's going to be huge for Fluid. They can just kind of calm down one more time. It's such a nice sigh of relief, right? On a save round, especially when you get an opening pick, because you know there's going to be one less person to do anything to you. But, ooh, Light2, nice one onto Vroom as well. Counteracts it. Valor, and that's going to land on a follow-up with Demeanor. Showstopper also lands a hair short, 8 HP in a dream. That's almost a blessing in disguise. Is now in a 4v3 and a Sky to heal you back up. You're pretty much right back to it again. And the icing on the cake here too is for the retake, they have that Astra that's still alive. That's going to offer so much coverage if the time comes.
It most definitely will. I mean, even then, 5 already going ahead and get one kill into the board, knowing that, I mean, still alive and well, so many ultimates to work with, and still a kill on the board. It's just a very, very clean, very efficient sweep up them on that side as they find themselves another defuse, get to that match point, and knowing that Fluid has won the last 2 in a row. They are, excuse me, more like 4 in a row. They have plenty of money to work with, but can they put that to the test? Because the one thing they don't have that Demon Time seem to be abundant with right now are ultimates. That's not something you can buy here in the last stage. Riot doesn't give you the option to say, here, spend 2,000 credits of your extra money for this final last round to make sure you can get these extra ult point ticks to get yourself that, to really set the tone for this next one. As interesting as a concept as that would be, but nonetheless, you don't get that luxury. It comes down to whether or not Fluid Gaming can scratch this together once more. With the KJ shutdown available to put onto a site, completely denying a plant. The cause it to buy, make sure to set that wall. Seekers that could be put out very early to play aggressive off a hen dog who loves pushing into spawn. There's so many options for Demon Time here, and it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah, the option is what makes it interesting, right? Like you say, you can play this in so many different ways, and so far it seems like we're taking the simpler route in a way. It feels like they just kind of walked onto a site, and now you're watching a retake opportunity from Demon Time. How do you deal with this? You deal with it very simply. You throw a Cosmic Divide down. You're going to invest a lockdown in a moment here from Boundary on, and the beauty is there is nothing to do anything about that. Do we get an aftershock through the wall, actually? Yes, we do. So I lied. Kind of expected, but regardless, this Cosmic Divide is still here. Fault line comes out as well. Seekers are trying to make their way through. Hendog for the one. Trade onto Demeanor. Pipe goes for the aftershock. Trying to get hell control, but oh my god, it is an absolute mess here in sight. It's down to just one. Light2 cannot make it, and it's going to be the overtime as in the grand scheme of it all, Fluid Gaming hold on by the thinnest of threads. And you know, like we said prior, man, it's often the simple things that work the best, and in that case, just getting a control seemed to be a great start for that.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I was a little concerned on that round, knowing that a couple rounds back, keep in mind, they had the same exact setup. Demon Time was pushing onto A side. They had the KJ shutdown put on there. And with the Cause of Divide, you're thinking, okay, there's one more tool for them to work with. You're saying, sweet, this is honestly our time to shine. We can close this thing out right here, right now. No overtime to work with. We just end this game outright, go home with our 50 smackaroons, and then come back next week for even more. That's not an option anymore now. Fluid Gaming just held that down, found that entry frag right off the get-go, thankfully, because otherwise it would be a domino effect for one side or the other. It's an all-or-nothing approach, and because Demon Time waited so little to really let that KJ shutdown get into that area where it actually starts to matter, it sucks and it really doesn't give you the impact you need because nobody's scared. But who else isn't scared? Well, Pendog pushes all the way into sight, forces Room off, and it all comes down to now with full sight control for the side of Demon Time on C. It comes into a retake once more.
Yep, this is their side to capitalize on. Often their attack has been a little bit more, let's say, brighter than the defensive side of their play, but regardless, we go on through. Vroom is going to go avoid the aftershock, the swing. It's not able to connect, and that's a troubling situation. That shot didn't really matter, considering that Demon Time had 4 more people to throw at the brick wall. So this is it. We're going now to switch it off, and tell me, Mick, where's your gut saying? Is this the Demon Time GG, or do we got some more in the tank for Fluid?
Well, maybe. Knowing that Demon Time had a lot of relevancy, they were constantly fighting back and forth, and just kind of always being one step ahead when it came around to the attacking side. I mean, defense really looked pretty questionable. But you see just from that scoreboard alone that they managed themselves a pretty good bit of rounds onto the board. Sure, it wasn't nearly as much, but it was a 7-5 half. I mean, that was really not anything to worry about. You know that, sure. I mean, even then, 6-6. So, I mean, now, as you kind of see that follow, the carry over into overtime and a flawless at that, it's a little concerning for Fluid Gaming, knowing that they can't really have as much dominance on a round like that unless they do it right here.
Start the letter dominance with the letter C, and you get combinance, and that is not a word. And we go right on through to the C side in this case. And yeah, Fluid Gaming kind of establishing their position yet again. And delivering that goods on the attack side. I love it. And we'll see now with a 4v5 retake opportunity. What have we got in the tank? So far, so good. Hendog going to be massive here. Trademark gets popped, but you can see the double up situation posted here for the side of Fluid. That's the way to play it. That's superbly good. And they absolutely slap Hendog. Gorilla Song from the back end gets the one. Vice for a trade, but it's too little too late, man. That they absolutely calculated played that to a T. So good from Fluid.
Switching sides.
It seems like almost we're going to the olden days once again of Old Haven. Just attackers looking so darn good every
Absolutely
single
agree.
time. I mean, we've seen over the course of time the defense starting to step up. We see the Sentinels now coming out, the real Sentinels, not just the Chambers, but having a KJ and such, having Astra come back in. Where, I mean, honestly, defense has started to excel, to really show up here on these halves, on these defending sides of Haven. But now, here today, at least tonight, on this one specific game, we need more Astra influence. Quite honestly, that's all it comes down to. As weird and as a slept-on note, you're saying Astra. Why are you talking about Astra? That's exactly why I'm talking about Astra. We're not seeing enough of her to really have the impact of the game to set. This is the reason that our defense is going to win. That is the one half that people have to win on thus far as an even exchange comes out.
Yeah, it's good for Vroom, at least getting the one before fading, but you got to love the trade potential too. Like, appreciative of the fact that you got a buddy there right with you to make that trade occur. So, regardless, bit of an intel seeking guiding light. Doesn't find anything at this point, but, 2-1-1 leads you to believe that Fluid has a hunch on this ace site. And because they're kind of, I don't want to say not independent enough as agents, but they kind of rely on each other, that raise breach combination. And has worked so well when you have the breach to back up and at least stop the push. But gotta be careful. Demon Timer making that move off to what's looking like the B/grass area, but kind of indecisive for the time being. Not here to garage take. What do we got here? It's your all-time favorite fade to hold this off twisted. Has to do a lot of work.
30 seconds
Definitely has
left.
to do a lot of work, not only in terms of still getting the read, but making sure to at least just check his left and know the rest of the players are coming on the site. It's just not the case there. A very quick cleanup kill there. Make sure the retake is a 3v4. You don't have much to work with here. You have an initiator and you have a duelist, so you're happy about that. But I mean, Astra, what else do you got? I said it earlier, and Astra has to step up, and now needs to be that time for Fluid.
Standing.
Oh boy. I feel like we're low-key in a way where, like, this is like kind of planned. Like, I feel like Demon Time just love attack side, and Fluid Gaming also like attack side, and it feels like the old days of Haven. So if you're comfortable, I'm comfortable. If our viewers are comfortable, that means we're all comfortable. So let's go for the long haul. Off to another overtime, and potentially another overtime, unless Demon Time can do something different. After this many back and forths, question remains, what is that different thing that they can do? What is that differentiating factor they can bring to the early round to solidify their position? Is it a great aggressive pick? Is it a stack on a site, a cheeky risky stack? I don't really know. But something's got to change, because this is just kind of becoming a pattern, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of diversity in terms of the approaches from this defense, because that's obviously the main thing we had to talk about. Defense has felt very lackluster for each of these teams, and it comes around to this overtime. We're seeing attack. I mean, sure, we can talk about and refer to the past and what we've seen out of these squads, knowing it was 6-6, but that's all behind us. That doesn't matter anymore. We have to talk about what teams can do right now, how we can come to a conclusion, how we can escape Groundhog Day and not be stuck in the same spot forever. And it all comes down to that one side of the field and whether or not we can see a team step up in it. And honestly, I think Fluid Gaming has the setup for it. I think they have a much better opportunity. Problem is, that's going to be more frag reliant. When you look at Rion and you look at Demon Time on that KJ, that's going to be more utility based. And you have to play around the pacing that you set for yourself, that agent composition. You don't think about it too much. You think everybody just plays in their comfort picks for most of the squad. But into overtime, when you've played over 28 rounds against each other now, you have to start saying there are tendencies that we have to start breaking. And going for B site here at a Demon Time, or excuse me, Fluid Gaming, I think giving credit where it's due. This is the spot to do it. Nobody hits the site. You get the smokes up, at least quick enough, you could have shut down Hendog right there.
This might be it, though. Actually, Demon Time have done a fantastic job. Glide2 and Hendog, and oh my goodness me, it's down to Vroom. It is not enough.
That's it.
That's all she wrote, Chief. For a second there, I had an amazing feeling. I'm like, damn, this is going to be a great attack. We have that chamber kind of making a whole bunch of noise at long C. The rest of the crew going to get on B, uncontested in and out of sight, but it didn't work out that way. We ended up seeing a really clean set of picks to hold off that push. And yeah, some key highlights from this matchup. And at the end of the day, bravo to both these teams. Given how dominant we saw Demon Time be tonight, and for Fluid to put up this type of battle, dude, immensely notable. Both these teams are going to go superbly far in these series in the future. And again, a big congratulations to Demon Time for taking home the $50 today.
Yeah, and I mean, even then, I mean, in that overtime, sure, going for the B side, I gotta say it wasn't the best read, but I mean, honestly, it could have been. I mean, nobody goes for B. You saw it right there last second. And the Smoke and Hen Dog didn't get the initial kill to say we can push on the side. They were caught blindsided. That's all it came down to. B is always extremely reliant, able to set up towards windows, set up towards courtyard, make sure that you can hold an entire site, get a smoke up, and spam the ever-living stew out of that spike once you hear that defuse sound go down. We even saw Fluid Game have to be on the defensive side of that, and it didn't work out for him because we already saw all of Demon Time set up in the middle of the map, spraying that Joker down, ready for it, ready to swing all one conclusive point. But when you don't get the time for that setup, you don't have the smokes up to really create that precursor to it, it just all completely collapses under itself. So, as you mentioned, great attempts from both sides. Fluid Gaming showing the best attempt against the likes of Demon Time here tonight. And knowing that Demon Time was still our winners and they went to overtime, I think they are honestly set even in going forward because, once again, we got to talk about every single week from here on out is $250 on the line, not just 50. And even then for the next 5 weeks, is 350. There is no playing around anymore. Sure, we could call it previously that a lot of these squads are here as a little weekly scrim to set up and feel and kind of get a grasp of their squad. That's not the case anymore. It is a gauntlet. Whoever wins this week, which it came out to be Demon Time, you're coming back next week for blood. You're going back the next week for prize money. You're going back the next week to see who's showing up. And it's going to be nothing but bigger competition from this stage.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The next weeks to come is going to really set the stage for success. And if you want to be part of that success, we mentioned it before, of course, for Demon Time, y'all can throw $10 of your winnings at the wall. And heck, why not?
Yeah.
Because for the notable performance, the GLG Country Club membership is available to you guys. Basically $10 a month, and that gets you 3 months of coverage. One member on your team holds this sucker, and y'all have priority access to our events. And I mentioned it before, brackets fill up quick. For those that aren't managing any of these teams, y'all know the drill and how these things work. You're probably signing up a week or two early for Pit of Valor, and there's a darn good reason for it. So, support GLG, and of course, support your team and get involved. Manager and coach tournament June the 12th for those that have signed up. Thank you. For those that haven't, what are you waiting for? Get involved. And it's been spiced up by MSI as well, as you're giving away some keyboards as part of the prize pool. So that's really spicy, and don't miss that. And you guys saw it pop up at some point. We didn't talk about it too much because, I mean, it is kind of warm where I am, and I don't necessarily wear nice, big, thick socks. But for those that are in the cold, frigid lands around the world, do yourself a favor. GLG socks, !! Socks in chat. A, they're nice. B, they look nice. And C, they look superbly nice. So grab a set of those and keep the feet pics to yourself. I really don't want them. And on that note, I think we're going to sign off for the night, Mick. Please, guys, take the time, !talent, to see the crew that has supported you throughout this evening's festivities. Familiar faces. A big shout out to Observer and production in the back, Vermilion and Fade. Of course, to our fellow co-casters that came on earlier, Anton and Becky, thank you. But first and foremost, because I had the pleasure tonight, thank you, Mick, for being with me. It was an absolute pleasure.
Sure. It was as well. I mean, obviously it's been a while, but no one is, you just said it. I mean, weeks are going to get bigger from here. Nothing but prizes, not only for the players, for the coaches, for the managers, but for viewers as well. I mean, obviously we're probably going to be back here a little bit more, knowing everything and all the stakes on the line. It's been a pleasure as well. But with all that being said and done, we have to bring things to a close at some stage, and this will be that point. 11:15 is a good cutoff time, honestly. They usually go later than this, knowing that obviously Demon Time cut our time a little bit short here. Regardless, we're going to be back for the next week. For me, ready to go right back into it once more, and make sure to join us here today. So thank you. Come back next Wednesday. We will have everything set up for you for a much bigger Lollapalooza than what we've seen. Thank you all for joining us, and have a good night.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.